Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met the Samurai of Death, Cries in Red. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A young maid informed the young miss that her father was calling for her. The young miss, who was in the training room wielding a wooden sword, easily took down the training dummies. Upon hearing the maid's voice, she invited her in. The maid complied, sliding the door open and entering respectfully. The young miss inquired if her father had arrived, to which the maid confirmed that he was accompanied by 2 guests. The young miss found it unusual for her father to have guests and asked the maid if he had mentioned the reason for their visit. The maid shook her head, stating that her father only requested her presence immediately. Sighing, the young miss agreed to get changed and asked the maid 𝖍𝖎 to leave. After the maid bowed and exited, the young miss tightened her grip on the sword's hilt, pondering what her father could be up to this time as she left the room to meet him. Outside, she knelt and awaited her father's response. He welcomed her in and the servants opened the door. She entered the room and bowed respectfully to her father, noticing the 2 guests sipping green tea. Her father encouraged her to join them and she complied, knowing she could not oppose him. A servant poured her a cup of tea, which she merely stared at, reluctant to drink. Her father introduced her to 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝍍 and 𝖍𝖎𝖎, both pro-heroes. The young miss observed the hybrid, who appeared to be part animal, and the other, who looked worn and tired. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 complimented her abilities, having heard about her from her father. The young miss remained silent, turning her attention back to her father and questioning the purpose of the hero's visit. She expressed her concern that they should be out saving people and fighting villains. Her father dismissed her tone with a chuckle, assuring her that they were there to meet her. When she pressed for the reason, her father left the room, leaving her alone with the pro-heroes. The silence was heavy until 𝖍𝖎𝖈 spoke up, revealing that they were aware of her secret. The young miss raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 continued, stating that she was the vigilante known as the Samurai of Death. She furrowed her brows, quickly masking her surprise with her usual expression. 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖍 then slid a folder across the table to her. Inside were blurry pictures of her in an alleyway, confronting a man who had threatened her. Her eyes widened at the sight, recalling the incident where she had defended herself. She feigned ignorance, claiming it was an act of self-defense against someone attempting to harm her. The 2 heroes accepted her explanation without further inquiry, but 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖍 pointed out that using her quirk without a license could lead to serious consequences. The young miss realized she had overlooked that detail but decided it was best to keep quiet about the specifics of her actions. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 noted her luck in not being seen by any civilians, which meant the Hero Commission could not take action against her. However, he pressed her to stop pretending to be innocent. The young miss maintained her innocent demeanor, insisting she did not understand what they were implying. Despite their attempts to read her, she remained steadfast, refusing to reveal anything. 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖍 sighed, urging her to drop the act, but she stood her ground, insisting that they had no evidence to accuse her of being the vigilante they claimed. The tone of mockery was evident in her voice as she questioned the pro-heroes, but they remained silent. Instead, the 2 guests shifted the conversation. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 spoke about ideals, emphasizing the desire to help people and suggesting that their beliefs aligned. He invited her to join them in their fight against villains and in promoting peace across Japan. She scoffed lightly, puzzled by their insistence on labeling her as the Samurai of Death. It made no sense to her, especially since she had already rejected their unfounded accusations. She expressed her frustration, stating that she was not the person they were looking for and had never been. She requested to be left alone to live her life in peace. With that, she stood up and bowed to them, indicating her intention to leave. As she approached the 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖈 to exit, one of the guests spoke up, prompting her to pause. The guest mentioned having an offer for her. She remained silent but listened intently, curious about what was to come next. The sword master had come down to be a student, unaware of the dangers she had placed herself in. In a dimly lit room, a figure stood confidently, addressing another with a piercing gaze. The words spoken were sharp and commanding, warning the listener to be cautious and to know their place. As the 2 guests prepared to leave, accompanied by a servant, an unusual noise echoed from the nearby hallway, prompting them to pause and listen. A loud slap resonated through the air, followed by a frustrated outburst. The tension in the atmosphere thickened as they strained to hear the commotion. The servant, sensing their curiosity, urged them to follow her, attempting to divert their attention from the escalating argument. However, the guests remained rooted in place, captivated by the unfolding drama. The voices grew louder, filled with anger and desperation. The daughter was berated harshly, her worth questioned, and the weight of familial expectations bore down on her. Each accusation was like a blow, resonating deeply within the hearts of the listeners, who exchanged concerned glances. Despite the chaos, the heroes chose to maintain their composure and continued on their path, leaving the turmoil behind them. Yet, an unspoken agreement lingered between them. This incident would not be forgotten. The chapter concluded, leaving an air of unresolved tension and the promise of future confrontations. Rikudo squirmed under the grasp of the police officers. They informed him that he was under arrest for domestic violence and that he had the right to remain silent, warning him that anything he said could be used against him in court. He protested, claiming innocence, but his attempts to defend himself were in vain. The officers had detailed his offenses, with domestic violence at the forefront, alongside other serious charges. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing there was no escape from this situation. He thought about how his boss would react to this predicament. His daughter stood at the entrance of their home, her expression unreadable, which only fueled his anger. He blamed her entirely, convinced that she was the reason for his downfall. In a fit of rage, he lashed out, accusing her of calling the police and threatening her with dire consequences. Just as he prepared to confront her, he felt restraints tighten around him, leaving him bewildered. A familiar figure from a month prior appeared, advising him to keep quiet, reminding him that his own words could be used against him. The police officers showed respect to this man as he took charge of the situation, allowing them to proceed with their work. As the officers secured Rikudo, the man approached the girl, who remained still, watching her father being taken away. He greeted her, but she interrupted, asserting that she could have handled the situation herself. This surprised him, prompting him to question her mindset. She explained that she had a plan, one that had been disrupted by his intervention. The man raised an eyebrow, skeptical of her claim. If she had a plan, why hadn't she acted sooner? She seemed to sense his doubt and clarified that she just needed more time. Her gaze shifted to the police car carrying her father, and she felt no remorse or regret. Years of abuse had left her emotionally numb, and all that remained was a profound emptiness. As the police vehicle drove away, her father's angry shouts echoed from inside. The pro-hero inquired if she had any other relatives, noting that she needed a guardian now that her father was in custody. She shook her head, revealing that most of her family had passed away, leaving only her and her father to uphold the family name. With her father gone, she felt utterly alone. The man was troubled by the thought of leaving her in such a large estate by herself, especially at her young age. He wondered how she would manage the upkeep of the place. She quickly dismissed any concern, stating her intention to sell the estate, revealing that she wanted her father to realize he had lost everything upon his return. Her calm demeanor raised his suspicions. How could a 15-year-old be so composed and strategic in a situation like this? As she turned to re-enter the estate, he called out to her again, prompting her to face him with a cold expression. He asked about her plan, but she remained silent, staring him down. Finally, she warned him not to pry into her affairs before walking away, leaving him pondering her secrets. He felt a sense of determination to uncover what she was hiding. It had been a month and a few weeks since Rikudo was imprisoned. True to her word, 𝖍𝖍 had sold the house, freeing the servants from the man's grasp. She was not heartless. After receiving the money from the sale, she had given the workers their final paychecks, allowing them to reunite with their families. With that, she set off, determined to never look back. She thought to herself that she must move on, no matter what awaited her. With her long sword in hand, she walked aimlessly, consumed by her thoughts. She didn't have a destination in mind, all she wanted was to leave and never return. As darkness began to fall, she noticed a convenience store nearby and decided to stop for something to eat. Upon entering, she was greeted by the cashier's cheerful welcome. Acknowledging her with a nod, 𝖍𝖍 made her way to the aisle filled with cup noodles. She was busy deciding between chicken, beef, or seafood when the door chimed, announcing the arrival of a group of teenage boys who were clearly older than her. Their loud antics annoyed her, but she chose to ignore them. After some deliberation, she settled on beef and headed to the register. Unfortunately, the boys reached the counter first, and the amount of alcohol they attempted to purchase was staggering. She thought to herself that this was a troubling situation. Sensing trouble, she decided to keep a low profile and moved to another aisle, pretending to look for more food. The cashier, trying to maintain her composure, informed the boys that she could not sell alcohol to minors. One of the boys, whom 𝖍𝖎 assumed was the leader, stepped forward with an aggressive demeanor. He demanded that she hurry up and scan their items, slamming his hand on the counter, causing the cashier to flinch. The cashier quickly scanned the items, her hands shaking as she announced the total. The boys laughed as if her words were a joke. Confused, she looked up, but their laughter faded when the leader revealed that they had no money. He smirked, suggesting they could take what they wanted instead. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as he ordered her to hand over the cash. One of the boys brandished a weapon, causing her to raise her hands in fear, tears streaming down her face. She thought about her brother and how she couldn't let anything happen to her. Following his orders, she opened the cash drawer, her tear-filled eyes locking onto one of the boys. As soon as it opened, they rushed forward, grabbing as much cash as they could. With shouts of excitement, they celebrated their ill-gotten gains. The leader tossed a few coins onto the counter as a mock gesture of gratitude, leaving the cashier in tears. Once they left, she broke down, fearing the consequences she would face. After a moment, 𝖍𝖎 approached the counter, ready to pay for her noodles. The cashier quickly wiped her tears away and processed the transaction. 𝖍𝖎 asked if it would be possible for her to cook the noodles, explaining that she needed to step away for a moment. The cashier agreed, her demeanor shifting back to normal despite the earlier chaos. With a nod, 𝖍𝖎 hurriedly left the store, determined to move forward. Their presence was near. They hadn't gone too far, it seemed. She thought as she walked quickly to find them, clutching her sword tightly. Turning into a dark alleyway, she felt their presence grow stronger. They were there. She stopped in her tracks and quietly peered into the alley. There they were, drinking and smoking. One of the lackeys laughed, commenting on how frightened a girl had looked earlier. They all joined in the laughter, and their leader, sitting casually with a cigarette, smirked and agreed that they should have scared her even more. She observed them with a hard glare, noting how the leader was approaching her. Standing her ground, unafraid, her expression remained blank. She held her sword tightly, ready for whatever might come next. She demanded to know where the money was, her tone firm and commanding, implying that compliance would ensure their safety. The leader scoffed at her, mocking her as a wannabe hero. With a snap of his fingers, his lackeys readied themselves, brandishing their makeshift weapons. He suggested that they could have some fun with her after they were done. She felt anger rise within her but knew she had to remain calm. She waited for one of them to make a move. She reiterated her demand for the money, stating that no one would get hurt if they complied. This only infuriated the leader further, who lunged at her with a punch that sent a shockwave through the air. Just as he thought he had struck her, she dodged, using her palm to absorb the impact. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized she had some kind of power. With a dismissive remark about his weakness, she moved swiftly behind him, drawing her sword and slicing through the air. He staggered back, blood spilling onto the ground. Her sword gleamed in the moonlight, reflecting her fierce determination. Her eyes glowed red, and her hair seemed to shimmer, transforming her into a figure of vengeance. The lackeys, terrified, attempted to flee. One of them drew a gun, but she was faster. Her blade cut through the bullet, and in a flash of red lightning, she struck down those who tried to escape. Her voice rang out with authority, declaring that none of them would leave alive. The boys, shaken, realized they had made a grave mistake. The leader, weakened and bleeding, begged for mercy, promising they would never steal again. He knew they were doomed, but desperation drove him to plead for their lives. She was unmoved by his apology. Her only goal was to retrieve the stolen money and return it to the cashier at the convenience store. When she saw the leader point to a plastic bag atop a box, she walked over, grabbed it and turned to leave. The boys sighed in relief, thinking she would spare them. But she had other plans. She stabbed the leader in the chest, causing him to sputter blood. Their eyes widened in horror as they realized her intentions. Energy surged through her, transferring from the hilt of her sword to the blade and into him. He screamed in agony, begging her to stop, but she was relentless. Just as she felt her power beginning to fade, she dug her sword deeper into him. But before she could finish, she found herself restrained, unable to move. She looked into his eyes, filled with a murderous glare, knowing that it was too late for him now. The pro-hero stood in front of the girl, who seemed indifferent to the gravity of the situation. He expressed his frustration, noting that she would face serious consequences for her actions, rubbing his temples as a migraine began to form. The girl remained silent, believing that speaking would only complicate matters further. She observed him blankly as he took a sip from his water bottle. They were in his apartment, which was in disarray, suggesting that he either rarely came home or simply neglected his living space. The thought made her grimace, but she pushed it aside when a knock on the door interrupted her. The man called for the visitor to enter, and she recognized the familiar hybrid creature that stepped inside. 𝖍𝖎 greeted them both with a lack of emotion in its eyes, and the girl rolled her eyes subtly, letting out a sigh. 𝖍𝖎 commented on the trouble that seemed to follow her, and then turned its gaze to her, attempting to uncover her secrets. This made her slightly uncomfortable. It asked her why she had killed someone, to which she quickly responded that it was an act of self-defense. Although he was dead, she insisted that she had acted to protect herself, a response that suggested she had rehearsed it before. The pro-hero scoffed, implying that her frequent reliance on the term self-defense was suspicious. 𝖍𝖎 pointed out that the others she had injured were hospitalized with serious wounds, which ignited a simmering frustration within her. She regretted not finishing them off when she had the chance. Lost in her thoughts, she barely noticed the pro-hero placing a white plastic bag on the table until the sound of coins clinking drew her attention. He questioned the presence of the bag at the scene of the incident, raising an eyebrow as he suspected her involvement in something illicit. She sighed, weary of the interrogation. It would have been easier to face jail time than to endure this questioning, but she felt her luck had run out that day. She curtly replied that it was none of their business, unwilling to share the truth even if it might alleviate their suspicions. The pro-hero slammed his hand on the table, insisting that if she didn't explain, they would have to report her to the police. She remained defiant, showing no signs of yielding to their threats. Her stubbornness surprised him, yet he continued to press for answers. 𝖍𝖎 regarded her with inscrutable eyes, which unnerved her slightly. It then mentioned a cashier from a nearby convenience store, prompting her to widen her eyes before returning to her usual blank demeanor. 𝖍𝖎 suggested that she had been trying to help the woman, but she quickly denied it, not wanting them to know the truth. This elicited a small chuckle from 𝖍𝖎, which only fueled her irritation. It pointed out her contradictory nature, claiming that revealing the truth would benefit them both. She coldly questioned how it would benefit her, asserting that she had nothing to lose. 𝖍𝖎 countered that while she might feel she had nothing to lose, there was much she could gain. This piqued her interest and she raised an eyebrow, curious about what it might entail. The creature chuckled again, aware of her desires and using that knowledge to entice her to join their side. Don't you want to know more about your past, 𝖍𝖍? In the end, she shared everything that happened that night. Only that night, though, as it was all they had asked for. The two listened intently, and as her story unfolded, their shock grew. It was unbelievable. This girl was destined for greatness. After finishing her tale, she felt something was missing. She quickly stood up from her chair and scanned the room, hoping to find her missing item. 𝖍𝖎 reassured her, saying it was on the table in the living room. This calmed her nerves. Her sword was her trusted companion, an inanimate object that had been with her through her growth. It held a piece of her past. She locked eyes with the man in black, silently urging him to return her sword. He simply replied that he didn't think so. Defeated, she sat back down, a sigh escaping her lips. To ease the tension, 𝖍𝖎 cleared his throat and offered her a deal. She raised an eyebrow, curious about what he meant by beneficial to both parties. 𝖍𝖎 smiled and suggested she become a hero. The statement almost made her scoff. The idea of becoming a pompous hero seemed ridiculous to her. She understood her capabilities and why she was being offered this, but she questioned the significance of doing the right thing. Apologetically, she declined the offer, stating she didn't think she could accept it. 𝖍𝖎 pressed on, asking if she wouldn't want to know more about who she truly was. The temptation was there, but 𝖍𝖍 needed to stay true to herself. She wanted to uncover her past on her own, not through the help of those who called themselves heroes. 𝖍𝖎 reassured her that she could figure out her past herself, and his offer was merely a little push. They could provide her protection, safety, and basic needs, but the rest was up to her. The offer was tempting, all this just to be made a hero? There had to be another motive behind it. She questioned their purpose in offering her this deal, suspecting they might not gain much from it. The man replied that it wasn't about what they gained, but what she would gain. This raised her suspicions further, but they insisted their intentions were genuine. 𝖍𝖎 sighed, reiterating that all they wanted was to help her. She found herself debating internally whether to trust them or not. Weighing the pros and cons, the cons felt heavier than they should. But should she really pass up the chance? 𝖍𝖎 encouraged her to take her time to think. He mentioned she could stay for a while since she had nowhere else to go, offering her a spare room. Though he crossed his arms, she felt grateful. At least she wouldn't have to sleep on the streets. It didn't seem too bad, right? As the creature was about to leave, she called out to them, making them turn back. She decided to accept the offer. 𝖍𝖎 smiled, expressing his eagerness to work with her, and mentioned that 𝖍𝖎 could provide more details the next day. With that, he left. Well, it seemed her luck hadn't run out after all. A student at UA? The thought made her roll her eyes. Socializing with other kids aspiring to be heroes felt awkward to her. She had never been a fan of socializing, and yet here she was on the path to becoming a hero, just as 𝖍𝖎 had suggested. Lying in her bed, though it wasn't really hers, it felt like it now. She stared at the ceiling, feeling emptiness. She had just finished her conversation with 𝖍𝖎𝖈, whose real name was Shota Aizawa, regarding 𝖍𝖎's offer. Not only was Aizawa going to be her new guardian, but she also had to attend the school where the two pro-heroes worked, UA. She sighed, reflecting on how her life had turned upside down since meeting them a few months ago. Her father was in prison, which frustrated her since she believed she could have handled the situation herself. She had nearly been caught during one of her nights out, which led to her being taken into Aizawa's custody, a result of her deal with 𝖍𝖎. It was an exciting life if one were to ask. But for 𝖍𝖎 it was overwhelming. Change could be good, but it was happening too quickly for her. She missed the times when she had complete control over her life, without anyone pushing her into anything. She preferred to move at her own pace. Life moving too slowly or too quickly left her feeling either underwhelmed or overwhelmed, and right now she was overwhelmed with her current situation, feeling powerless to change it. That annoyed her, even angered her. But for now she would have to deal with it and see where life would take her next, whether to her downfall or her success. She was already awake when Aizawa knocked on her door a little too harshly. He called out to her, urging her to wake up for training. She opened the door, looking at him blankly, and walked past him, sword in hand, ready to go. He sighed, thinking about how this kid was going to be the death of him. As they made their way to the training location, they jogged together, enjoying the quiet of the abandoned space around them. They began with hand-to-hand combat, relying solely on their skills without the use of quirks or support items. Surprisingly, 𝖍𝖎 matched Aizawa's prowess, and they continued sparring for about an hour before he decided it was time to incorporate their quirks. They started at a distance, giving 𝖍𝖎 the chance to activate her ability. However, just as she was about to unleash her power, it was erased, forcing her to engage in close combat. She charged at him, attempting to punch him in the face, but he dodged swiftly. Redirecting her fist, she almost landed a hit, but he kicked her leg, causing her to lose her balance momentarily. He seized the opportunity to kick her aside, but she blocked it with her arm. Aizawa jumped back and 𝖍𝖎 steadied herself, waiting for the right moment to strike. She noticed his eyes growing drier as the fight progressed, and she anticipated the moment he would blink, knowing it would give her the chance to attack with her quirk. Once again she made the first move, running toward him. He prepared to dodge her right leg kick, but it was a feint. She swept him off his feet with her left leg, and as he fell to the ground, he instinctively closed his eyes. This allowed her to activate her quirk, sending a purple electric current toward him. He felt the shock reverberate through his body, suppressing a groan to avoid alerting anyone nearby. As his energy drained, he quickly surrendered, and she retracted her power, allowing him to catch his breath. She apologized, explaining that she hadn't meant to hurt him too much, and offered him a hand. He took it gratefully, standing up with some difficulty but managing to hold his ground. He thought to himself that she was strong even without her quirk, and it was best not to make an enemy of her. After a while they sat in silence. Aizawa drank from his water bottle while 𝖍𝖎 rummaged through her bag. She pulled out something and handed it to him, raising his brow in curiosity. She explained that it was pain medication to help lessen the effects of the electric shock. He took one with water while she stared off into the horizon, her expression distant. Aizawa stood up, catching her attention, and announced that training was over for the day. She nodded and gathered her belongings, following him back. Training continued for months, and 𝖍𝖎, who had already been strong, became even stronger with Aizawa's guidance. She surpassed limits she hadn't known she had. One day, while cleaning the apartment complex, which she had taken upon herself to tidy up, Aizawa called her to the living room. Upon entering, she noticed 𝖍𝖎, the animal hybrid, was also present. 𝖍𝖎 acknowledged her with a nod as she took a seat beside Aizawa, looking at the creature blankly. 𝖍𝖎 remarked on how well she had grown over the past months and inquired if Aizawa had been taking good care of her. She nodded in response. 𝖍𝖎 then mentioned that the entrance exam at UA was the next day, and she confirmed that she hadn't forgotten. 𝖍𝖎 asked Aizawa about the training and he replied that it was going well. Satisfied with their answers, 𝖍𝖎 prepared to leave. As the two stood to see 𝖍𝖎 out, the creature turned to glance at 𝖜𝖍, who stood quietly behind 𝖍𝖎. It thought to itself that she would do well. Her abilities were not to be underestimated after all. Chapter end. 𝖜𝖍 gazed at the enormous building before her, observing the students bustling around, all preparing for the entrance exam. Some wore anxious expressions, while others radiated excitement. For these individuals, gaining acceptance into UA was the first step on their journey to becoming heroes. As she made her way to the entrance exam hall, she noticed a lanky boy trip over his own feet, nearly falling. Fortunately, a girl with short brown hair caught him just in time. 𝖜𝖍 paid them no mind and continued on her path. Suddenly, the boy let out a loud scream, causing her to glance back at him in confusion. She shrugged it off and entered the building marked with UA. She recalled 𝖍𝖎's instructions to find the room with the UA Hero Course exam orientation sign. After wandering the halls, she spotted a group entering a specific room and followed them inside. The room was dimly lit but filled with chatter among the students. She chose a free seat and placed her bag on her lap. Just then the lights in the center illuminated, drawing everyone's attention to the hero who stood there. Present Mike, the voice hero. He welcomed all the examinees with enthusiasm, declaring it a live performance. When he prompted the crowd to respond, silence filled the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. Undeterred, he continued, asking if everyone was ready, only to be met with more silence. 𝖜𝖍 noticed someone nearby muttering in admiration of the hero, but her focus quickly returned to present Mike. He explained that the practical exam would consist of a 10-minute mock battle in a city setting. As he gestured, the screen behind him displayed various practice centers. 𝖜𝖍 checked her card and noted she was assigned to Center B. Present Mike elaborated that there would be 3 types of virtual villains at each center, each worth different points when defeated. He emphasized the importance of not harming others or acting against the hero code. Suddenly, a blue-haired boy stood up with a question, holding a pamphlet that pointed out a misprint regarding the villain types. 𝖜𝖍 found his demeanor overly serious and tuned him out, resting her head on the table to disconnect from the surrounding noise. Laughter erupted from across the room, and she caught snippets of comments about someone needing to leave if they were just there for fun. Present Mike thanked the boy for his concern and clarified that the last villain type had 0 points, advising everyone to avoid them. After the boy returned to his seat, Present Mike concluded the orientation by sharing the school motto, wishing everyone good luck. 𝖜𝖍 once again tuned out, uninterested in the historical reference. Outside the practice center, which resembled a miniature city, 𝖜𝖍 observed her fellow examinees, some expressing shock at the realistic setup. She noticed the green-haired boy from earlier trembling with fear, but she quickly redirected her focus to the gate ahead. She thought to herself that she only needed 10 minutes. With a plan in mind, she had named her technique, slash and dash. Clutching her sword tightly, she felt confident that she could cut through the robot villains without expending too much energy, believing her quirk was unnecessary for this approach. As she prepared, she overheard the blue-haired boy speaking to the green-haired one, questioning his intentions. 𝖜𝖍 found it hard to believe he was accusing the boy of sabotage, and their exchange drew the attention of others nearby. With a dismissive tch, she turned her attention away from them just as the speakers announced the start of the exam. She sprinted into the practice center, leaving a cloud of dust behind her, while the other participants quickly followed suit, realizing the urgency. The green-haired boy remained hesitant, watching as they all rushed in. Counting in her head, 𝖜𝖍 slashed through the robot villains one by one, maintaining her momentum without pause. She noticed a one-pointer robot approaching the lanky greenette, who appeared terrified. Just as the robot was about to strike, the girl intervened, using her sheathed sword to strike it. The greenette stared at her in shock, muttering to himself in disbelief. The girl shot him a fierce glare, her eyes radiating a dangerous intensity, which only heightened his fear. She urged him to take action, her voice firm and commanding, causing him to flinch under her gaze. With the countdown echoing in the air, she expressed her frustration and moved on, leaving the boy behind. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he began to run in circles, desperate for points. As he scanned the area, he noticed that most of the robot villains had already been defeated. Meanwhile, 𝖜𝖍 had no trouble taking down the remaining foes, having lost count of her points, which she didn't care about anyway. The other examinees were performing admirably, some even competing for the chance to defeat the remaining robots. Among them, one boy looked on the verge of tears, clearly having missed out on the action. Suddenly the ground shook, drawing the attention of all the examinees. Their expressions shifted to shock as they spotted a colossal robot, towering over the buildings in the miniature city, advancing toward them. In a panic, the examinees scattered as the giant robot punched the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Some tripped and fell, unable to escape. Seeing this, 𝖍𝖍 sheathed her sword, returned her hair and eyes to their normal state, and rushed to help them, all while evading the giant robot. Once she found a safe spot, she set the two down and instructed them to stay put, emphasizing the danger outside. They nodded in understanding as she dashed back, spotting the lanky boy again along with another examinee whose leg was trapped under debris. She intended to rescue them both but realized the robot was getting too close for comfort. Gripping her sword tightly, she assessed the situation and made the difficult decision to retreat, prioritizing her safety and regrouping. Congratulations, young 𝖍𝖍. You've passed, ranking first in the practical exams with a total of 81 points. The camera zoomed in on her face. This is your hero academia. With that, the hologram vanished. She stood there, staring into the distance, unsure of what to do next. Passing meant her journey as a student and hero was just beginning. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. 𝖍𝖍, come out, I have something to show you. 𝖍𝖍's voice brought her back to reality. She opened the door to find him holding a paper bag. What is this, 𝖍𝖍-san? It's a phone. Pardon me? She asked, struggling to grasp the situation. She pulled out a rectangular box from the bag, looking at him with curiosity. He sighed. I know you might not want it, but I believe you need it. Whenever you need something, you can call me anytime. My number is already saved there. He watched as she examined the phone. I thank you for this, 𝖍𝖍-san, she said, bowing slightly. He huffed in response and turned to leave but paused to say, Congrats, by the way. The first day as a hero student didn't provide 𝖍𝖍 with the adrenaline rush she expected. In fact, she felt as stoic as she had a few months ago. Once she was ready, she noticed 𝖍𝖍 had already left. A sticky note on the refrigerator caught her attention. 𝖍𝖍, there's some food in the fridge if you haven't eaten yet. Just make sure you arrive before 8 a.m. She opened the fridge, letting out a sigh. Inside, she found pancakes, which she placed in the oven to reheat. When the timer pinged, she took them out and drizzled maple syrup over them. As she took a bite, she thought, it's surprisingly good. After finishing her meal, she walked to the doorway, remembering to grab her bag, phone, and sword, which she had permission to bring. She slipped on a pair of black Doc Martens and checked her reflection in the mirror, ensuring she looked presentable. Satisfied, she took her keys, opened the door and stepped out, locking it behind her. Unbeknownst to her, an eventful day awaited. Good morning. I'm 𝖍𝖍 from 𝖍𝖍 Private Academy. A blue-haired boy greeted her as he entered, extending his hand for a handshake. She studied him carefully, forming her first impression. A stuck-up snob, she thought. Despite her initial judgment, she shook his hand and introduced herself. 𝖍𝖍. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. After releasing his hand, she moved to find her seat. She chose a spot in the front row next to a boy with multiple arms and a mask covering his face. Behind her was an empty seat. She set her bag down and let her sword hang behind her chair, then took out her phone and earbuds, playing music to pass the time. As more students arrived, 𝖍𝖍 introduced himself to each one. Suddenly, the door swung open, causing her to look up. Good morning. I'm 𝖍𝖍. We'll be classmates for this year. Shut up, you four-eyed extra. The newcomer, a boy with spiky blonde hair and crimson eyes, walked in with an angry expression. 𝖍𝖍 quickly assessed him as someone with a superiority complex as he took a seat behind her, propping his feet on the table like a delinquent. 𝖍𝖍 rushed over, scolding him to remove his feet. The door opened again and she recognized the lanky green-haired boy from the entrance exam. So he passed, huh? Her attention drifted back to her phone, but she could still hear the argument between the two boys behind her. Don't you feel ashamed for the UA alumnus and the maker of this desk? 𝖍𝖍 exclaimed. No, I don't, the blonde boy replied with a mocking smirk. Sighing, 𝖍𝖍 focused on her game until someone tapped her shoulder. She looked up to see her seatmate with multiple arms. 𝖍𝖍-sensei told us to meet him out on the field. He also said to wear our P uniforms. She nodded in understanding. I see. Thank you. Shoji. Mizo Shoji, he introduced himself. She thanked him again as he left, prompting her to grab her P uniform and head to the changing rooms. As she walked, she thought, I wonder what 𝖍𝖍-san has planned for us. It's likely to be something intense. Little did she know she was right about the intensity. A quirk assessment test? Her classmates exclaimed, shocked that they were jumping straight into the assessment without any ceremony or orientation. "If you want to be a hero, you don't have time for that," 𝖍𝖎𝖈 replied. YN sighed at his typical response. After all, it was 𝖍𝖎𝖈. UA is known for its unrestricted style, and that goes for the teachers as well, he continued, glancing back at his students. "You've been doing this since middle school, right? Physical fitness tests without your quirks." "I didn't go to middle school though," she thought. He continued discussing the illogical averages and the laziness of the Ministry of Education when suddenly, her name was called. "Didn't Rai rank first in the practical exam?" All eyes turned to her as she looked up. She recalled the time when the hero had trained her, and it suddenly occurred to her that they had completed the physical assessment test. In response to his question about her last softball throw, she remembered the distance. 73 meters, she thought. He handed her a baseball and instructed her to stand in the middle of the circle. She could use her quirk as long as she remained within the circle. With a sense of urgency, he encouraged her to give it her all. Feeling a surge of power coursing through her arms, she focused as electricity crackled around her. As she pitched the ball, purple energy trailed behind it, creating a shockwave. The ball shot forward at an incredible speed, soaring far beyond the field. It quickly vanished from sight, but 𝖍𝖎𝖈's phone was still able to track its distance until it landed. "Know your maximum limit," he began as the tracker beeped. "It's the most logical way to form a hero's foundation." He displayed the distance to the class, and they were astonished by the result. 16,517.6 meters. The classroom erupted in cheers, excitement filling the air. A girl with pink hair exclaimed how fun it looked. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 then posed a challenging question, asking if anyone planned to become a hero within 3 years with such a carefree attitude. A wide smirk spread across his face. As he added that whoever scored the lowest in the 8 categories would be deemed hopeless and expelled. This revelation sent a wave of worry through the students. They wondered what would happen to those who ranked last. YN let out a sigh, realizing that while she knew he had a wild side, this was beyond her expectations. 𝖉𝖍𝖎 turned back and left, reflecting on the challenges ahead for her. He hoped she understood the weight of her journey. A loud crash echoed across the arena as the robot fell, all thanks to the green-headed boy. YN watched as he teetered on the brink of disaster. Without hesitation, she rushed to his falling body and caught him just before he hit the ground. She landed safely and then helped the brown-haired girl trapped under debris. She asked the girl if she was all right, to which the girl nodded. Suddenly, the brown-haired girl covered her mouth, and sparkles erupted from it, a clear indication of her quirk's drawbacks. YN turned her attention back to the boy, noticing his broken arm. Realizing he needed help, she decided to leave the two of them just as President Mike announced the end of the exam. With one last glance, she departed, feeling a strong desire to go home. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 stood on the other side of the door, sliding a letter under the crack. YN, who had been lying on her bed in silence, sat up and examined the cream-colored envelope. It had been a week since the exam. She was confident she had passed the written portion with flying colors and felt equally assured about her practical exam. Nevertheless, she stood up and retrieved the letter. Sitting at her vanity desk, she carefully removed the wax seal and discovered a small circular device inside. She placed it on the table and it activated on its own. A loud voice boomed, startling her as it announced, "I am on the screen now." Looking at the hologram, she was surprised to see none other than the #1 pro hero, 𝖍𝖎𝖈. She wondered what he was doing there. "You're curious about my presence, right, young YN? Well, I will be working at U.A. A hand appeared from the corner, urging him to wrap it up quickly. "All right, I got it," he said, looking back at her. He informed her that she had passed with flying colors, but she maintained a stoic expression. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 continued, revealing that she had achieved a perfect score on the written test and earned 56 practical points. "However, we did not only focus on your villain points," he added, causing her to raise an eyebrow. He displayed a list of the top 10 students, and she was astonished to see her name at the top. 1 YN Rai 5625. Welcome to the Hero Course of UA. Chapter 1, I'm the Best. The demonstration had ended, and now the 20 students of Class 1A were engaged in their tests, pushing themselves to their limits. YN stood ready for her first test, the 50-meter dash. She was paired with a boy who had black hair and unusual elbows. He looked at her and smiled broadly, introducing himself as 𝖼𝖎𝖎𝖈. He expressed his excitement to meet her, and she returned the sentiment, feeling a sense of camaraderie. As the signal to start rang out, both students sprinted forward. Zero activated his quirk, shooting tape from his elbows to gain speed, but YN was much faster. With electricity coursing through her, she completed the dash in an impressive 0.64 seconds. Zero finished shortly after at 4.73 seconds, scratching the back of his neck in disappointment but still managing a smile as YN gave him a thumbs up. Next was the grip strength test. YN focused as electricity flowed into her arms, gripping the device tightly. The result displayed 77 kilograms, which she considered to be a decent score. The third test was the standing long jump. YN stepped back using the same technique as before and leaped, clearing the sandbox with ease. The repeated side steps followed, but unsure of how to approach it, she decided to move on to the ball throw, completing it without much thought. As she observed her classmates, one student achieved an impressive score, thanks to their zero-gravity quirk. Her attention shifted to a boy with green hair, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, who seemed to be struggling. Katsuki Bakugu, the spiky blonde, made a comment about Midoriya being quirkless, which caught YN's interest. She recalled how he had previously managed to defeat a robot, raising questions about his abilities. As Midoriya prepared to throw the ball, he activated his quirk, but it only landed 46 meters away. YN felt a headache coming on as she watched, sensing the tension in the air. The teacher, Aizawa, returned to his position after giving Midoriya a stern reminder about the importance of using his quirk wisely. YN approached Aizawa, expressing her concern about his harshness. He acknowledged her point, stating that Midoriya needed to improve if he wanted to be a hero. Midoriya was given another chance, and this time he injured his index finger but remained determined. His resolve impressed YN, who noted that he had spirit. When the results were announced, Midoriya's score was only slightly lower than Bakugu's. Bakugu, unaware of Midoriya's quirk, reacted angrily, sparks of his power flickering in his palms as he attempted to confront him. Fortunately for Midoriya, Aizawa intervened, restraining Bakugu with his capture weapon. Bakugu expressed his frustration, and YN could sense the tension among her classmates as they processed the unfolding events. What a waste of an awesome quirk. They moved on to the next tests, which included the distance run, seated toe touch, and sit-ups. Unsurprisingly, YN passed them with ease. After everyone finished their tests, the teacher gathered them together to announce the results. He displayed a holographic list with their summed-up scores, stating it was a waste of time to explain further. YN saw her name at the very top once again next to the number 1. At this point, her consistent first-place ranking in all the tests left her feeling empty as she stared at the screen. One of her classmates exclaimed how cool it was that Risen ranked first again. YN turned to see it was the pink-haired girl from earlier. Right? That's so impressive. I got 9th though, a boy with red hair and sharp teeth added as they continued to chat. Her concern shifted to the green-haired boy, who unfortunately landed last. The talk of expulsion echoed in her mind, but her intuition reassured her that her guardian wouldn't expel him, bringing her a sense of relief. Her intuition had never been wrong. As if to confirm her thoughts, their teacher revealed that the expulsion talk was a lie, causing the students to look at him in disbelief. It was a logical lie to make you use your quirks fully, he explained, making YN sweat drop. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍. Of course it was a lie, a black-haired girl remarked. It's not that hard to figure out. This time, everyone looked at her in surprise, clearly not having figured it out as quickly as she had. We're done. The syllabus is in the classroom, so take a look at it, the teacher said as he walked away, handing Midoriya a pass to visit Recovery Girl. The day had ended and YN was packing her bags. Most of her classmates had already left, leaving her with a few others still in the room. She was about to leave when someone slammed their hands on her table, making her look up. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 extra. Stop taking my spot, the blonde boy yelled, nearly bursting her eardrums. She maintained her composure and looked at him blankly. What are you talking about, Bakugu-san? She asked, gathering her belongings and standing up to meet his gaze. He scoffed and yelled, the 𝖍𝖎𝖈 first place. You better step aside because that spot's mine, got that? With all the yelling she felt a headache creeping back, but she decided to provoke him further for fun. And what if I don't? He snarled, grabbing her collar roughly. You don't have a choice. I'm going to be the best no matter what. So you better back off or else. She stared into his eyes, seeing the anger and desire for superiority, but also something else that flashed before she could comprehend it. She sighed and subtly rolled her eyes, taking his wrist and making him let go. He glared at her, but she was unfazed as she walked past him, bumping shoulders as she did so. With that, she left the room, closing the door behind her. Bakugo stood there, fists clenched, as her whispered words lingered in his mind, getting under his skin. With a scoff, he threw his bag over his shoulder and left as well. Word of advice, Bakugo-san, if you want to be the best, why not try beating those at the top instead of threatening them? A loud voice boomed, making everyone's heads turn toward the door. Normally entering from the door. The door abruptly opened, and All Might entered in a dramatic fashion. Seeing him, the majority of the class gasped in adoration. It's All Might. Awesome. He's really a teacher here. That's his Silver Age costume, the frog girl pointed out, surprise evident in her tone. He's so impressive, I'm getting goosebumps over here. All Might stood in front of everyone, hands on his hips, announcing that he would be teaching hero basics. The class listened intently as he explained that different types of training would be conducted, noting that this class had the most units. YN could only look at him, her eyes clearly showing her boredom. She propped her face on her hand, letting her mind drift as he flexed his muscles in front of them, making it clear she didn't care. Today we'll start with this, he said, revealing a card that read, Battle? Battle training. YN could feel the excitement of the person sitting behind her as soon as the hero mentioned it. Along with that is this, he pointed to the wall, revealing a hidden compartment. The costumes made according to your requests and quirk registration that you sent in. Her classmates became even more excited at the thought of having All Might as their teacher and showing off their costumes. With a smile permanently plastered on the hero's face, he instructed them to meet him at ground beta once they had changed. YN stood up from her seat, staring at her case deeply. Bakugo, standing behind her, smirked. I can't wait to beat you, lifeless girl. She snapped out of her trance and turned to look at him, unfazed by his statement. We'll see, Bakugo-san, she replied. As she walked out of the dark tunnel, the girl felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her classmates were ahead, and as All Might saw their figures getting closer, he remarked that appearances were important. He reminded them that from that day forward they were heroes. Her costume featured a Japanese motif, consisting of a black strappy top with a high neckline and intricate cutouts, complemented by a choker. She wore a white and purple jacket with long sleeves reminiscent of a kimono, and an asymmetrical flowing cape that draped elegantly from her shoulders. Her lower attire consisted of high-waisted black shorts with hints of purple, along with black boots, one reaching her thigh and the other below her knee, and gloves. Accessories included a silver belt, a purple shoulder guard, and a chain around her left wrist. Not to mention her odachi was secured at her side. As she designed her costume, she paid attention to small yet significant details, ensuring the fabric was resistant to fire, electricity, shock, and water, and could withstand rips and tears. Observing her classmates, she noted their flashy costumes. Ida resembled a robot, while some of the girls wore outfits that revealed quite a bit of skin. One boy covered his entire left side, which she found peculiar. She noticed one classmate was missing but chose not to dwell on it. All Might beamed at them, expressing how great they looked and declaring it was time to begin. The girl felt a bead of sweat form at his unusual choice of words. She then noticed Midoriya and Uraraka chatting and complimenting each other's costumes. What caught her attention was how Midoriya's outfit bore a striking resemblance to their pro-hero instructor. As All Might announced the start of battle training, Ida raised his hand to inquire if they would be battling in the same city as before. All Might replied that they would be 2 steps ahead, explaining that while many think villain battles occur outdoors, more villains actually operate indoors, engaging in activities like imprisonment and backroom deals. He emphasized that clever villains prefer to stay hidden. He announced that they would be divided into hero and villain teams for a 2 versus 2 battle. When a classmate questioned the lack of basic training, All Might firmly stated that this class was meant to teach them the fundamentals. He assured them there would be no robots to destroy this time. As questions flooded in from the students, All Might pulled out a piece of paper to read from, which bored the girl. She found herself staring off into space as he explained the activity. Heroes would capture villains or vice versa. He explained that opponents would be chosen randomly. Ida noted that it was common for professionals to team up with heroes from other agencies, realizing that All Might was thinking ahead for them. He bowed deeply, apologizing for any misunderstanding. With enthusiasm, All Might declared it was time to begin, and everyone started drawing lots to determine their partners. The teams were announced. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Mizo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. Team C, Minoru Mineta and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Koji Koda and Rikido Sato. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Masahiro Ojiro and YN Rai. Team J, Hantashiro and Eijiro Kirishima. The girl turned to the boy standing beside her, introducing herself as they discovered they were partners. He smiled and extended his hand for a shake, and she reciprocated, nodding in agreement to do their best together. All Might then announced the first two competitors, drawing lots from two boxes. He raised his hand, revealing the letters D and A. Team A would be the heroes, while Team D would take on the role of villains. The rest of the class was instructed to head to the monitor room. As she followed the crowd, she glanced back at the two pairs, sensing a tension between them. Midoriya and Bakugo faced off, a battle between two former friends. As YN made her way to the monitor room, she wondered who would emerge victorious, the one with the explosive quirk or the one with the unpredictable ability. The future held many possibilities for this match. The practice indoor battle began, announced by All Might through the speakers. Midoriya and Uraraka decided to infiltrate the building by entering through the window. The two heroes remained alert as they navigated the dark hallway. Suddenly, Bakugo launched a surprise attack on Midoriya mid-air, catching both heroes off guard. Midoriya managed to evade the attack, shielding Uraraka from harm as well. YN watched intently from the screen. Her classmates noted Bakugo's surprise attack, with one of them commenting that it was unfair and unmanly. Sighing, YN explained that life was filled with unfairness. In a real battle, surprise attacks were to be expected as part of a well-crafted strategy. Heroes needed to anticipate the unexpected. As she returned her attention to the screen, Bakugo prepared for another strike, but Midoriya tackled him, leaving the explosive blonde astonished. With all his strength, Midoriya threw Bakugo over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. The room fell silent, jaws dropping in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. The two boys seemed to be communicating, but without audio the students could only speculate. A red-haired student asked what Bakugo was saying, and the teacher clarified that he was speaking to his teammate through the radio, which included the blueprint and capture tape. The teacher explained that wrapping the tape around an opponent indicated capture. With a 15-minute time limit and the heroes unaware of the weapon's location, the odds were stacked against them. A pink-haired student pointed out the disadvantage, but another student confidently stated that a hero could turn any situation around. He then shouted the school motto, prompting the others to join in, leaving YN thinking that her class was quite peculiar. Just then, Bakugo made his move again, using his explosions to propel himself and kick Midoriya. The green-haired boy quickly evaded, blocking the attack with his arms. What Bakugo didn't realize was that Midoriya was wrapping his leg with capture tape. As Bakugo attacked, Midoriya countered with his own explosive moves. YN continued to observe their movements, analyzing their strategies. Midoriya was doing well to dodge Bakugo's attacks, knowing that using his quirk recklessly could lead to failure, especially since he was still mastering it. However, she sensed that this battle would not end well. After the intense battle, All Might announced the results, declaring the hero team as the winners. The students in the monitor room were stunned, trying to comprehend the outcome. The losers were unscathed while the winners struggled to move. Midoriya was seen being carried to the infirmary by small robots, while Bakugo appeared flustered until the teacher calmed him down. YN was curious about the interaction between the two boys. Moments later, the four participants returned, with Midoriya still in the infirmary. All Might then revealed that the MVP was 𝖍𝖎𝖈, surprising everyone. The frog girl asked why the MVP wasn't one of the winners, and the teacher posed the question to the class. A black-haired girl pointed out that 𝖍𝖎𝖈 had adapted best to the setting, explaining that Bakugo's actions were driven by personal motives, Midoriya's plan was reckless, and Uraraka had been too careless in her final move. As the girl spoke, YN tuned her out, feeling exhausted and indifferent to the analysis. She acknowledged that the girl's observations were accurate. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 had played his role effectively, prepared to do whatever it took to safeguard the weapon. With a shift in focus, All Might announced the start of round 2. YN noticed that Bakugo looked as if he had seen a ghost. She was about to approach him when All Might declared that Team B and Team I would be training next. Team B would be the heroes and Team I would be the villains. Looking around for Ojiro, YN spotted him giving her a thumbs up, mouthing encouragement. She nodded back, gripping her odachi tightly. The pairs left the monitor room and headed to the practice building. Once YN and Ojiro arrived, they made their way to the floor where the weapon was located. As they walked, 𝖍𝖍 studied the building's structure, her fingertips brushing against the walls. They continued until they found the weapon and prepared for the upcoming battle, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The building was encased in ice and the villains were trapped within it. The round had barely just started, but now they were stuck. It was a frustrating situation. 𝖍𝖍 quickly channeled her lightning, breaking free from the ice's grip. She stomped her feet, directing the energy towards her partner, freeing him from his icy prison. She assured him that she had a plan and instructed him to guard the bomb while she took care of the villains. With that, she set off. As 𝖍𝖍 walked through the quiet halls, her footsteps were as silent as a mouse. Suddenly, she heard a clank followed by heavy footsteps. Closing her eyes, she focused on locating the source of the sound. Bingo! In an instant, she teleported to the location of her opponent, coming face to face with a boy whose body was partially covered in fake ice. Reacting quickly, she drew her sword from its scabbard and struck him on his side. The boy responded with a flurry of icicles aimed at her, which struck the wall with a loud crash. 𝖍𝖍 deftly dodged the attack, preparing for her next move. She plunged her sword into the ground, sending an electric current racing toward him. He was unable to evade the surge of electricity coursing through him, causing him to drop to his knees. With his palms pressed against the floor, he unleashed an ice wave in her direction, hoping to ensnare her. The shock of the electricity faded, allowing him to rise again. However, just as he approached the ice, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his neck, and darkness enveloped him. Standing behind his immobilized form, 𝖍𝖍 watched as he collapsed to the ground. She had successfully dodged his attack and struck a pressure point to temporarily paralyze him. Taking capture tape from her pocket, she secured his wrists. The announcement of victory echoed in her earpiece. She informed her team that she had captured one of the villains and instructed them to return. Looking back at the boy, she pressed a few points on his body, causing him to jolt awake, eyes wide in surprise. It was good to see that he hadn't been harmed. He turned to meet her gaze, recalling the events that had transpired. With a frustrated click of his tongue and clenched fists, he staggered to his feet and walked away, leaving 𝖍𝖍 behind. She sighed at his retreat but decided to follow him. The battle training had finally concluded, and teams gathered at the entrance of the city replica to discuss the day's events. All Might praised everyone for their efforts, but many in the class felt that the lesson following their homeroom teachers was somewhat anticlimactic. Conducting a decent lesson was their choice, the teacher insisted, and 𝖍𝖍 could have sworn she saw him glow with enthusiasm. He then announced that he needed to give feedback to 𝖜𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 and dashed away at incredible speed, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. All Might was truly impressive, many remarked, but some wondered why he was in such a hurry. With a sigh, 𝖍𝖍 quietly left the scene to change out of her costume. As she made her way to the changing rooms, she heard an unfamiliar voice call her name from behind. Turning around, she saw the boy she had fought earlier. What was his name again? She asked if he needed anything, but he glared at her intensely. He warned her not to get in his way, which only confused her further. First, there was the explosive blonde, and now this one. What was with guys these days? Not understanding his meaning, she replied, which only intensified his glare. He pointed out that he had seen her performance during the assessment test and noted that she had ranked first. He began to walk towards her, but she stood her ground, meeting his gaze defiantly. After observing her quirk in action, he concluded that she wasn't as special as she seemed. She had merely gotten lucky that day. He vowed that next time they fought, he would ensure his victory. With that, he brushed past her on his way to change. She couldn't help but respond, reminding him that the last time they faced off, she had won while he had lost. This caused him to stop, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. She approached him, her footsteps growing louder. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she advised him not to start a fight he couldn't finish. With a feigned smile, she assured him that she had no intention of getting in his way. Then she walked away, leaving him standing alone in the hallway. He vowed to defeat her next time, determined to make it happen. A crowd of reporters gathered at the entrance of UA, moving their microphones toward the students who were simply trying to go about their day. Among them was 𝖍𝖍, who felt overwhelmed as she navigated through the throng. The reporters pressed her with questions about All Might's new role as a teacher, but she had little interest in their inquiries. She remained silent, focusing on getting past them without causing a scene. Finally breaking free from the crowd, she sighed in relief as the reporters were unable to follow her through the gate. Her day had barely begun, and she was already feeling the weight of their intrusion. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice called out, asking about a recent incident involving slime. 𝖍𝖍 recognized the aggressive blonde, 𝖍𝖎, pushing his way through the crowd. When he noticed her, his expression darkened, and he quickened his pace toward the school entrance. Determined to catch up, 𝖍𝖍 placed a hand on his shoulder, only to have him snap at her to remove it. She quickly complied, asking if he was okay. His response was sharp, dismissing her concern. She sighed, noting that he seemed more irritable than usual. As they walked to their classroom, 𝖍𝖎 continued to ignore her, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. 𝖍𝖍 decided not to press him further, thinking that he would likely explode if she did. In the classroom, 𝖍𝖎 addressed the students while reviewing their battle training footage. Some received praise, while others were given constructive criticism. The atmosphere shifted when he announced that they needed to choose a class representative. The tension in the room lifted, and excitement filled the air as students began to express their desire for the role. 𝖍𝖍 rested her head on her palm, feeling indifferent about the responsibility. The noise escalated as students called out to be considered for the position. 𝖍𝖍, ever the voice of authority, called for silence and reminded everyone of the responsibilities that came with being a representative. He emphasized the importance of trust and suggested they settle the matter through voting. 𝖍𝖍 felt skeptical, questioning how they could trust each other after just meeting. She noted that most would likely vote for themselves, and 𝖍𝖍 insisted that the candidate with the most votes would be the best choice. He turned to 𝖍𝖎 for confirmation, who simply told them to proceed as they wished. As the voting commenced, 𝖍𝖍 contemplated her options. She considered 𝖍𝖍 but found him a bit too rigid. After some thought, she wrote down the name of another classmate and submitted her ballot. When the results were announced, she was surprised to see her name had received 1 vote. In the back of the room, 𝖍𝖍 expressed his disappointment at receiving 0 votes, having been so eager for the role. 𝖍𝖎 announced that 𝖜𝖍𝖎 would be the president, with 𝖍𝖎𝖎 as vice president. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 appeared bewildered by his unexpected win, while 𝖍𝖎𝖎 maintained her calm demeanor, ready to take on the responsibilities ahead. It was finally lunchtime and everyone was in the cafeteria to eat. 𝖍𝖍 had her tray filled with 𝖍𝖎 and was searching for a place to sit. The cafeteria was packed, making it difficult for her to find an empty table. She noticed her classmates had already settled down, but she hesitated to approach them, thinking it would be a hassle to start a conversation. Thankfully, she spotted an empty area and took a seat, placing her tray down and splitting her chopsticks before beginning her meal, remembering to express her gratitude for the food. As 𝖍𝖍 enjoyed her meal in solitude, someone approached her table. To her surprise, it was one of her classmates with purple hair and earphone jacks dangling from her earlobes. She recognized her as 𝖍𝖎. 𝖍𝖎 asked if she could sit there, and 𝖍𝖍 nodded in response. 𝖍𝖎 smiled and thanked her before taking a seat across from her. They both ate quietly until 𝖍𝖎 broke the silence. "My name's 𝖍𝖎, by the way. Sorry if I'm disturbing you. There aren't any other seats available since the cafeteria is full." Putting down her bowl and chopsticks, 𝖍𝖍 smiled back. "It's fine, don't worry, 𝖍𝖎-san. I'm 𝖍𝖍. It's a pleasure to meet you. You too, 𝖍𝖎-san." A conversation blossomed between them, with 𝖍𝖎 sharing stories while 𝖍𝖍 listened and chimed in occasionally. 𝖍𝖍 felt comfortable around 𝖍𝖎, despite their recent introduction. Though she hadn't come to school to make friends, she found herself willing to make an exception for this girl. 𝖍𝖎, on the other hand, had initially thought 𝖍𝖍 was distant and intimidating, especially since she was one of the strongest students in their class. However, after talking face to face, 𝖍𝖎 realized that 𝖍𝖍 was much more approachable than she had assumed. "𝖍𝖎-san, do you listen to music?" 𝖍𝖎 asked. With a raised brow, 𝖍𝖍 replied, "Sometimes." Why? 𝖍𝖎 pulled out her phone, searching for something before showing it to 𝖍𝖍. "Cigarettes after SEC? That sounds pretty interesting. What's that?" 𝖍𝖎 dramatically gasped, slamming her hand on the table. "You haven't heard of them?" 𝖍𝖍 shook her head, indicating she hadn't. 𝖍𝖎 sat back down and took out her earphones, plugging them into her phone. "You should listen to them. I think you'd like it," she said, offering one of the earbuds to 𝖍𝖍, who hesitated before accepting it. They both put the earbuds in and 𝖍𝖎 pressed play. The soft tune filled the air, accompanied by the gentle beat of the drums and the singer's soothing voice. 𝖍𝖍 found herself enjoying the song. It was romantic and filled with a sense of longing, a refreshing change from her usual music choices. Just then, a loud alarm pierced the atmosphere, interrupting their moment. "What's going on?" 𝖍𝖍 wondered aloud. "Security has been breached. All students evacuate to the rooftop," came the announcement. They quickly removed their earbuds and looked around, noticing that everyone was standing up and leaving in a hurry. 𝖍𝖍 spotted a familiar face in the crowd, frantically searching for an exit. She reached out, grabbing �ဣ𝖍𝖈's wrist to stop him. �ဣ𝖍𝖈-san, what's happening? Cries-san. �ဣ𝖍𝖈-san. Someone broke into the campus. We need to evacuate now, he exclaimed before rushing off. 𝖍𝖍 and 𝖍𝖈 exchanged worried glances. Holding on to each other, 𝖍𝖈 urged 𝖍𝖍 to follow her as they joined the throng of students. The chaos of pushing and shoving began to frustrate 𝖍𝖍. Despite 𝖍𝖈's grip, she felt as if she might slip away at any moment. The panic in the air was palpable, and students were starting to fall as the crowd surged forward. 𝖍𝖍 hated the feeling of being trapped. Suddenly she was shoved against a window, her face pressed against the glass. 𝖍𝖈 lost her hold on her, but 𝖍𝖍 was too focused on something outside. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a mysterious figure lurking behind a tree, dressed in dark clothing. It raised alarm bells in her mind. What were they doing out there? If someone had broken in, could this person be a lookout? Everyone, it's all right, a loud voice called out, drawing 𝖍𝖍's attention. She turned to see �ဣ𝖍, awkwardly positioned above the exit sign. The crowd paused, curious about his announcement. It's just the press. There's no need to panic. This is �ဣ𝖍𝖈. Let's act in a way that reflects this prestigious school. Hearing his words, the students began to calm down. However, 𝖍𝖍 still felt uneasy. If it was just the press, then who was that figure she had seen? She lowered her gaze, her mind racing with thoughts about the potential consequences of overlooking such an important detail. Her thoughts were interrupted when she felt a hand on her shoulder. 𝖍𝖍-san, are you okay? You heard him, right? It's just the press, 𝖍𝖈 said, concern etched on her face. 𝖍𝖍 sighed, trying to reassure her. Yes, I'm fine. Let's just go back to class now. With that, the two of them made their way back, one feeling anxious and the other concerned. 𝖍𝖍 couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, hoping it wasn't what she feared it might be. Unbeknownst to her, it likely was. A white hybrid animal stood in front of the broken barrier, a few faculty members just behind it, looking at the scene with concern. Someone had plotted this. Either something wicked had entered or they were declaring war. Chapter end. Just who we were looking for. The Erasure hero addressed the class, announcing that today's Hero Basics class would be handled by him and another teacher, which earned surprised looks from the students. 𝖍𝖎 raised his hand and asked what they would be doing. 𝖍𝖎 responded by showing the class a familiar card, this time with rescue written on it. They would be doing rescue training, which excited most of the class. Rescue was an important part of a hero's work, especially since it involved saving civilians from the dangers of nature and the community. Students began chattering excitedly about what was to come. 𝖍𝖎 raised his hand to quiet them down, reminding them of his usual demeanor. He explained that they had the option to wear their costumes or not, as some could limit their movement. He opened the compartment containing their hero costumes and informed them that the training area was far away, so they would need to take the bus. He left the students to prepare for the activity. 𝖍𝖍 stood up from her seat, heading to get her case and change. 𝖍𝖈 approached her, striking up a conversation. She asked if 𝖍𝖍 was going to wear her costume. 𝖍𝖍 nodded, feeling that wearing her costume would suit the day's activity. She grabbed her case and waited for 𝖍𝖈 to get hers as well. Seeing 𝖍𝖍 waiting, 𝖍𝖈 stood in front of her and waved her hand near 𝖍𝖍's face, urging her to hurry up and get changed. �ဣ𝖍 blew a whistle loudly, gaining the attention of his classmates who were conversing. He instructed Class 1A to gather and line up in 2 rows for a smooth entry onto the bus. After the recent incident with a breach, �ဣ𝖍 had decided it was best to have �ဣ𝖍 as the class representative, believing he could manage the situation well. Now, �ဣ𝖍 was fulfilling his role diligently, but he felt disappointed when he realized the bus had a different seating arrangement. On the way to the training area, everyone sat wherever they liked. 𝖍𝖍 chose a seat at the back next to Todoroki. The two barely exchanged words during the ride, with Todoroki sleeping and 𝖍𝖍 sitting straight with her eyes closed, listening to the chatter around her. Up front, the group was discussing their quirks. 𝖍𝖈 initiated the conversation by pointing out �ဣ𝖍's destructive quirk and how similar it was to All Might's. 𝖍𝖎 Kirishima chimed in, noting that All Might didn't get hurt when he used his quirk. He expressed that while his own quirk was good for close combat, it felt plain in comparison. The conversation continued, and 𝖍𝖍 began to feel drowsy, finding the discussion on quirks rather boring. She sighed and tuned out the noise. Suddenly, she perked up when her name was mentioned. The group pointed out that Bakugo wouldn't be popular because of his personality, which angered him. Bakugo lashed out, declaring that their personalities were terrible. 𝖍𝖍 couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle at his comment, which caught Bakugo's attention. He yelled at her, demanding to know what she was laughing at. 𝖍𝖍 replied that she found his comment accurate, which only riled him up further. Bakugo threatened to beat her up, small explosions forming in his palms as he glared at her. However, 𝖍𝖍 noticed a hint of embarrassment in his expression. Aizawa intervened, reminding Bakugo that such behavior was not very heroic. As they neared their destination, Aizawa instructed them to settle down, signaling that they were almost there. 𝖍𝖍 stepped off the bus, standing beside Jiraiya as she gazed up at the glass dome building. There, she spotted someone in an astronaut suit, which drew surprised looks from her classmates. She expressed her excitement, her voice carrying a hint of static. Curious, 𝖍𝖍 leaned closer to Jiraiya and asked who the figure was. Jiraiya explained that it was the space hero, 13, who specialized in rescue work perfect for their training. The girl with HC hair nodded in understanding. 13 gestured for the class to enter the facility, and as they stepped inside, their faces lit up with a mix of excitement and disbelief. It truly felt like Universal Studios Japan. 13 announced that she had built the center to prepare future heroes for any disaster or accident, calling it the Ultimate Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Meanwhile, a man in black approached another teacher, whispering about the absence of the number 1 hero, who was supposed to be teaching alongside them. 13 raised 3 fingers, and 𝖍𝖍 observed the exchange with curiosity. Despite the low volume of their conversation, her heightened hearing allowed her to catch snippets of their discussion. She wondered what the 3 fingers signified. 13 then began to address the class, stating that before they started, she had a few important things to share. She explained her quirk, Black Hole, which could absorb anything and turn it to ash. While it was useful in emergencies, it also had the potential to be deadly. This revelation startled some of the students. She emphasized that many of them possessed quirks that could be dangerous if misused. In this class, they would learn to HR and assess their abilities to save others, not to harm them. Her inspiring words resonated with the students, who cheered in response. Just then, Aizawa attempted to speak, but the lights flickered and the facility plunged into darkness. The power was becoming unstable, and a strange purple mist began to warp the space around them. 𝖍𝖍 stood ready, her sword drawn, confused by the unexpected turn of events. A hand emerged from the mist, followed by a shadowy figure, prompting Aizawa to command the students to stay together. 13 was instructed to protect them. Panic spread among the students as they realized they were under attack. Fear gripped them, paralyzing their movements. They were still learning how to be heroes, and now they faced real villains. It felt unjust, life often was. A voice emerged from the mist, revealing that the villains had come for All Might, who was absent. As the mist began to dissipate, a figure with multiple hands appeared, raising alarm bells in 𝖍𝖍's mind. She recognized him as the ringleader. The villain taunted the group, suggesting that he might resort to violence to draw All Might out. 𝖍𝖍 felt an unsettling gaze directed at her, filled with an intent she couldn't quite grasp, but it felt ominous. The villain's words suggested that she was also a target, and she exchanged a knowing look with her homeroom teacher, who braced himself for a confrontation. Determined to stand her ground, 𝖍𝖍 couldn't shake the question from her mind: what could these villains possibly want from her? They were foolish to break into a hero school, Kirishima thought, observing the group of villains approaching. Though fear gripped them, they maintained a facade of confidence, convincing themselves that everything was under control. Yaoyorozu, in a frantic tone, questioned whether there were trespassing sensors. 13 confirmed there were, but her uncertainty was palpable. The Fire and Ice user then asked if the villains had only appeared in their area or if they had infiltrated the entire school. He paused, contemplating the situation. It was clear they must have had someone guide them in without triggering the alarms. With the power out, it was likely they had taken control of the facility's power source. From what 𝖍𝖍 had gathered, their goal was All Might. They had even gone to the trouble of obtaining a copy of his schedule, indicating that these villains had come well prepared. Her classmates exchanged worried glances at her insights. Aizawa approached the space hero, instructing her to start evacuating and to contact the school. He warned that the villains might interfere with the signal again. He then called Kaminari, asking him to use his quirk to alert the school. Concerned, a classmate questioned if Aizawa would fight alone, noting that his method was to erase and capture. If he intended to engage in close combat, it could be dangerous. Aizawa replied sternly that heroes needed more than one trick, silencing the greenette. He instructed 13 to take care of the students before he descended to confront the villains directly. 𝖍𝖍 struggled to refrain from joining the fight. Despite her strength surpassing that of her classmates combined, she knew she had to hold back. Aizawa's gaze urged her not to engage, and she understood that in the hero industry, taking a life was unacceptable. The thought that the villains could end up dead if she fought weighed heavily on her mind. She thought about Aizawa's limitations. While he could erase quirks temporarily, prolonged combat would eventually take its toll on him. Watching him battle at the bottom of the facility, she felt a mix of confidence in his abilities and concern for his stamina. 13 shouted for the students to evacuate the facility and call for reinforcements. 𝖍𝖍 hesitated, wanting to witness more of the battle, but Jiraiya grabbed her wrist, urging her to leave. Together they joined the crowd in their escape. Suddenly, a swirling purple mist erupted on the ground, halting their progress. "I won't let you leave," it declared, expanding ominously. The mist introduced itself as part of the League of Villains, stating their intent to have All Might take his last breath. 𝖍𝖍 scoffed at the villain's politeness, even as it turned its attention toward her, suggesting she would be a valuable asset to their league. The class stood on high alert, ready to defend themselves. The mist continued, expressing its disappointment that All Might was not present, but it had come for something else. As it spread, 13 prepared to use her quirk. However, Bakugo and Kirishima charged at the villain, surprising everyone. An explosion erupted, filling the area with black smoke. "Did you think we wouldn't destroy you first?" Kirishima shouted. 𝖍𝖍 thought to herself that they had blinded themselves with their reckless attack. The mist, seemingly unfazed, remarked on the students' potential. "Despite being students, you're all gifted. Move away, you two," someone shouted. The mist then declared its intent to scatter and defeat them all. It enveloped the class, creating a powerful wind that threatened to lift them off their feet. While some managed to escape the mist, the majority were pulled into it, transported to different areas of the facility. Unfortunately, 𝖍𝖍 was among those transported. She felt herself falling as the portal released her. Water stretched out before her and she braced for impact, but instead, a long pink rope secured her waist, pulling her toward a ship. To her surprise, it was her froggy classmate 𝖍𝖎 along with two boys. 𝖍𝖎 gently placed 𝖍𝖍 down on the ship's floor. Grateful, 𝖍𝖍 thanked her, to which 𝖍𝖎 replied with a smile, encouraging her to call her Tsuyu. Looking around, 𝖍𝖎 noted that their situation was dire. Midoriya analyzed their predicament, realizing that the villains had meticulously planned their attack based on All Might's schedule. 𝖍𝖍 felt disinterested, having already grasped the seriousness of the situation. But there's no way they can kill All Might. He can easily defeat them, a small boy with purple hair protested, throwing punches in the air. 𝖍𝖍 regarded him with a critical eye, aware that the students idolized All Might for his past heroics. Yet, she understood that he was still human, and there was always a possibility of defeat in battle. 𝖍𝖎 pointed out that the villains' extreme measures suggested they believed they could kill him. Midoriya looked at her, as if realizing the implications of her words. Villains with immense power had just declared their intent to defeat them. The girl felt a chill of fear as she considered the situation. She approached Midoriya, concerned about the frog girl's unsettling words. His constant complaining was starting to get on her nerves. They were facing a dire threat, and he seemed more focused on whining than confronting the reality of their situation. She firmly told him to stop, emphasizing that Tsuyu was right. These were not ordinary villains. They had meticulously planned their attack, aiming to eliminate All Might and potentially them as well. She urged him to look around and realize the gravity of their predicament. Her words silenced him, and he listened, finally understanding the seriousness of their situation. 𝖍𝖎 glanced behind her, and 𝖍𝖍 readied herself once more. Villains emerged from the water, announcing their intent to attack. The grape-haired boy yelled in panic, overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes. Villains swam closer, preparing to strike. The HC-haired girl observed the unfolding chaos, noticing Midoriya lost in thought. She urged him to focus, reminding him that they were under attack. Suddenly he spoke up, drawing the attention of the others. He proposed that if the villains had a plan to eliminate All Might, they needed to act swiftly to thwart it. With determination he declared that they would fight and win. As the three students looked down at the water, one of them was acting rather petulantly. Midoriya assessed the situation carefully, wondering if their opponents had chosen their members with this facility in mind. The others confirmed that the villains had indeed gathered information and prepared meticulously. 𝖍𝖍 sighed, recognizing that while these villains were foolish, they were not without intelligence. They had ensured their group had an advantage in the water, but they overlooked one crucial detail. 𝖍𝖎 was a literal frog. She could adapt to both land and water, clearly giving her the upper hand in combat. The sword-bearer also noted that her classmates might be scattered throughout the facility, which meant they were all randomly displaced. If the villains had known their quirks beforehand, they likely would have placed them in locations that would disadvantage them. Seeing 𝖍𝖎 in a water-dominated area indicated that their quirks remained unknown to the villains and vice versa. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 shared this insight, which made 𝖍𝖎 perk up. If the villains had known about her frog abilities, they would have thrown her into a fire zone. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 agreed, pointing out that they had been scattered and the villains planned to attack them with their numbers. For newcomers like them, the only way to win was to keep their quirks hidden. 𝖍𝖎 mentally applauded 𝖜𝖍𝖎 for his quick critical thinking. He had a talent for analysis and strategizing against the villains. After he pointed it out, she noticed the distance between their group and the villains, who were not climbing onto the boat to attack. Perhaps they were waiting for the heroes to strike first, using that opportunity to learn about their quirks. 𝖍𝖎 began to explain her quirk, detailing her physical abilities and bodily functions. When she mentioned that she secreted toxic mucus, the boy with the purple hair reacted strangely, making 𝖍𝖎 feel disgusted and slowly move away from him. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 acknowledged 𝖍𝖎's strength and then explained his own quirk, which granted him super strength but came with the risk of injury. He described it as a double-edged sword. 𝖍𝖎 then revealed his quirk, demonstrating how he could produce sticky ball from his head, which would regenerate but caused him to bleed if overused. 𝖍𝖎 thought to herself how utterly useless his quirk seemed and wondered how he had even passed the entrance exam. They exchanged unimpressed glances with him, prompting him to wail about waiting for the heroes to arrive since he felt his quirk was not useful for battle. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 attempted to calm him down, but 𝖍𝖎 turned to 𝖍𝖎, asking about her quirk. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when the ship was attacked by a massive wave of water shaped like a hand. The group staggered as the boat broke apart, water rushing in. The villains taunted them, reveling in their power. In a panic, 𝖍𝖎 began throwing his great ball into the water, prompting 𝖜𝖍𝖎 to try to stop him. However, 𝖍𝖎 grabbed his cape and threw him against the ship's wall with force. He protested, asking what that was for, and she reprimanded him, insisting he needed to get his act together. 𝖍𝖎 bluntly questioned 𝖍𝖎 if he had truly enrolled to become a hero, which made 𝖍𝖎 admire her straightforwardness even more. 𝖍𝖎 continued to complain about their predicament, prompting 𝖍𝖎 to hit him on the back of the neck, silencing him and causing him to slump to the ground. The other two stared at her and she shrugged it off, feeling justified in her actions. He had been getting annoying. 𝖍𝖎 decided it was best to let her classmates handle the villains, so she remained on the sinking ship, waiting for the right moment to act. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 leaped into the water, releasing a shockwave from his hands that created a massive whirlpool. The villains caught in the water were pulled into the swirling vortex. Just as 𝖜𝖍𝖎 was about to fall in, he called out the girls' names in desperation. At that moment, 𝖍𝖎, carrying 𝖍𝖎 in her arms, jumped as high as she could, using her tongue to grab him by the waist. Taking advantage of the distraction, 𝖍𝖎 leaped off as well, channeling her lightning into her sword and flicking it toward the center of the whirlpool. The energy spread across the surface of the water, incapacitating the villains in the process. 𝖍𝖎 remarked that they had cleared the first hurdle for now. Her long jump had directed the three of them into a safer area, with 𝖍𝖎 just behind her. She praised them for their impressive teamwork. The group had already evacuated to a secure location, the villains immobilized from their attack. As they made their way to dry land, three of them, 𝖍𝖎 having regained consciousness, began strategizing their next move. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 winced in pain, realizing that the fingers he had used in the attack were injured. He reassured the group, clutching his wrist to ease the discomfort. He suggested that calling for help should be their priority and pointed toward the direction of the USJ entrance, planning their escape while avoiding the plaza. 𝖍𝖎 agreed, noting that 𝖍𝖎-sensei was keeping most of the enemies contained within the plaza. The sounds of fighting from that direction caught their attention. 𝖍𝖎 felt a surge of anxiety as she gripped her sword tightly. Her guardian was fighting alone against a seemingly endless number of villains. If he continued like this, he might not hold out much longer. Determined, 𝖍𝖎 began to walk toward the plaza, water splashing around her. This caught the attention of the others, who looked at her in shock. She stated that 𝖍𝖎-sensei wouldn't last long and that they needed to act before it was too late. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 clenched his unbroken hand into a fist, contemplating his next move. He expressed his desire to help 𝖍𝖎, emphasizing that the teacher was fighting not just because he could, but because he wanted to protect them. Now they found themselves hiding beneath a small cliffside, watching the scene unfold in the plaza. Villains lay on the ground while 𝖍𝖎 physically engaged those who remained standing. He skillfully used his capture weapon to group them together and strike them all at once, but it was clear he was starting to tire. Suddenly, a villain with multiple hands all over his body charged toward 𝖍𝖎. The teacher threw his weapon and the blue-haired villain caught it, both of them running at each other. The villain attempted to grab 𝖍𝖎, but the teacher pulled back, striking him in the gut with an elbow. The three students watched in awe as 𝖍𝖎 landed a hit, but 𝖍𝖎 felt a growing sense of unease. The villain had managed to grab 𝖍𝖎's elbow, and the teacher's quirk deactivated as his hair fell down. The villain's power activated, and 𝖍𝖎 winced in pain as the hand that held his elbow began to decay. The sight shocked the three students. 𝖍𝖎 retaliated with his free hand, knocking the blue-haired man down. Seizing the opportunity, 𝖍𝖎 attempted to escape, but the minions surrounded him. The blue-haired villain taunted 𝖍𝖎, noting that his quirk was designed for short fights after a surprise attack. Unable to watch any longer, 𝖍𝖎 rushed to 𝖍𝖎's aid using her scabbard to knock away the villains encircling him. Her sudden action left the others speechless. She should have stayed back and watched, but she felt compelled to act. 𝖍𝖎 urged her to retreat, concerned for her safety as he held his injured arm. Ignoring his words, 𝖍𝖎 continued to fend off the villains. The blue-haired villain watched them with a pleased expression, despite his covered face, commenting that he was finally able to see her in action. A chill ran down 𝖍𝖎's spine at his words. As she fought alongside 𝖍𝖎, he reprimanded her for her reckless behavior, insisting she should leave it to him and find safety. She firmly replied that she would not abandon him to face danger alone. The villain mockingly praised their efforts, but ominously declared that he was not the final challenge they would face. Blood splattered across the scene as the hero struggled against a humanoid monster with an exposed brain. 𝖍𝖎 winced in pain as the creature gripped his arm tightly, causing blood to flow and breaking it in the process. The blue-haired man observed the hero's plight, commenting that while erasing quirks was impressive, it was futile against such overwhelming power. He noted that 𝖍𝖎 was practically quirkless at this point. The black-haired man attempted to erase the monster's quirk but failed, leading to his other arm being restrained and rendering him immobile. 𝖍𝖎, watching the scene unfold from a few steps away, managed to speak up, recognizing the monster's true strength. The villain's eyes lit up at her words, confirming her insight and expressing admiration for her perceptiveness. As the monster seized 𝖍𝖎's head, slamming it against the ground, the sound echoed throughout the area. 𝖍𝖎 took her stance, prepared to confront the creature as it continued its assault. The villain's chilling voice interrupted her thoughts, taunting her about the monster's design to defeat the symbol of peace, claiming its power rivaled that of all might. Despite knowing she was outmatched, 𝖍𝖎 couldn't stand idly by while her teacher was brutally attacked. Just then a new voice emerged, prompting her to listen intently. The conversation revealed that one of the villains had failed to capture all the students, and frustration mounted as the blue-haired man scratched his neck in agitation. He declared that winning against a dozen pro heroes was impossible and that it was game over. He turned to the warp gate, instructing it to take them home but not before planning to humiliate 𝖍𝖎 further. 𝖍𝖎 stood frozen in shock as she witnessed the trio hiding in the water rushing toward them. A voice suddenly spoke to 𝖍𝖎, questioning her perceived weakness. Confused, she looked around, trying to locate the source until she noticed her sword hilt glowing red. The voice continued, encouraging her to embrace her potential and offering to make her stronger than ever. The hilt opened its eye, startling her as it looked directly at her, its crimson iris blinking. Despite her initial hesitation, curiosity began to take hold. The sword promised that with its help she could surpass even All Might. It explained that in exchange for her memories she could unlock immense power. However, the idea of sacrificing her memories troubled her, as they were a crucial part of her journey. The sword urged her not to overthink it, suggesting that there might be a way to retain her memories. It revealed that the price for power was to confront those who had wronged the world, assuring her that she had nothing to fear. As she contemplated the offer, she pulled her sword from its scabbard, its red blade glinting in the sunlight, ready to embrace the challenge ahead. This was a moment that felt like it lasted a lifetime, but in reality, it took less than a second, as if time had stopped just for them. 𝖍𝖎 rushed towards the villain at incredible speed, who was almost touching the brunette girl, frozen in shock. With a swift motion, she struck, and the villain's hand was severed in an instant, leaving everyone in disbelief. The horror on their faces was palpable as the hand fell to the ground, and the man screamed in pain, finally realizing the gravity of his situation. He cursed loudly, expressing his frustration. She warned him not to touch her with his filthy hands. Wincing, he glared at her sword, the blade reflecting the madness in his eyes. He staggered, turning to the girl with a new plan. He commanded his creature to attack her. The creature charged at her, but she vanished in the blink of an eye, causing it to halt and turn, but it was too late. A slash echoed through the air, and the creature cried out in agony, its screech reverberating throughout the facility. Blood spilled from its chest, splattering 𝖍𝖎𝖍's face. The onlookers were stunned, especially the teacher, who was surprisingly still conscious. They wondered if she had been hiding this power all along. The creature attempted to regenerate, but its wound remained unhealed. In a desperate move, it swung its fist toward her, but her reflexes were far too quick. She targeted its neck, stabbing from behind. As she withdrew her blade, even more crimson liquid erupted from the wound. The blue-haired villain scratched at his neck in agitation, realizing his creature was losing and had yet to face the true hero. Suddenly the entrance door burst open, drawing the attention of everyone still standing. Dust filled the air, and as it settled, a massive figure emerged. The students felt a wave of relief wash over them. The hero announced his arrival, though his tone was far from cheerful. He was furious but tried to reassure the students. He explained that he had sensed something was wrong and had cut his conversation with the principal short to come here. The blue-haired man struggled to rise, clutching his severed arm. He taunted the hero, expressing his disappointment at the delay. The defeated villains lay scattered on the ground, bruised and beaten. 𝖍𝖎 had swiftly incapacitated many of them as he made his way to the central plaza, where he found 𝖍𝖎𝖍, bloodied but alive. He turned to the young girl, whose dominant arm was stained red, eyes blazing with fury. She stood behind the creature, watching it writhe in pain. Other villains attempted to attack her, but she dispatched them effortlessly with her sword, leaving a pool of blood where they fell. 𝖍𝖎 called out to her, instructing her to take 𝖍𝖎𝖍 and the others while he handled the remaining threats. She sheathed her sword, returning to her original form, feeling exhaustion wash over her. Using her scabbard as a makeshift cane, she approached the bulky hero, assisting her teacher as they moved away from the chaos. Before she could go further, 𝖍𝖎 thanked her for her efforts. She acknowledged him with a glance but continued on her way, using her quirk to quickly reach the other three and carry them on her back. Once they were in a safer area, she set them down, allowing them to stand on their own. Concerned, the green-haired boy asked if she was all right. She assured him she was fine, emphasizing that their priority was to get 𝖍𝖎𝖍sensei to safety. With determination in her eyes, she directed them toward the entrance. They moved slowly but steadily, leaving 𝖍𝖎 to confront the already weakened creature. 𝖍𝖎𝖍's attack had significantly damaged it, giving 𝖍𝖎 a fighting chance in this battle. 𝖍𝖎𝖍 rushed toward 𝖍𝖎, calling out to him as he approached the scene where the hero was struggling against the formidable 𝖍𝖎. Despite the monster being weakened from 𝖍𝖎𝖍's earlier attack, 𝖍𝖎 found himself at a disadvantage. He attempted to flip the 𝖍𝖎 over to strike, but the warp gate intervened, ensnaring the hero. The creature's claws dug into 𝖍𝖎's side, causing him great pain as he felt the pressure intensify. The warp gate taunted 𝖍𝖎, revealing its sinister plan to bind him and close the gate, threatening to tear him apart. 𝖍𝖎𝖍, driven by his emotions, called out to 𝖍𝖎, desperately trying to reach him. He attempted to strike the 𝖍𝖎, but the warp gate appeared between them, blocking his path. Bakugo, with an explosive entrance, blasted the warp gate aside, clearing the way. Then Todoroki arrived, creating a path of ice that froze part of the 𝖍𝖎's body. He coldly declared that some villains had predicted they would be the ones to defeat 𝖍𝖎. Thanks to their timely interventions, 𝖍𝖎 managed to escape the creature's grasp, but he clutched his side, feeling the pain worsen. Suddenly, Kirishima leaped into action, narrowly avoiding an attack from the 𝖍𝖎. He realized he had revealed too much of his abilities. The villain, hidden behind a mask, remarked on the strength of the students, acknowledging their potential as they prepared to fight alongside 𝖍𝖎. 𝖍𝖎n took a fighting stance, gripping her sword tightly. The villain expressed concern about their situation, noting that their escape route had been compromised. Bakugo, undeterred, pointed out that the warp gate still had a physical form hidden beneath the mist. He threatened the gate, warning it not to make any sudden moves while unleashing small explosions on its metallic body. The villain chuckled, acknowledging the student's strength and calling upon the Nomu to attack Bakugo first. As the creature lunged forward, 𝖍𝖎 swiftly unsheathed her sword, striking the Nomu and forcing it to its knees. Her hair turned gray, and her eyes glowed red as she radiated a fierce aura that sent chills through everyone nearby. With determination, she declared that the Nomu should give up, urging it to succumb to its injuries. As the battle continued, 𝖍𝖎 faced the Nomu alone while All Might watched from the sidelines, grateful for her support but feeling guilty that she had to fight in his place. The Nomu struggled to recover from her relentless attacks, and 𝖍𝖎 began to feel the weight of exhaustion bearing down on her. The other students stood back, astonished that their classmate could hold her own against such a powerful foe. It became clear that the outcome would favor 𝖍𝖎, not the Nomu. However, she sensed her strength waning and felt mentally drained. The villain, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, expressed frustration over the Nomu's losing battle. All Might, noticing 𝖍𝖎's slowing movements, decided it was time to take control of the fight. He stepped forward, telling her to rest while he faced the Nomu. 𝖍𝖎 reluctantly sheathed her sword, acknowledging his decision. As her power faded, she felt herself wobble from exhaustion before losing consciousness. The last thing she saw was All Might engaging the Nomu in a fierce struggle, and she felt someone catch her as she fell, her eyes closing in darkness. "Get some rest, 𝖍𝖎," All Might whispered, ready to take on the challenge ahead. The war was far from over. 𝖍𝖎 glanced at the girl sitting in the hospital room, despite his bandaged form and critical condition. The atmosphere was tense as 𝖍𝖎 remained silent, feeling the weight of his gaze upon her. It had been a day since the incident at 𝖍𝖎𝖎. All Might had delivered a decisive blow to the Nomu, sending it crashing through the facility and leaving a massive hole in its dome. In response, the villain with hands covering his body had targeted All Might directly. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 had intervened, attempting to fend off the villain with his unstable power. The villain seized the opportunity to strike at 𝖍𝖎𝖈, but just in time reinforcements arrived. Snipe had managed to shoot the villain's hand, leading to their eventual retreat. At least that was what 𝖍𝖎 had heard. She had fainted from exhaustion and overuse of her quirk. It was said that one of her classmates had carried her to Recovery Girls' Infirmary, though she couldn't recall who it was. When she woke up, she had overheard two others in the office discussing the events, but she chose not to eavesdrop and simply drifted back to sleep. The school had given them a full day off, especially after facing villains that had nearly taken their lives. 𝖍𝖎 spent that day visiting her guardian in the hospital, wanting to check on his condition. Before leaving her apartment, she encountered the police, who were waiting outside to question her about the incident. She recounted her story but held back certain truths, believing some things were better left unspoken. 𝖍𝖎 sighed at her continued silence. It was evident she didn't want to discuss it, yet he pressed on. He addressed her sternly, trying to coax her into sharing. 𝖍𝖎 debated whether to reveal what she knew. She had only recently discovered a fragment of her power during the fight, and she was still trying to understand it. Finally, she responded, explaining that she was still figuring things out. 𝖍𝖎 raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He asked her to elaborate, and she explained that during the battle with the Nomu, her sword had communicated with her, guiding her on how to grow stronger. She reassured him that she wasn't hiding anything from him, though she sensed he was skeptical. 𝖍𝖎 processed her words. He had witnessed her power firsthand, but it seemed to run deeper than he had anticipated. The strength she had displayed was merely the surface of what she could achieve. He acknowledged her explanation, stating he would contact 𝖍𝖎𝖈 about it. However, 𝖍𝖎 requested that he keep their conversation confidential, citing a feeling she had. 𝖍𝖎, though confused, recognized that she likely had her reasons and agreed. Grateful, 𝖍𝖎 thanked him and wished him a speedy recovery. As she left the ward, 𝖍𝖎 reflected on her resilience, thinking to himself how difficult it was to truly understand her. The next day, the majority of the class buzzed with conversation about the events at 𝖍𝖎𝖎. Many discussed how the incident had made the news and how All Might delivered the final blow. Only 4 certain boys and a frog were aware of 𝖍𝖎's involvement in the fight. The fact that she had played a crucial role in handicapping the Nomu, allowing All Might to secure victory, completely slipped the minds of the other students. This realization brought a sigh of relief from her. She was grateful that they chose to remain silent about it, as she wanted to avoid a barrage of questions from her classmates. Socializing could be exhausting. Sitting quietly at her desk, 𝖍𝖎 stared into space, lost in thought. A sudden question crossed her mind. The villains were also after her, wanting her to join their league. But why? She was certain she had kept her identity and powers hidden before meeting the two heroes. How did they know about her? Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it any longer. The sound of the door sliding open drew her attention, and she looked up to see the newcomer. Her eyes widened in anger and annoyance. Hadn't the doctors told him to rest? Their teacher entered, bandaged from head to toe, and the class gasped in shock at his early return. "Sensei, are you all right?" the class representative asked, raising his hand. The teacher brushed off their concern, stating that his well-being was not the issue. He approached the podium and faced the class, declaring that the battle was not yet over. Could it be? Someone wondered, while another exclaimed, "More villains?" "The UA Sports Festival is around the corner," he continued. His words ignited excitement among the class, but YN could only feel a sense of dread. She didn't know much about the festival, but from what 𝖍𝖎 had explained, it was an opportunity to showcase their quirks to hero agencies across Japan, followed by internships. Low-key, it felt like they were being auctioned off. The thought made her shudder. "Wait, is it really okay to hold a sports festival right after a villain attack?" someone questioned. "What if they attack us again?" another added. "By holding this event, we're demonstrating that UA's crisis management is top-notch. Security will be 5 times stronger this year," he reassured them. "Above all, this event is a significant opportunity. It shouldn't be cancelled just because of a few villains. It's one of the most important events in all of Japan, even more significant than the Olympics," he emphasized. "All the top heroes in the country will be watching for scouting purposes. After graduation, it's normal to join a pro hero and be a sidekick," he concluded. To YN, it all sounded like a hassle. She didn't want to be a hero, so she wondered if she could simply opt out of this whole ordeal. Of course, being in a popular agency will bring fame and experience. Time is limited. If you're chosen by a pro, it opens up your future, he added. As the excitement continued to build, YN remained indifferent. To her, it felt like an excuse for entertainment, watching teens battle each other for the top spot. What a pain. "No aspiring hero will let this chance slip by," the teacher stated. "If you have the will, be sure to prepare. Homeroom is dismissed." It was now lunchtime, and everyone was buzzing with excitement about the upcoming festival. 𝖍𝖎 approached YN, who was busy packing her bag. She asked if YN was doing okay, and the girl looked up with a small smile, assuring her that she was fine. 𝖍𝖎 returned the smile and took a seat beside her, unable to contain her excitement as she inquired about YN's feelings toward the festival. YN shrugged, expressing her uncertainty about performing in front of a large crowd, finding it a bit embarrassing. 𝖍𝖎 nodded in understanding, encouraging YN by mentioning how her powerful quirk would surely attract the attention of pro heroes. YN chuckled, complimenting 𝖍𝖎 on her own impressive quirk, suggesting that she would also be scouted in no time. 𝖍𝖎 playfully remarked on YN's sweetness and attempted to hug her, but YN gently pushed her away, suggesting they go get something to eat instead. As they left the room, 𝖍𝖎 briefly considered stopping to talk to someone but decided to follow YN. They settled into their usual spot in the cafeteria, where YN asked 𝖍𝖎 about her whereabouts during the USJ incident. 𝖍𝖎 explained that she had fallen into the mountain zone with Yamamoto and Kaminari, while YN mentioned her own experience of being caught in a shipwreck. From the corner of her eye, YN noticed a black-haired girl approaching their table. The girl, whom YN recognized from their class, greeted them with a smile and asked if she could join them. 𝖍𝖎 exchanged a glance with her friend, and after a brief sigh, YN welcomed her to sit down. The girl introduced herself as Yaoyorozu Momo, expressing her pleasure at finally meeting YN. YN returned the sentiment, and Momo insisted that they simply call her Momo. Having wanted to talk to Momo for some time, YN found herself at a loss for words. Thankfully, Momo was great at keeping the conversation going. She expressed her excitement for the sports festival and wondered about the events planned for the year. YN raised an eyebrow, curious about what she meant. Momo explained that each year brought different events, but the final event would always be the same, one-on-one battles. She admitted her reservations about winning in such a format, even with her quirk. Understanding Momo's concerns, YN suggested that the three of them train together before the festival. Momo's eyes lit up with joy, and 𝖍𝖎 smiled in agreement, expressing her eagerness. They all felt a sense of camaraderie, realizing how nice it was to have company. As the sun began to set, YN packed her bags while chatting with her new friends. Approaching the door, they noticed a large crowd outside. 𝖍𝖎 wondered what was happening, and a loud blonde boy pushed through, demanding space. He casually remarked that they were likely inspecting the enemy since they had survived a villain attack. Another boy with purple hair joined the scene, making a hasty claim about the hero course students. Curious, 𝖍𝖍 decided to speak up, catching the attention of the purple-haired boy, who introduced himself with a mocking bow. She scoffed at his arrogance, and he continued to discuss the dynamics of the hero course and the potential for students from other courses to transfer based on their performance. As tensions rose between the purple-haired boy and 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, 𝖍𝖍 felt overwhelmed by the commotion. She sighed, wishing for peace and quiet, and decided to leave the scene. Shoving past 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, she walked away, longing for the comfort of her bed. Behind her, she could hear the chaos continuing, filled with shouts and accusations. All she wanted was to escape the noise and find some tranquility. Get ready, everyone. It's the high school fighting ground that you all love. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. President Mike announced through his microphone, energizing the crowd. Millions of spectators had gathered to witness the festival, buzzing with excitement for the upcoming battles. The first-year students will now enter. At that moment, the first years stepped into the spotlight, determination and confidence evident on their faces. Though nerves lingered, they quickly faded under the roar of the cheering crowd. Each student was resolved to win. Fireworks exploded in the sky, illuminating it with vibrant colors. 𝖍𝖍 scanned the stadium, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. President Mike had introduced them as the class that survived a villain attack. Despite feeling uncomfortable with the attention, she focused on staying calm. With her hands in her pockets, she followed her classmates as they lined up in the center of the stadium alongside other first-year classes. With a crack of her whip, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 called all the classes for the players' pledge. Her striking outfit drew the attention of many, causing several boys to blush. Kirishima remarked on 𝖍𝖎𝖈's attire, his cheeks turning pink. Others around him questioned the appropriateness of her outfit for a high school setting. Everyone quiet. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 commanded, cracking her whip again. Student representative from Class 1A 𝖍𝖍𝖍. As her name echoed through the stadium, all eyes turned to her, prompting a mental sigh. She was the student representative? For scoring the highest on the entrance exam? The thought nearly made her scoff as she made her way to the stage, the crowd parting for her. Standing before the microphone, she looked at the audience with a weary expression, wishing for the attention to fade. All she managed to say was a simple, "Good luck, I guess," before stepping down from the stage, leaving everyone stunned by her calm demeanor. It was clear she would rather not be there. Returning to her previous position, she observed the surroundings with indifference. Then the first event began, the screen above announcing the start of the first game. "Now then, let's start right away," 𝖍𝖎𝖈 declared, explaining that many had shed tears during the first event in previous years. She revealed the first challenge, an obstacle race. As 𝖍𝖎𝖈 detailed the rules, 𝖍𝖍 felt a pair of calculating eyes on her. She glanced at the source, meeting a glare that intensified. The boy mouthed a threatening message, his hands tucked in his pockets. Rolling her eyes, she dismissed his childish behavior and turned her attention back to 𝖍𝖎𝖈, though the boy's stare remained fixed on her. "Now take your place," 𝖍𝖎𝖈 instructed. The students gathered in front of a large gate, anticipation coursing through them. 𝖍𝖍 lingered near the back, contemplating her strategy. "Third or fourth place seems good. Yeah, let's go with that," she thought. "Start," 𝖍𝖎𝖈 shouted, prompting everyone to rush through the gate. Students jostled for position, eager to gain an advantage. 𝖍𝖍 joined the fray but moved with little effort, opting to blend in and avoid drawing attention. President Mike announced a live broadcast, but 𝖍𝖍 paid little mind. As she ran, she sensed a sudden chill in the air. The narrow tunnel had grown cold. Todoroki had created an ice path for himself, gaining a head start while encasing the feet of others in ice, hindering their movement. 𝖍𝖍 clicked her tongue, using her quirk to break free from the ice and continued sliding along the slick surface, now in second place behind Todoroki. She noticed several others managing to evade his ice trap, advancing ahead. Slowing her pace just enough to let others pass, she continued sliding until they reached the next obstacle. Looking up, she spotted giant robots, reminiscent of the zero-pointers from the entrance exam. How annoying, she thought, halting her steps. She could easily bypass them, but where was the fun in that? As the robots prepared to attack, Todoroki swiftly used his quirk, launching an ice attack that temporarily immobilized them. He then continued running, earning praise from the crowd for his quick thinking. However, 𝖍𝖍 saw through his strategy. These guys are complete fools. He ensured their balance is completely off. "I hate to admit it, but this guy's smart," she mused, quickly following him, using her lightning quirk to propel herself forward before the robots could recover. It was too cumbersome to navigate around them while they were down, so she seized the opportunity to move on to the next course. "No wonder you're top of the class, Todoroki-san," she remarked as she caught up with him, causing him to look at her in surprise. His expression quickly shifted to annoyance as he pushed ahead, leaving her behind. She sighed and continued running, turning off her quirk. At this point she was deliberately slowing down, waiting for the others. Several robots approached to attack her, but she swiftly kicked them aside, immobilizing them with ease. Aizawa observed her lack of effort, knowing she wasn't aiming to win the race, just to progress to the next round. She stopped, noticing a cliff at the end of the path. Peering down into the ravine, she saw no solid ground below. Todoroki had already advanced, using his ice to slide onto the ropes. YN furrowed her brows, unwilling to rely on her quirk to advance. Instead, she leaped as high as she could, landing on one of the rock poles. From rock to rock, she navigated to the next round using her raw strength alone. Present mixed commentary echoed in her ears, but she paid it no mind. She found herself in third place with Bakugo in second. The explosive boy used his quirk to propel himself into the sky, easily catching up with the others. That was when she noticed Todoroki stop for a moment, prompting her to do the same. Before her lay a vast expanse of land marked with signs warning of danger from mines. Everyone was carefully navigating the area, trying to avoid the mines, while some were caught off guard by unexpected explosions. YN sighed and swiftly jumped from safe spot to safe spot, determined not to be blown away like the others. At that moment, Bakugo activated his quirk again, explosions erupting from his palms as he propelled himself forward. With his impressive skills, he managed to draw level with Todoroki, who shot him a fierce glare. In an attempt to gain the upper hand, Bakugo directed his quirk at the half-and-half boy, but Todoroki quickly dodged the attack. The two boys were now locked in a fierce competition, exchanging blows as they vied for the lead. YN watched them with an unimpressed expression, having stopped her jumps to stand in the middle of the minefield, seemingly uninterested. After a moment, she huffed and jumped again, only to be thrown off course by a sudden explosion behind her. Midoriya had cleverly used the mines to his advantage, triggering a series of explosions that created a massive blast. He soared over the two boys, who looked at him in astonishment. Now he was in the lead. This development only fueled Bakugo and Todoroki's rivalry further, as they momentarily set aside their conflict to pursue Midoriya. The green-haired boy felt his momentum falter, allowing the two former leaders to close in on him. Just when it seemed he might lose his lead, he used his shield to strike the ground again, triggering another explosion that propelled him forward, catching the other two off guard. YN continued to observe the three boys as they battled for the lead while she ran, eventually clearing the minefield. She positioned herself just behind them, exactly as she had planned. As the boys raced ahead with all their might, only one of them claimed the first-place spot. Midoriya Izuku, surprisingly securing victory in the obstacle race through his clever tactics. For the past 2 weeks, the trio had focused solely on training. YN contributed by learning more about her friends' quirks and abilities, enhancing their skills during their training sessions. The girl with HC hair preferred to observe rather than exert herself, viewing the upcoming festival as a hassle. She assisted them by identifying what they needed to improve their quirks, while also asking what they wanted to focus on to use their abilities more efficiently. After all, it was their quirk, not hers. The 2 weeks passed swiftly, and now they found themselves in one of the waiting rooms in their physical education suits, anticipating their class to be called. YN had left her sword behind that day, as Aizawa had stated it was only allowed if it related to her quirk. So, she sat with her arms and legs crossed, meditating for what lay ahead. It was then that she heard Todoroki call out to Midoriya in his usual cold tone, claiming that he was more capable. This elicited a surprised reaction from Midoriya, and YN noted that Todoroki had been fixated on him for some time, his eyes often filled with anger and annoyance. Yet, Todoroki acknowledged that Midoriya was favored by All Might, stating that he would not inquire further but would still aim to defeat him. This reminded YN of the time Todoroki had declared his intention to win against her, and she reflected on how that had turned out. She noticed Todoroki walk away from Midoriya, his footsteps approaching her. He stopped in front of her, standing with a serious expression. He acknowledged her strength but declared that he would also defeat her. With a slight smirk, she opened one eye and looked up at him, responding that she would like to see him try. Her voice matched the coldness of his, causing him to look down at her with clenched fists. Kirishima then approached Todoroki, placing a hand on his shoulder and questioning why he was starting a fight. Todoroki shrugged off Kirishima's hand, insisting they were not there to make friends, and walked away. Midoriya seemed to take Todoroki's words to heart, delivering a small speech of his own about his determination to aim for the top, just like everyone else. YN wondered what had sparked this competitive spirit among her classmates. As expected, YN placed fourth in the obstacle race, with Todoroki in second and Bakugo in third, both nearly clinching first place if not for Midoriya's intervention. Midnight announced that 42 students had made it to the preliminary round and encouraged those who did not advance to remain hopeful. She then revealed the next event, which was a cavalry battle, raising YN's brow in curiosity. This event required teamwork, and Midnight explained the rules and scoring system. Teams of 2 to 4 would be formed, with participants earning points based on their previous performance. The lowest-ranked participant would start with 5 points, while the first place would hold a whopping 10 million points. As YN glanced at the boy who had secured first place, she noticed his nervousness. It was clear that everyone would be targeting him to claim those points. She wondered how this would all unfold. Later, YN heard Bakugo call out to her with a nickname he had created, which made her turn to him. He stood a few meters away, hands in his pockets, looking down at her. Everyone else had teamed up, avoiding the one with 10 million points in hopes of taking him down. A crowd gathered around Todoroki and Bakugo, both known for their strength in the hero course, but the two had already made their decisions. Todoroki was forming his own team, while Bakugo stood before YN, waiting for her response. She playfully suggested he ask her nicely, which irritated him. He refused to say please, expressing his frustration at her request. He stormed off, but she caught his shoulder, urging him to reconsider. Her serious tone was lightened by a playful glint in her eyes, which made Bakugo scowl. He insisted that she was on his team regardless of her answer and pushed her hand away before walking off again. She sighed but followed him, watching as he became increasingly annoyed by the attention he received. Kirishima approached Bakugo, eager to join his team and explaining why he would be a valuable addition. This seemed to rile Bakugo up even more, but he eventually accepted Kirishima into the team. Now with 3 members they awaited one more to join. As they continued to follow Bakugo, they encountered Hantashiro, who expressed his desire to be part of their team. After some consideration, Bakugo agreed, and with their team complete, they prepared to strategize for the upcoming battle. With Bakugo as the rider, YN positioned herself as the right rearguard, Shiro on the left and Kirishima at the front, preparing for the battle to commence. The explosive blonde cracked his knuckles, declaring his intent to aim for the 10 million points. YN sighed at his determination, having tried to explain that it would be wiser to use the other team's distractions to steal points from them. However, Bakugo remained resolute in his pursuit of the 10 million points first. As Midnight signaled them to start, everyone dashed toward the 10 million points, employing any means necessary. Midoriya's team worked hard to evade the attacks aimed at them. With the assistance of the pink-haired girl's support items, they soared through the air, while Tokoyami's defensive skills provided the boost they needed to succeed. Once they ensured it was safe, they landed and sprinted forward again. YN noticed Bakugo tsuking in annoyance, frustrated that he couldn't secure the 10 million points he coveted. In a moment of impulsiveness, he decided to abandon their cavalry team, prompting Kirishima to call out to him. YN felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It was typical of Bakugo to act selfishly. Using his explosions, Bakugo propelled himself into the air, catching up to his childhood friend. He attempted to snatch the 10 million points from Midoriya's forehead but was thwarted by Tokoyami's defense. YN watched the unfolding scene with furrowed brows, concerned that Bakugo's single-mindedness was blinding him to the bigger picture. Just then he began to fall, but Shiro's tape wrapped around him just in time, with his teammates catching him as well. Bakugo scoffed at YN's remark about his recklessness, retorting that no one had asked for her opinion. He climbed back to the top, resuming his role as the rider. Despite the excitement around her, YN couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, a sentiment confirmed when their rankings were revealed. How had they ended up in 7th place? Suddenly, another team dashed past them, snatching the headband from Bakugo's forehead while their rider taunted him. Bakugo's anger escalated, shifting from irritation to fury. The opposing team continued to provoke him, claiming that even though they were behind in the first game, they were carefully observing their future opponents. They argued that winning just one race was not the ultimate goal. Bakugo's frustration peaked as he heard the taunts, recalling past incidents that fueled his rage. He called out to Kirishima, announcing a change of plans. They would take down the opposing team before going after Midoriya. In the end, Bakugo managed to rise to an impressive second place. After reclaiming their headbands from the Class B student, they focused their attention back on Midoriya, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Todoroki. Unfortunately, with time running out, Bakugo could only secure second place, while Todoroki maintained his lead. To Bakugo, second place was not enough. He was determined to never give up on claiming first. Later, 𝖍𝖍 heard a voice congratulating her. Turning, she saw Yaoyorozu approaching with a small smile. 𝖍𝖍 acknowledged the praise with a nod, returning the sentiment by congratulating Yaoyorozu on her team's first-place finish. However, she sensed a hint of disappointment in Yaoyorozu's tone, which puzzled her. Dismissing the thought, 𝖍𝖍 reassured her that they had all worked hard for the victory. To her surprise, 𝖍𝖍 noticed tears welling in Yaoyorozu's eyes. When she asked if she was okay, Yaoyorozu quickly wiped them away, insisting she was fine and attributing it to a sudden emotional outburst. After taking a few deep breaths to regain her composure, Yaoyorozu suggested they head to the cafeteria since the last event wouldn't start for another hour. 𝖍𝖍 agreed, and together they left the stadium, making their way toward the cafeteria. 𝖍𝖍 and Yaoyorozu had finished their meals, and Yaoyorozu suggested they explore the venue, checking out the various stalls. However, 𝖍𝖍 had other plans and declined the offer. Reluctantly, Yaoyorozu agreed, telling her to meet up later. Now, 𝖍𝖍 stood on the rooftop, feeling the breeze in her hair. She let out a deep sigh, watching everyone below as they enjoyed themselves. People were chatting with wide smiles, running around like children and savoring the food from the stalls. The atmosphere was undeniably lively. Yet, 𝖍𝖍 felt a familiar sensation of being watched. She glanced toward the door and saw Erasure hero Aizawa standing there, observing her from behind his bandages. They engaged in a brief staring contest before Aizawa broke the silence, advising her to give her best in the upcoming event. It seemed he was aware of her plans. The thought of participating in the final event, which involved combat, made her reconsider. She felt it was a waste of her energy and effort, merely serving as entertainment for the audience. What was the point? With a humorless chuckle, she questioned why she should even try. Aizawa sighed, clearly aware that she had no intention of putting in any effort, as she had barely done so in previous events. He shifted to his backup plan negotiation. "If you back out or intentionally lose, I will take away your sword," he stated, earning a sharp look from her. "For a month." She scoffed at his words, glaring at him. He was clearly bluffing and she was not going to fall for it. But then he held her sword up, smirking as he did so. "Yes, I would." Annoyed, she groaned. He was using her sword as leverage to force her into a fight? The idea infuriated her. "This is really unreasonable, especially for you, Eraserhead." "It may be, but isn't it unfair that everyone in that stadium is giving it their all?" he countered, raising an eyebrow. She regarded him with boredom and disinterest. "You've come this far without even trying, and you're willing to give that up now?" It was clear he wanted her to put in at least a little effort. She watched him grip her sword, making it evident that he wouldn't return it unless she complied. Another groan escaped her lips, words bubbling up but remaining unspoken. "Forget you." Aizawa took that as her acceptance of his terms, placing her sword on his back as he turned to walk away, reminding her to watch her language. She could only glare at his retreating figure, frustrated with how their conversation had unfolded. 𝖍𝖍 returned inside to find Yaoyorozu. As she walked through the halls, she spotted her friend running toward her, holding something orange. 𝖍𝖍 raised an eyebrow as Yaoyorozu stopped in front of her, panting slightly. "Put this on quick," Yaoyorozu urged, handing her a costume. "What's this for?" 𝖍𝖍 asked, eyeing the outfit with distaste. It looked quite revealing, consisting of a crop top and an extremely short skirt. "Aizawa-sensei asked us to wear these for the afternoon event," Jiru chimed in from behind, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. But hadn't he just spoken to her moments ago? "Sorry, but I won't," 𝖍𝖍 replied, raising her hand to indicate her refusal. "Whoever relayed that message is likely trying to take advantage of you." She patted their shoulders, hoping they understood the situation. Unfortunately, they did not. As everyone made their way to the center of the field, the girls donned the skimpy outfits, their faces shadowed with embarrassment. It soon became clear they had been tricked by the two boys who watched them with delight. 𝖍𝖍 noticed the boys giving each other thumbs up, their faces flushed. She approached them silently and tapped their heads lightly. "What was that for?" the blonde boy began, but he stopped when he saw the look on her face. Her expression was filled with frustration. The two boys shivered under her gaze, quickly bowing their heads. I knew one of you was a pervert, but I didn't think you'd stoop this low, Kaminari. Her voice was icy, laced with displeasure. They shivered again at her tone, bowing repeatedly until their heads touched the ground. She glared down at them before turning away, heading toward her classmates, who were disheartened by the boys' trickery. 𝖍𝖎𝖍 had fallen to the ground in disappointment, frustrated that she had been fooled. Why do I always fall for Minatta's tricks? She sighed, lamenting the waste of her quirk to create those outfits. I should have listened to 𝖍𝖎𝖍's warning. The girl sighed and patted 𝖍𝖎𝖍's back. It's not your fault, 𝖍𝖎𝖍. It's theirs for taking advantage of you. 𝖍𝖎 shot another glare at the two boys, who had just stood up, trembling under her watchful eyes. Everyone stood in the center of the field, listening to Midnight as she explained the final events. It was time for the recreational activities, but the R18+ hero was detailing the mechanics of the last event, which would follow the activities' one-on-one battles. She announced that 16 participants from the 4 teams would compete in a tournament-style format. The students began to murmur among themselves, some excited and others worried. Midnight continued, explaining that the pairings would be determined by drawing lots from a yellow box labeled lots. Once the pairings were set, the battles would commence after the recreational activities. Midnight informed the participants that they could choose whether or not to take part in the activities. Just as the pairings were about to be drawn, a student raised his hand, capturing the attention of his classmates. Ōjiro expressed his desire to withdraw, looking disheartened. His classmates stared at him in disbelief, puzzled by his decision to forfeit this opportunity. He admitted that he barely remembered what had happened during the cavalry battle and glanced toward a student on the sidelines, acknowledging that it was likely due to that person's quirk. 𝖍𝖎 followed his gaze and recognized the male with unkempt purple hair, who had previously declared war on their class. Ōjiro explained that while he understood the significance of this chance, he felt he couldn't compete without knowing what had transpired. His reasoning was sincere and admirable in 𝖍𝖎's eyes. He chose to forego the opportunity because he couldn't proceed without clarity, valuing his pride. Another student raised their hand, sharing the same sentiment, and Midnight accepted their withdrawals. To fill the 2 spots, she turned to the 5th-place group, but they too declined, passing the opportunity to the 6th-place team. Midnight then announced that Tetsu and Shiozaki would complete the 16 participants. With a flourish of her whip, she revealed the pairings based on the draw. Shinso vs Midoriya, Todoroki vs Shiro, Shiozaki vs Kaminari, Ida vs Hatsum, Rai vs Aoyama, Tokoyami vs 𝖍𝖎𝖍, Tetsu vs Kirishima, and Uraraka vs Bakugo. 𝖍𝖎 realized she would be facing her sparkling classmate in the first round. She turned to him as he winked and expressed his regret about their matchup. She simply deadpanned at him, thinking that this fight would be too easy. She planned to wait for him to tire out quickly, ensuring her victory with minimal effort. In her mind, she mused that it would be him who would face misfortune that day. 𝖍𝖎 decided it was best to walk around the stadium instead of participating in the recreational activities. She wanted to conserve her energy for the upcoming battles. As she strolled, she spotted a vending machine a few meters away. Feeling thirsty, she approached it, fished out some coins from her wallet, and selected her favorite drink. As she retrieved the can, she took a seat on a nearby bench beside the machine. With a sigh, she opened the can and took a sip, watching the television screen display the lively events happening outside the stadium. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, but she felt disconnected from the fun, especially since her sword was being held by her teacher. Still, she thought it wouldn't hurt to relax a bit. Suddenly, a throbbing pain began in her head, causing her to wince. She instinctively held her head with the hand that was holding the drink, accidentally dropping the can and spilling its contents. The pain persisted, prompting her to make her way to the infirmary. She leaned against the walls for support as she staggered through the halls, her hand never leaving her head. Just then, she noticed a figure turning the corner toward her, and her eyes widened in alarm before she fainted, unable to endure the pain any longer. In her last moments of consciousness, she thought about how embarrassing it was to faint again, just as the figure rushed to her side. A voice spoke to her as she slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the light after what felt like an eternity. The girl took in her surroundings, realizing she was floating in a realm she believed to be space. What was happening? Where was she? She examined her hands as she floated, trying to make sense of it all. The voice continued, explaining that they were in a place mortals referred to as heaven. The soft voice was familiar, yet she could not determine its source. She scanned the vast, cold, and dark expanse around her. Who was speaking? Where were they? The voice chuckled gently, assuring her that it was right in front of her. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared, causing her to squint. As the light dimmed, her vision adjusted, revealing a figure before her, a woman dressed in white. Her eyes closed except for one that was open on her forehead. The figure apologized for any confusion, explaining that it was the best way to finally communicate with her. The girl felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she recalled her recent memories, getting a drink, experiencing an unexpected headache, and being seen in a vulnerable moment. She thought it best to get straight to the point. What did the figure want to discuss? She wished to wake from this dream, struggling to grasp the situation. The figure admired her straightforwardness, noting how much the others liked her. This revelation piqued her curiosity. There were others? The figure confirmed this, expressing excitement about her potential. They smiled softly, leaving her puzzled about their implications. The figure found her confusion amusing, further deepening her intrigue. What was meant by their words? The voice assured her that she would understand once she ascended, but for now, only time would reveal the truth. Suddenly, the girl felt an unseen force pulling her in, her eyes widening in surprise. She instinctively reached out toward the heavenly figure, who smiled back, hands resting calmly on their lap. They hoped to see her succeed. She let out a huge gasp, sitting up from her previous position. The nurse in the office turned her seat to look at her, wondering what was happening. Recovery Girl acknowledged her awakening, prompting YN to gaze at her in confusion. She thought to herself about the strange experience, questioning if it had all just been a dream as she observed the hero retrieving something from one of her drawers. Recovery Girl handed her a small tablet along with a gummy candy, instructing her to take them. The tablet would help alleviate her headache. Nodding in understanding, YN stood up from the medical bed and took a cup of water. Curious, she asked Recovery Girl how she had ended up there. The nurse explained that a student had rushed in carrying her, looking extremely worried, claiming that she had suddenly fainted. YN raised an eyebrow, asking for a description of the student. Recovery Girl sighed and provided a vague description. Tall, blue-haired, wearing glasses. It was enough for YN to realize it was someone she knew. Grateful, she thanked Recovery Girl and bowed slightly, to which the nurse brushed off the gesture, reminding her that it was part of her job. With a final bow, YN left the office and walked through the inner parts of the stadium to find her class. Fortunately, she didn't have to walk far as she spotted their familiar figures facing the stadium, their body language revealing their anticipation. Taking a seat beside 𝖍𝖎, who was too engrossed in the event to notice her, YN asked if she had missed anything. 𝖍𝖎 yelped in surprise at the sudden voice, her eyes widening as she took a moment to catch her breath. As YN focused back on the center of the stadium, she realized she had arrived just in time for the first round, which had started a few minutes earlier. 𝖍𝖎 stood on one side, while the unruly purple-haired boy faced him from a distance, seemingly engaged in conversation. Something the purple-haired boy said struck a nerve, prompting 𝖍𝖎 to approach him and respond. Suddenly he froze in place, much to the frustration of 𝖍𝖎, who stood up in agitation, his fists clenched as he expressed his annoyance at 𝖍𝖎's response. Continuing to watch the unfolding events, YN listened to the commentary from Present Mike and their teacher 𝖍𝖎. 𝖍𝖎 mentioned how advantageous the entrance exam was for students with physical quirks, while those with more cerebral abilities faced challenges. This observation made YN reflect on the unfairness of the practical exams. The purple-haired boy spoke to 𝖍𝖎 again, and it became apparent that 𝖍𝖎 was struggling to control his body. It was clear how much he wanted to succeed, but the other boy was equally determined to advance to a higher class. As 𝖍𝖎 approached the edge of the battleground, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing him to squint against the dust. YN watched intently, curious about what would happen next. 𝖍𝖎 gasped, finally regaining control of himself. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and a wave of relief washed over his friends, who were watching with hopeful expressions. At this point, it was becoming clear who would emerge victorious. YN crossed her arms and sat up straight, gazing down at the field with a hint of boredom. Turning to 𝖍𝖎, she announced her intention to take a nap, asking her to wake her when it was her turn. Yawning and covering her mouth, she noticed 𝖍𝖎's understanding nod. It was typical of YN to be indifferent to the other matches, choosing sleep over the excitement. However, there was another reason behind her decision, one that she couldn't quite identify. But that was a concern for another day. 𝖍𝖎 wished her a restful nap, and YN settled in, ready to drift off. A sudden poke on her shoulder was enough to wake YN up, nearly causing her to react defensively. When she opened her eyes, she saw 𝖍𝖎 looking at her with wide eyes, arms raised as if to say, "I surrender." 𝖍𝖎 quickly explained that it was almost 𝖍𝖎's turn, prompting her to wake up. After a moment, 𝖍𝖎 lowered her arms, and with an apologetic tone, she stood up from her seat. As 𝖍𝖎 glanced at the field, she noticed a blue-haired male being used by a support corps student to demonstrate her work. She sighed at the sight, though she couldn't deny it was somewhat amusing. With determination, she started to walk away from her seat, and 𝖍𝖎 wished her good luck. 𝖍𝖎 smiled in response and left their designated area, making her way to the waiting room. However, she felt a pair of eyes on her, prompting her to turn and face the source. It was Bakugo, who wore a scowl and had his hands shoved in his pockets. She greeted him, asking if he needed something. He responded with a blunt command telling her to win. Surprised by his unexpected encouragement, 𝖍𝖎 realized she would be fighting him after 2 rounds, assuming they both won. She met his gaze firmly and declared that she had no intention of losing, even though she secretly considered the possibility. She couldn't resist the chance to show him that he wasn't invincible. As she heard the cheers from the stadium, indicating that 𝖍𝖎's fight was over, she smirked and waved goodbye to Bakugo, saying she would see him later. Now she stood on one side of the field, facing 𝖍𝖎, who was posing dramatically on the other side. President Mike announced the match, introducing 𝖍𝖎 with flair, while 𝖍𝖎 felt a mix of amusement and annoyance at his over-the-top introduction. 𝖍𝖎 wished her luck, but confidently declared he would win. She remained unamused by his antics. President Mike shouted for the match to begin, and 𝖍𝖎 stood her ground, unfazed. 𝖍𝖎 launched his laser attack, which she easily dodged, deciding to prolong the match until he began to tire. After a month of observing her classmates, she had gained insight into their strengths and weaknesses, which was why she had kept her own abilities under wraps. As 𝖍𝖎's attacks slowed, she seized the opportunity to close the distance, activating her quirk by channeling electric energy into her dominant hand. Once within range, she touched him, sending a jolt of electricity through him. He collapsed to the ground, his body twitching. With a swift kick to his side, she sent him flying out of bounds. Midnight announced that 𝖍𝖎 was out of bounds and that 𝖍𝖎 advanced to the second round. As the crowd cheered for her, she simply put her hands in her pockets and made her way out of the arena, thinking to herself that people could be quite annoying. The next fight was between Kirishima and Tetsu, both of whom had abilities that matched each other closely. Since their quirks were somewhat similar, the match ended in a draw. The tiebreaker would have to wait after the last match, which was between 𝖍𝖎 and Bakugo. The final match of the first round seemed to evoke sympathy for 𝖍𝖎, which 𝖍𝖎 found frustrating. 𝖍𝖎 was fully capable of facing Bakugo head-on. There was no need for pity. She was in the hero course after all, in the same class as him, which meant they both understood each other's strengths and weaknesses. It wasn't as if Bakugo would try to seriously harm her. 𝖍𝖎 watched the two prepare below, arms crossed, feeling a rush of anticipation. It was already clear who would likely win, but 𝖍𝖎 was determined. She would not back down without a fight, and 𝖍𝖎 could sense that determination radiating from her. Meanwhile, Bakugo was calculating and never held back regardless of his opponent. 𝖍𝖎 had observed this about him from time to time, which had earned him some respect in her eyes, even if he could be abrasive. As the match began, 𝖍𝖎 dashed toward Bakugo with all her might. Instead of evading her, he launched an explosion in her direction, sending her backward. Undeterred, she continued to charge at him. Smoke filled the arena, obscuring the view of the action. Bakugo attempted to strike her again but was met with her jacket as she tried to sneak up on him from behind, hoping to use her quirk. However, he anticipated her move, quickly turning to unleash another explosion that sent her flying back. She managed to recover swiftly, and once the smoke cleared, she charged at him again. Bakugo continued to use his quirk to keep her at bay, ensuring she couldn't get close. This back and forth continued for several minutes. 𝖍𝖎 bore multiple marks from the encounters, while Bakugo remained unscathed. The spectators watched in horror as 𝖍𝖎 was repeatedly thrown away by Bakugo's relentless attacks. One girl beside 𝖍𝖎 exclaimed that she could no longer watch, covering her eyes. 𝖍𝖎 sighed at her friend's reaction but continued to observe the unfolding scene. Many in the audience began to voice their concerns about Bakugo's harshness toward 𝖍𝖎, even booing him. 𝖍𝖎 muttered under her breath, expressing her frustration with the crowd. They only felt sympathy due to the gender difference, as 𝖍𝖎 was being tossed around like a rag doll. If the roles were reversed, would they feel the same way about a male competitor? Her words seemed to quiet her classmates, prompting them to reconsider their stance. Standing up, she continued, emphasizing that both competitors were striving to be heroes. Her classmates should know how capable 𝖍𝖎𝖎 was, yet they were treating her as if she were weak. Those were her final words before she left the area, unable to tolerate the atmosphere in the stadium. As she exited, she heard 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 take over the commentary, telling the audience to settle down. Feeling overwhelmed, 𝖍𝖎 sought refuge on the rooftop, where the wind brushed against her skin. She needed a break from the negativity inside the stadium. The second round was about to start, and her next match was against her classmate 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍. After observing him, she recognized his weakness. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍's quirk, Dark Shadow, allowed him to summon his shadow at will, which sometimes acted independently. However, his weakness was light. The brighter the light, the weaker Dark Shadow became, likely why he trained in dim environments. Hearing another loud announcement from Present Mike signaled the end of the current match, and 𝖍𝖎 sighed as she made her way back into the stadium with a plan in mind. As she walked through the halls, she accidentally bumped into someone and quickly apologized. The familiar voice responded, "Don't worry, it's fine, wait, 𝖍𝖎-san?" It was 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖍, the girl everyone had pitted during previous matches. "Hello 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖍-san," 𝖍𝖎 greeted. "How are you feeling?" "I feel all right. Thanks for asking," 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖍 replied with a small smile. 𝖍𝖎 nodded, unsure of what to say next. "I heard your match is next, right after Ida-kuan's?" 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖍 said, pumping her fists together. "Good luck, 𝖍𝖎-san." Her determined expression was contagious, and 𝖍𝖎 felt her own resolve strengthen. With a soft smile she replied, "Thank you 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖍-san. I'll be sure to win for you." She gently patted 𝖍𝖎𝖎's shoulder before walking away, leaving the girl blushing, smoke figuratively rising from her head. To win. For me. This was the second time 𝖍𝖎 found herself in the office. Those were the first words she heard after waking from her slumber, her eyes slowly adjusting to the light. She sat up, using one arm to prop herself up while shielding her eyes with the other. She felt a twinge of guilt as she moved to the side, dangling her legs from the bed. Rising to her feet, she made her way to the door. She expressed her gratitude to the elderly woman who had cared for her, bowing slightly. The woman sighed and approached her, handing her a bottle of water. 𝖍𝖎 accepted it gratefully. With another bow, she left the room. As she walked through the halls, she twisted the cap off the water bottle and took a drink. It was then that she heard a gruff voice from behind her, commenting on her waking up. She turned to see the same angry expression she had encountered earlier, the boy standing with his hands in his pockets, a familiar pose. 𝖍𝖎 closed the bottle after taking a sip and acknowledged him, wondering if it was time already. He responded with a dismissive remark, looking away. She hummed in response and said her farewell before walking off, leaving him irked but silent. Now they stood facing each other on opposite sides, one wearing a calm expression, while the other bore a permanent scowl. As soon as the match began, he launched himself toward her with explosive force, and she quickly evaded. Planting her hands on the ground, she attempted to channel her power toward him. He leaped into the air, firing a massive explosion in her direction. The impact sent her sliding back further than she anticipated. She crossed her arms to shield her face, bracing against the heat. Though she considered giving up, her gaze fell on the commentator's area where her guardian and mentor observed her every move. She knew he would easily see through her feigned efforts. With a resigned sigh, she decided to press on. She raised her arms toward him, letting her quirk flow through the air. It surged rapidly, catching him off guard. He felt an electric shock course through him, causing him to wince. As she tightened her grip, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, forcing her to loosen her hold. This gave him the opportunity to rush at her, sparks forming in his palms. She quickly dodged to the side, but he relentlessly fired explosions at her, leaving her with little chance to evade as her headache intensified. A mocking voice echoed in her mind, questioning her strength and urging her to show what she was capable of. She mentally rolled her eyes, irritated by the interference. The voice continued, insisting that her life was far more entertaining than theirs. With a sigh, she retorted that if they found her life so amusing, they should come down and experience it themselves. The voice relented, agreeing to help her just this once. Suddenly, she felt a surge of power coursing through her, and her consciousness began to slip away. The other entity took control, and the atmosphere shifted, becoming tense and chilly. He halted his attacks, confused by her sudden stillness. He shouted at her to fight back, but she raised her dominant arm and the sky darkened ominously. Clouds spiraled above, drawing the attention of everyone around. Thunder rumbled, signaling an impending storm. With a dark expression, she looked down, and he felt a wave of fear wash over him. He had never experienced such true fear before. As she clenched her fist, he felt a painful sensation spread through his body, unable to move as it felt like he was burning. The spectators watched in a mix of horror and pity as he endured the relentless electric shocks, his body marked with burn marks until he finally knelt, unable to withstand the pain any longer. Just then the celestial entity was expelled from her body, unable to maintain control. The surge of power dissipated, and her hands fell to her sides as the sky cleared. Rai regained control, but it was short-lived as weakness washed over her. The voice from the celestial realm remarked on her inability to handle such power, watching as she staggered. Her eyes rolled back as she slipped into unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The boy remained responsive, kneeling with his hands pressed against the earth, breathing deeply and gasping for air. The lightning strikes had drained his strength, leaving him weakened and struggling to maintain his abilities. The audience watched in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Midnight was the first to grasp the situation. She cleared her throat and announced that Rai was unable to move, and Bakugo advanced to the final round. She stood once again at the center of the arena, facing her classmate on the opposite side. The male student expressed his good wishes, and she acknowledged him with a nod. The match began as President Mike announced it, prompting 𝖍𝖈𝖍 to unleash his dark shadow, which surged toward her. With her quick reflexes, she dodged the entity effortlessly, charging her quirk as she moved. The shadow attempted to strike her with its claws, but she placed her hands on the ground, allowing her electric power to flow toward 𝖍𝖈𝖍, purple lightning crackling toward him at incredible speed. He was unable to evade it in time, feeling the energy rush up his body. However, Dark Shadow remained undeterred, continuing its assault on her. It was challenging to grasp the shadow since it lacked a physical form, leaving her with only one option. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated the purple electricity into her hands. While she continued to dodge the relentless attacks, she knew it would take time to charge up her next move. As she evaded, she thought to herself that she wasn't there to entertain anyone. She focused on building the power in her hands, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When Dark Shadow was just a meter away, she clapped her hands together. A brilliant light erupted from them, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the arena. The brightness forced everyone to squint, and the entity recoiled, retreating back to 𝖍𝖈𝖍, weakened by the overwhelming light. As the illumination faded, spectators adjusted their eyes, eager to see the outcome of the match. To their surprise, she remained standing with her hands clasped, breathing deeply, while her opponent lay on the ground, still but breathing. Midnight announced the result, her voice filled with disbelief as she declared 𝖍𝖈𝖍 immobilized and 𝖍𝖍 advancing to the next round. The scene unfolded too quickly for anyone to anticipate. Recovery Girl's robot soon arrived, carefully lifting the unconscious boy onto a stretcher. Meanwhile, 𝖍𝖍 stood still, her breath becoming ragged. Fatigue washed over her, and her vision began to blur as dark spots danced before her eyes. Suddenly she collapsed to the ground, fainting as she lost consciousness. The girl looked up at the first-place podium, watching him struggle to free himself from the chains. The male on the second-place podium remained silent, observing the crowd with an emotionless expression. The three stood in the center of the arena, ready for the awarding ceremony. 𝖍𝖍 had just awakened from her slumber when she was called back to the arena to receive her award. She had won third place alongside 𝖍𝖍, but he was nowhere to be seen. Now she stood alone on her side of the podium with the two other male winners, one of whom was throwing a tantrum. She could only sweat at the sight of him, restrained in chains and encased in a block of concrete, his arms bound and mouth covered. It was a humiliating display, and she felt a pang of pity for him. Cameras flashed all around, making her increasingly uncomfortable. She had never liked being in the spotlight, and the attention was making her feel nauseous. At that moment, she wished to leave as soon as possible. A loud voice announced the start of the medal presentation, and the crowd erupted in cheers as All Might leaped down from his podium, landing gracefully in front of them. He held the medals in his hands, a broad smile on his face. Midnight approached him, medals in hand, instructing him to start with the third-place winner. With a laugh, All Might walked toward 𝖍𝖍, who stood stoically. He congratulated her, placing the medal around her neck and telling her she had done well. She nodded in response, surprised when he suddenly opened his arms for a hug. Startled, she raised her arms to keep him at bay, feeling her discomfort rise. She wished he would step back. He encouraged her, saying that with her strength she could easily surpass even him if she trained hard. After pulling away, she let out a sigh of relief. All Might then moved to the second-place winner, offering him the same encouragement and asking a personal question that 𝖍𝖍 chose not to pry into. Finally, he approached the male in chains, who continued to struggle against his restraints. All Might commented on the severity of the situation before removing the muzzle covering the boy's mouth, acknowledging his achievement in reaching first place. The explosive boy shouted that first place was meaningless, expressing his frustration in his usual angry tone. All Might attempted to inspire him with another pep talk, which only seemed to infuriate him further. With the gold medal in hand, All Might tried to place it around the boy's neck, but he resisted, ultimately biting down on it in anger. The awarding ceremony concluded, but All Might took a moment to uplift the spirits of those who hadn't made it to the podium, reminding everyone that they all had a chance to succeed. He ended his speech with a rallying cry, encouraging everyone to repeat after him, and the crowd responded enthusiastically. After the event, everyone felt exhausted and eager to go home and rest. However, the students of Class 1A gathered back in their room, where their teacher had something to say before they left. He congratulated them in a monotone voice, discussing internship offers from the heroes who had been watching them. He instructed them to expect a pile of offers when classes resumed. With a simple acknowledgement, the students packed their bags and left the room, chatting amongst themselves. 𝖍𝖍 was about to leave as well, her bag slung over her shoulder, when 𝖍𝖍 called her name, prompting her to turn back. The other students had already exited, leaving just the two of them. 𝖍𝖍 sighed, looking at her with a serious expression that indicated the importance of their conversation. She focused her attention on him, ready to listen. He informed her that a hero killer was on the loose. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she nodded. She knew what was expected of her. She asked if he wanted her to hunt the villain down, getting straight to the point. For context, 𝖍𝖍 had obtained her hero license the previous September at 𝖜𝖍𝖎's request. Despite her limited hero training, the principal believed it was best for her to have the license for future endeavors. She had passed the exam with ease, allowing her to engage in hero work. That was why they were discussing the hero killer and the plan to put an end to his actions. 𝖍𝖍 confirmed her question and she sighed, realizing another challenging task awaited her. According to the sources, the hero killer was currently in 𝖍𝖎 City, with his last victim being pro-hero 𝖍𝖎. The name struck a chord with 𝖍𝖍, and she recalled that he had been absent recently. Holding her bag tightly, she assured 𝖍𝖍 that she would see what she could do with that information before bowing and leaving the room. 𝖍𝖍 spent her 2 days off training, unsure of what else to do. She was relieved to have her sword back, vowing never to leave it behind again and especially not letting her guardian take it. After returning from her training session, she closed the door behind her and removed her shoes. She announced her arrival to the empty house, knowing the hero was out as usual. She preferred the solitude. Deciding to take a shower to wash away the sweat and the lingering scent of the sun, she changed into her comfortable home clothes, an oversized dark purple t-shirt and a pair of jorts. As her stomach rumbled, she headed to the kitchen to find something to eat. Opening the fridge, she was disappointed to find it empty. She checked the cabinets for ramen packs but found nothing there either. With a sigh, her stomach growled louder, prompting her to decide it was time for grocery shopping. She went to her room to grab her wallet, phone, and a black cap. After putting on a pair of sneakers she had bought, she made sure to take the keys before heading out. Before leaving, she quickly typed up her grocery list to ensure she wouldn't forget anything. Walking along the sidewalk with one hand in her pocket and the other holding her phone, she was distracted and didn't notice someone approaching. They bumped into each other, and as she looked up to apologize, she recognized a familiar face. 𝖍𝖍-san, she exclaimed. The boy turned at the sound of his name and upon realizing it was his classmate, flashed her a wide grin that showcased his sharp teeth. 𝖍𝖍-san. I didn't know you lived around here, he replied, placing his hands on his hips. She nodded, admitting she hadn't realized they were neighbors either. 𝖍𝖍 hummed thoughtfully at her words. By the way, he began, where are you going? I'm on my way to buy some groceries, she said, glancing at her phone to ease the awkwardness. Although they were classmates, they weren't particularly close. Their conversations were usually limited to school-related topics, and now in this casual setting she felt uncertain about what to say. Would you like to accompany me, 𝖍𝖍-san? She asked, surprising both of them. She hadn't meant to say that, and her eyes widened slightly in shock. Oh, I wouldn't want to be a bother, he replied, scratching the back of his neck with an awkward smile, his cheeks slightly flushed. It's fine. I don't really mind. It was too late to back out now. What could possibly go wrong? She spoke too soon, a lot went wrong. The two were merely accompanying each other, with the boy starting a conversation to ease the awkward atmosphere, and the girl responding to show she was listening. It was just a casual hangout. That was until the boy followed YN to the checkout as she finished with her groceries. While waiting in line, he talked about his interest in heroic figures. Once they were done, YN took her bags and walked alongside him. Suddenly, the supermarket door slammed open, alerting everyone nearby. A voice shouted, demanding hands where they could be seen, followed by a declaration of robbery. 3 men wearing bunny masks entered, cackling with glee as they recklessly fired shots into the ceiling. Panic erupted as everyone raised their hands and dropped to the ground, trying to avoid the chaos. The cashiers faced the worst of it, with one of the robbers pointing a gun directly at them, their faces draining of color as fear gripped them. YN was pulled down by 𝖍𝖎𝖈, who watched the scene unfold with anger. He remarked on the audacity of the robbers to strike in broad daylight, observing as they demanded bags and threatened the cashiers to open the registers, tears streaming down their faces. "Don't worry, the police are on their way," YN said calmly, putting her phone back in her pocket. "For now, we have to make sure these guys don't leave before they arrive." Her sword appeared suddenly, shocking the boy beside her. She remained calm and collected, even in such a dire situation. Turning to 𝖍𝖎𝖈, who flinched at her sudden action, she asked if he was willing to help her. He activated his quirk, determination coursing through him as he responded affirmatively. That was the reassurance YN needed as she stood up, drawing the attention of everyone in the area. One of the robbers aimed his gun at her, shouting threats. He fired a bullet in her direction, causing gasps of shock from the crowd. Those with children shielded their eyes, bracing for the worst. But the worst never came. She raised her sword in front of her, her eyes gleaming with resolve. The bullet struck the scabbard of her sword, startling the robbers. They faced her, attempting to mask their fear. One of them stammered, loading his gun, and threatened her with more shots. As the girl prepared to dodge, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 suddenly stepped in front of her, absorbing the impact of the bullet with his hardened arms. He winced but remained unharmed, the bullet casing dropping to the ground. He glanced at her, ensuring she was okay. "I'm going to take you all down," shouted the robber in the white bunny mask, loading his gun to shoot at everyone in sight. In a flash, YN moved behind him, unnoticed, and struck him with her sword, causing him to collapse. Before the other two could react, the sound of sirens filled the air, blue and red lights flashing. The remaining robbers widened their eyes in panic. "It's the police!" they exclaimed, hastily taking a hostage and pressing a gun to her head. The victim's eyes widened in fear as she struggled against her captor. Officers entered the store, witnessing the hostage situation. The robber threatened to harm her if anyone moved, pushing the gun closer to her head, causing her to cry out in distress. His accomplice waved his gun around, ensuring no one dared to intervene. The police attempted to negotiate, seeking to ensure the civilians' safety, but the robbers remained defiant, one gripping the stolen bags tightly as they felt cornered. They seemed to forget about YN until they heard a long sigh from behind. Suddenly, they were struck in the back of their heads, staggering and losing their grip on the hostage and their weapons. They fell to the ground and everyone was safe. As the crisis was averted, the crowd cheered, but YN grimaced, quickly taking 𝖍𝖎𝖈's hand in her bags, urging him to leave the scene. "Where are we going?" 𝖍𝖎𝖈 asked as she pulled him away. "Somewhere," she replied. They ran for what felt like hours, though it was only a few minutes, until YN finally stopped, prompting him to do the same. "Are you hungry?" she asked, nodding toward a nearby diner. He quickly shook his head. Sighing, she walked toward the diner, dragging him along. She opened the door, the bells chiming as they entered. "I'm treating you and I won't take no for an answer. Come on." A police officer bowed in front of YN as she leaned against the walls of the station. He expressed gratitude, stating that without her and her friend's intervention, they wouldn't have apprehended the suspects. YN sighed, acknowledging that they had merely been in the right place at the right time. After a brief exchange, she decided to leave the station and head home, reflecting on the eventful day. Back in the classroom, YN sat with a bored expression as her classmates buzzed with excitement, sharing stories of their recent experiences, particularly the attention they had received. She felt indifferent to the chatter, having successfully avoided the spotlight herself. Just then their teacher entered, noticeably bandage-free. He greeted the class, which responded in kind. When a student pointed out his lack of bandages, he explained that the treatment had been excessive. He then introduced a special lesson on hero informatics which caused a wave of dread to wash over the students, fearing a test. However, the teacher revealed that they would be brainstorming hero names. The class erupted in excitement, only to be silenced when he activated his quirk, his eyes glowing red. He explained the significance of their hero draft picks and how the offers they received would reflect their potential in the future. The results displayed on the smart board showed the number of offers each student had received, with 𝖍𝖍 surprised to see her name listed among the top. As the class buzzed with chatter about their rankings, 𝖍𝖍 felt overwhelmed by the pressure of choosing a name from the numerous offers. She rested her head on the table, feeling drowsy as the discussion continued. Just then the door swung open, startling her awake. Pro-hero 𝖍𝖍 entered, capturing the attention of her classmates, particularly the boys who reacted with admiration. 𝖍𝖍 rolled her eyes at the sight of one of her classmates blushing and getting flustered. 𝖍𝖍 announced that she would evaluate the students' name choices, while their teacher retreated to take a nap. Each student received a whiteboard to write their code names, and 𝖍𝖍 held hers tightly, feeling uninspired. She recalled the alias she had carried before coming to the school, Samurai of Death. It was a title that reflected her past, a reminder of the struggles she had faced. Yet, she hesitated to use it in this new context. With a subtle shake of her head, she left the board blank, waiting for inspiration to strike. The first code name presented was Shining Hero, which left 𝖍𝖍 with a deadpan expression. 𝖍𝖍 seemed to agree with slight modifications to improve it, questioning if it was truly acceptable as a full sentence. 𝖍𝖍's code name inspired others to present theirs confidently, and her energetic classmate stepped forward with enthusiasm, declaring her hero name to be Alien Queen. However, 𝖍𝖍 disapproved, noting it resembled something from alien movies. 𝖍𝖍 sighed at the inconsistency. 𝖍𝖎, the frog girl, asked if she could go next, and with 𝖍𝖍's approval she presented her name, Rainy Season Hero, Froppy. The class erupted in cheers and 𝖍𝖍 thought it was quite cute. The presentations continued, with most names being acceptable, including Red Riot, Earphone Jack, Tentacle, and Cellophane. Then came a name that stood out for its over-the-top nature, King Explosion Murder. 𝖍𝖍 quickly rejected it, deeming the murder aspect excessive. Time passed and nearly everyone had presented their names, leaving only Bakugo, Ida, Midoriya, and 𝖍𝖍. 𝖍𝖍 stared at her blank board, contemplating following Todoroki, who had simply used his first name. Yet, a part of her resisted that idea. Ida stepped forward, presenting his hero name, which was also just his first name, his face reflecting shame and guilt. Midoriya followed, revealing his hero name as Deku, a once derogatory nickname that had now taken on a new, positive meaning. Finally, it was just 𝖍𝖍 and Bakugo remaining. She wrote down the first name that came to mind and, with a sigh, stood up to present it. She stated it nonchalantly, Lightning Hero, Acheron. Deep down, she felt more like a vigilante than a hero, but since this was a hero school, she decided to play the part. She awaited 𝖍𝖍's response, who looked at her with an unreadable expression. 𝖍𝖍 seemed to understand the meaning behind Acheron but chose not to comment, knowing it was an unfamiliar name. After a moment, she gave 𝖍𝖍 a thumbs up and a small smile, saying it was mysterious and suited her well. Nodding in acknowledgement, 𝖍𝖍 returned to her seat, anticipating Bakugo's turn. Later, Aizawa announced it was time to discuss internships, holding a heavy stack of papers. He explained the details of the internships, including their duration and locations, instructing everyone to choose carefully and submit their choices by the end of the week. As 𝖍𝖍 received her stack of papers, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She glanced at it and saw a message from Aizawa reminding her not to forget about the hero killer. She simply responded with a thumbs-up emoji. The chapter concluded. A few days had passed, and now everyone from Class 1A was standing inside the train station, bags on their backs and suitcases in hand. Aizawa was giving them their last instructions before they left the platform. He reminded them to avoid being a burden to the heroes during their internship, and with that, everyone scattered to their respective trains. 𝖍𝖍's train didn't arrive until later, so she decided to sit on a bench, placing her suitcase on her lap. She reflected on her conversation with Aizawa a few days ago, remembering the purpose of this internship. Interning while hunting down a killer felt like a hassle. Heroes really were inefficient. She let out a sigh, her eyes wandering around the station, unaware that one of her classmates was approaching her. A male voice called out to her, prompting her to turn and see Todoroki standing beside her. He offered her a drink, which surprised her since they had never really talked before, and their interactions usually involved him declaring war on her. Hesitant, she asked if he was all right. To her shock, he slightly bowed and apologized for his behavior during their time as classmates. This unexpected gesture made her wonder if something was wrong with him. Patting the seat beside her, she invited him to sit, and he complied. They sat in silence, with 𝖍𝖍 trying to think of what to say while Todoroki stared into the distance. She finally asked why he was apologizing. He sighed and explained that he realized his actions towards her were uncalled for, especially since they barely knew each other. He admitted to being blinded by his hatred for his father, whose ambitions had influenced him for too long. With sincerity, he apologized once more, and 𝖍𝖍 sighed, telling him he had done nothing wrong. This left him quiet, contemplating her words. Embarrassed, he apologized again, his ears turning red. In an attempt to lighten the mood, 𝖍𝖍 stood up, placed her belongings on the seat, and walked over to a nearby vending machine. When she returned with a drink, she suggested they call a truce. Todoroki was initially shocked but then smiled, accepting her offer and exchanging drinks with her. With that, another friendship began to blossom. As 𝖍𝖍 rode the train to the station where the hero she was interning with resided, she enjoyed a quiet ride, listening to the playlist Jiraiya had sent her while gazing out at the passing scenery. It was peaceful. Suddenly, the train's audio announcement indicated they were arriving at the next station, which was 𝖍𝖍's stop. She gathered her belongings, ensuring she had her sword and hero costume suitcase, and stood up as the train came to a stop. Exiting the train, her eyes scanned the unfamiliar station until she noticed a young woman, presumably in her mid-20s, walking toward her. "Are you 𝖍𝖍?" the woman asked, noting her uniform. With a nod, 𝖍𝖍 confirmed her identity and inquired about the woman's name. "Tatsu Kiora, Ryukyu-sama's secretary. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Rai-san," she said, extending her hand for a shake. 𝖍𝖍 respectfully accepted it, replying that the pleasure was all hers. She observed Tatsu's appearance: ebony hair tied in a ponytail, sapphire eyes, and a confident posture. Dressed in a simple navy blue suit and black heels, she looked fitting for a hero's secretary. As Tatsu released her hand, she stepped aside and asked if they could go. 𝖍𝖍 nodded in agreement. "Welcome to my agency, Rai. Please make yourself comfortable," the number 9th hero greeted the young girl at the entrance. The girl expressed her gratitude for the opportunity to intern at the agency of the dragon hero, Ryukyu. She had heard about Ryukyu's heroic deeds and respected her greatly, feeling fortunate to work under such a revered figure. "I believe I have you to thank, young one. After all, you were the one who accepted my offer," Ryukyu said with a warm smile. She instructed her secretary, Kiora, to show the girl around the agency and asked her to meet in her office later to discuss their plans. The professional yet approachable demeanor of the pro-hero made a positive impression on the young girl. After settling in at the agency, 𝖍𝖍 made her way to Ryukyu's office. She knocked on the door and entered when invited. The hero was busy with paperwork but looked up and smiled upon seeing her. "Have a seat," Ryukyu motioned to one of the sofas in her office. The girl complied and Ryukyu took a seat across from her. "How do you like it here so far, Rai?" she asked while signaling for a cup of tea. "It's delightful, Ryukyu-san," 𝖍𝖍 replied softly. "Do you know why I offered you this internship?" Ryukyu inquired. The girl shook her head and the hero continued, "That doesn't matter for now. Since it's your first day, I've decided to let you take a break. We'll start your training tomorrow." 𝖍𝖍 nodded in understanding. "Is there anything specific you want to improve? Perhaps a skill or two?" Ryukyu asked. Internships were a chance for aspiring heroes to enhance their abilities, and it was essential for students to focus on their quirks and combat skills during this training week. After some thought, 𝖍𝖍 shared her goals with Ryukyu, who listened attentively. "I see. I'll figure something out for you, young one. In the meantime, get some rest. You are dismissed." As the training progressed, Ryukyu sparred with 𝖍𝖍, who was working hard to improve her stamina and reflexes. They had been training for 3 hours, taking small breaks, and the girl was already feeling the effects of the intense workout. "You've gotten better," Ryukyu noted, observing the girl's increased speed and agility in defense. 𝖍𝖍 wiped the sweat from her brow, panting slightly. "Thank you, Ryukyu-san. It's all thanks to your help." "It's only right," the woman chuckled, taking a sip from her water bottle. "Later today we'll be patrolling the streets. Make sure your costume is ready." 𝖍𝖍 nodded and Ryukyu smiled at her. "We'll continue training after patrol. Until then, you're free to do whatever you want." She walked toward the door, using the hand scanner to open it. "You are dismissed." People gaped in awe as the two heroes walked through the streets, scanning for potential danger. The majority of the crowd surged ahead, eager to approach the pro-hero for autographs and photos. 𝖍𝖍 observed as Ryukyu graciously accommodated her fans, letting out a long sigh. It was going to be a long day. As they continued walking, Ryukyu focused on maintaining her reputation, but suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air. Both heroes turned their heads toward the source of the sound. There, in the middle of the busy highway, stood a child, holding an ice cream cone with the melted treat splattered on the ground. 𝖍𝖍 widened her eyes in disbelief. Who would leave a child in such a dangerous spot? The pedestrian light was still green, but it wouldn't be for long. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the child, using her quirk to enhance her speed. She scooped up the wailing child and placed her safely on the other side of the sidewalk. The girl stopped crying, bewildered by what had just happened. Just then, the pedestrian light turned red, and 𝖍𝖍 sighed in relief, grateful she had made it in time to save the young girl. Bending down to the child's level, she asked with concern in her voice if the girl was okay, worried that she might have startled her during the rescue. The child remained silent, staring at 𝖍𝖍 in awe. Then the girl exclaimed that 𝖍𝖍 was so cool. Taken aback, 𝖍𝖍 flinched slightly at the sudden compliment. She chuckled lightly, explaining that she was just doing her job. The child continued to express her admiration, declaring her dream of becoming a hero one day, momentarily forgetting about her fallen ice cream. 𝖍𝖍 felt a bead of sweat form on her brow. She wasn't particularly skilled at handling children, and she wondered how she would manage to keep this one calm. Just then she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Ryukyu, who praised her for her efforts. They were using their hero names now that they were in public, a concept 𝖍𝖍 was still getting used to. Nodding, she stepped back as Ryukyu crouched down to ask the girl where her parents were and other important questions. The child pointed behind her, claiming her father was there, but when she turned around she realized he was nowhere to be found. Tears began to swell in her eyes again. Once more she wailed, asking where her father had gone. Ryukyu tried to comfort her, assuring her that she and 𝖍𝖍 would help find him. The child wiped her tears and looked at the two heroes with renewed hope, asking if they were really going to help. Ryukyu smiled warmly and extended her hand, inviting the girl to join them. Let's go. Outside a nearby park, a man called out in panic, searching for his missing child. His worry deepened until he spotted the two tall women, one of whom was holding the child he recognized all too well. Chia. I was worried sick, he exclaimed, rushing toward them. The little girl, hearing her father's voice, turned with sparkling eyes that quickly filled with tears. She let go of Ryukyu's hand and ran toward her father, arms wide open for a hug. The two embraced, reuniting after their brief separation, warming the hearts of both heroes. Hello, sir, Ryukyu began as she approached the pair, with 𝖍𝖍 following closely behind. We found your daughter in the middle of the pedestrian road today. Thankfully, my sidekick was able to save her just in time. The man's eyes widened in shock, the realization of how close his daughter had come to danger washing over him. I should have looked after her more carefully, he murmured, gently stroking the child's head. Thank you so much. I can't imagine what would have happened if you hadn't been there. He bowed deeply to express his gratitude. It's part of our job after all, Ryukyu replied, ready to leave when 𝖍𝖍 felt a small hand hug her thigh. She looked down to see the child gazing up at her with bright, hopeful eyes. Thank you for saving me, miss, the girl said before letting go and running back to her father, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. A warm feeling blossomed in 𝖍𝖍's chest, leaving her momentarily speechless. Currently back at the agency, the two had completed their patrol. From what they gathered, only minor robberies had occurred, along with an audacious man who had harassed a woman in a hidden alleyway. It was just the usual events that could happen during a patrol. Now the two were in the training room, the pro-hero true to her word as they continued to train. They stood in the room, with Ryukyu instructing her on how to enhance her defense further. She asked how long 𝖍𝖍 could maintain her quirk in its activated form. 𝖍𝖍 admitted she hadn't tested it yet, confusion evident on her face as she wondered what Ryukyu was planning. Ryukyu hummed thoughtfully and instructed her to wrap her entire body in lightning. 𝖍𝖍 raised an eyebrow, puzzled, but complied, activating her quirk and feeling the lightning crackle beneath her skin. She felt herself enveloped in subtle purple lightning, almost invisible to the human eye. Ryukyu checked in, ensuring that 𝖍𝖍 felt no pain from her quirk. 𝖍𝖍 reassured her that she was fine and didn't get hurt using her quirk on herself. Ryukyu then suggested timing how long 𝖍𝖍 could maintain this state. With a stopwatch in hand, she pressed the button to start and quickly rushed toward 𝖍𝖎, who deftly evaded her. Ryukyu noted that her reflexes were still sharp, which was a good sign. She sharpened her claws and charged again, encouraging 𝖍𝖎 to predict her movements and use them to her advantage. As 𝖍𝖎 continuously evaded her attacks, she began to follow Ryukyu's advice. Analyzing the woman's actions, she recognized a familiar pattern. After calculating Ryukyu's next move, she amplified her quirk just as Ryukyu was about to strike, creating a makeshift shield. When Ryukyu made contact, she winced in pain and quickly retracted her claws. 𝖍𝖎 realized that her quirk could serve both offensive and defensive purposes, prompting a smile from Ryukyu. She praised 𝖍𝖎 for her quick judgment and encouraged her to keep going, stating they still needed to see how long she could last. Later, Ryukyu announced that they would be going to the Hosa district. 𝖍𝖎 inquired about the reason for the visit, and Ryukyu explained that another pro-hero had invited her for an important meeting. She sighed, rubbing her temples, indicating that there was more on her mind. Ryukyu decided to take 𝖍𝖎 along for the experience. Understanding the significance of the occasion, 𝖍𝖎 nodded in response. Ryukyu mentioned she would inform Kiora to prepare her hero costume and that they would leave at 3. After sending a text to her secretary, she dismissed 𝖍𝖎 from her office. It was the third day of their internships, and 𝖍𝖎 and the pro-hero's routine consisted of morning training, afternoon patrols, and rest or possibly more training at night. This schedule allowed 𝖍𝖎 to gain insight into the lives of pro-heroes while strengthening her mind and body for future challenges. Meanwhile, Ryukyu felt a growing agitation, her leg bouncing as she recalled a call she had received earlier that day. She sighed and closed her eyes, meditating to calm her nerves, hoping that everything would unfold as planned. Ryukyu sat across from the flame hero, 𝖍𝖎, at a long table filled with his sidekicks and other pro-heroes. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone remained silent, trying to appear unfazed by the aura emanating from the number 2 hero. 𝖍𝖎 declared that they would put the hero killer behind bars, his voice booming in the room. He was determined to end the villain's reign of terror once and for all. One of the heroes asked if that was the purpose of the meeting, to which 𝖍𝖎 responded with frustration, emphasizing that the hero killer was the target the Hero Commission had been seeking. He insisted they were responding to the Commission's wishes by taking action. He proposed scouting the area ahead of time, noting that with so many heroes present, they would have a broader coverage in their search. Standing up, he urged the others to do the same and declared that they were ready to leave. With that, the heroes began to exit the room one by one, murmuring among themselves about why 𝖍𝖎 was the leader, but they kept their thoughts to themselves, aware of his formidable reputation as the number 2 hero. The sun was beginning to set on the horizon, casting darker shades across the sky as time passed. Ryukyu and 𝖍𝖎 walked through the streets, the former remaining vigilant and on guard. Although the pro-hero had not disclosed the details of the earlier meeting to her apprentice, 𝖍𝖎 could sense that something was amiss, judging by Ryukyu's tense posture. Suddenly they heard screams and shrieks from the other side of the street, followed by a loud boom and crash. Ryukyu's mind raced with thoughts of the hero killer, but she dismissed the idea, knowing he wouldn't involve civilians. She quickly ran toward the source of the chaos, with 𝖍𝖎 trailing behind her. As they approached, Ryukyu took in the scene unfolding before her. The streets were ablaze, smoke billowing into the air. Civilians, bloodied and bruised, fled from a menacing figure. One of them passed by, eyes wide with fear, while 𝖍𝖎 gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Then they saw Inomu screeching loudly. Ryukyu instinctively held out her hand to protect 𝖍𝖎. She ordered her apprentice to get the civilians to safety. When 𝖍𝖎 asked about Ryukyu's safety, the hero assured her that she would manage, though she knew defeating the creature alone was unlikely. Her plan was to stall until reinforcements arrived. With urgency, she insisted that 𝖍𝖎 prioritize the safety of the people. Taking her mentor's words to heart, 𝖍𝖎 searched for those trapped in the chaos, hoping to help anyone who was stuck. She heard a child's cry but couldn't pinpoint its source. As she moved through the area, she discovered someone trapped under rubble, pleading for help. With determination, 𝖍𝖎 focused her energy, feeling electricity surge through her veins. In an instant, small stones flew in all directions, clearing a path for the trapped citizen. The woman emerged, holding onto something tightly, and the child's wail grew louder. 𝖍𝖎 urged the woman to get to safety, extending her hand. The woman hesitated but eventually took it, expressing her gratitude despite coughing from the smoke. After ensuring the woman was unharmed, 𝖍𝖎 informed her that she needed to continue searching for others in danger. The woman nodded and hurried away, clutching her child. With a sigh, 𝖍𝖍 resumed her search, listening intently for cries for help amidst the crackling flames. She worked quickly, ensuring that no one was left behind. The sky had turned dark, but the fires illuminated her surroundings. Unable to extinguish the flames with her quirk, she hoped for someone with water abilities to arrive. Suddenly, she felt a vibration in her coat. Pulling out a gadget from its hidden compartment, she checked the message from 𝖍𝖎𝖈 in the class group chat, noting his location was close by. This raised her eyebrows. He had only sent his location without any context, which made her uneasy. It was an alleyway, a potentially dangerous place. Despite hearing her mentor's battle cries and the sounds of the fight, 𝖍𝖍 gritted her teeth and clenched her sword's hilt. She made up her mind, leaving the fiery scene behind as she rushed toward 𝖍𝖎𝖈's location, putting her mentor's warning aside for now. "Do you need any help?" Her voice drew the attention of her classmates, who looked at her in surprise. She quickly stomped her feet, sending an electric charge toward the villain. He leaped aside to dodge, a smirk spreading across his face. Well. I wonder how many reinforcements you kids are going to gather to take me down," the masked man taunted as he landed farther back on the pavement. She chuckled darkly. "So it's you, the hero killer. Who would have thought we would meet like this?" The girl stood tall, her piercing gaze fixed on him. Her eyes flickered to the two swords he wielded, then to her classmates, two of whom lay on the ground while the other fought desperately. She turned her attention to her green-haired classmate, who flinched under her gaze. "You should be more specific in your messages, 𝖍𝖎𝖈. But I guess that's hard to do in your current predicament." She shrugged and stepped forward toward the villain, brushing past the half-and-half male, who grasped her shoulder to stop her. "What are you doing, Todoroki?" "Let go," she ordered, glaring at him as he tightened his grip. She harnessed her quirk to build a shield, causing him to retract his hand, startled by the electric jolt. "Risen, be careful," he managed to say, concern evident in his eyes. "His quirk involves ingesting your blood. Avoid his blade at all costs," he warned, glaring at the man who had grazed his cheek. "No need to worry about me," she reassured him, drawing her scabbard while locking her eyes on the villain. "Let's just say I have a few tricks up my sleeve." The two sword users clashed for a while, the male using his dual blades to his advantage while she dodged and countered his attacks. At that moment, the two immobilized teens finally regained control over their bodies but hesitated to intervene in the sword fight. She raised an eyebrow at his words, swinging her scabbard to strike him. However, she was too slow. The hero killer jumped and attacked her mid-air, forcing her to duck under his blade. "This isn't the time for reminiscing, hero killer. I don't even know who you are. But I do. And that's all that matters now, samurai." The girl gritted her teeth at the familiar title, causing her to leap away from him. "I didn't expect you to be a stalker." Regaining her composure, she charged back at him, her scabbard crackling with purple lightning. The onlookers could only watch in awe as the girl fought on par with a villain who required at least 3 of them to handle. She moved as if she had predicted his every move, landing hits while remaining unscathed. Just how much had she grown in the past 3 days? "You know, I was a really big fan of your work. I'm amazed by how many leeches you've taken down in such a short time," he praised her, acknowledging her past actions. She was grateful that only the two of them could hear their conversation amidst the clashing swords, their words falling on deaf ears to the audience. "That's all behind me now." "What? Have you grown soft? Wanting to be like these measly little heroes?" His attacks became harsher and faster, but she kept pace, dodging and countering with ease. "You're turning into one of those wannabes now, samurai. Are you doing this for fame? Money? Power?" He aimed to provoke her, but she remained unfazed. "I thought you didn't care about those things. You're such a hypocrite." He tried to slash at her directly, but she swiftly blocked it with her sword's scabbard. He pushed with all his might, but she stood firm, forcing him to slide back along the pavement. "None of those are the right reasons. Perhaps try again." She glared at him, her eyes deepening to a shade of red. She drew her blade slightly, her aura becoming less perceptible. Then she charged at the hero killer, moving faster than before. He struggled to evade her, feeling a sudden impact in his stomach that forced the air from his lungs. "I couldn't care less about such temporary things." Her classmates watched in amazement as she continued to fight without breaking a sweat. It was miraculous that she remained energized while battling the hero killer for an unknown length of time. If anything, she seemed to grow stronger as the fight progressed. In a swift motion, she moved behind him and struck him with the hilt of her sword, knocking the wind out of him. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Is he finally? One of her classmates asked. Yes, he's unconscious now, she replied, casually placing her foot on his head as if it were a soccer ball. The three teenage boys exchanged glances, surprised by her carefree demeanor. Then Todoroki cleared his throat, trying to regain their focus. Let's restrain him and get out of here. Is there something we can tie him up with? At that moment, she zapped the man beneath her, purple lightning wrapping tightly around his torso. Done, she said nonchalantly, leaving the three boys speechless. Well then, let's remove his weapons just in case. The five of them emerged from the alleyway with a pro-hero known as Native carrying 𝖍𝖎𝖈, while the other three walked alongside, restraining the hero killer. The pro-hero expressed his guilt, feeling like a burden for being saved by teenagers. One of the group reassured him that without his help, they wouldn't have found the killer in the first place. Once they reached the street, Native instructed them to hand Stain over to the police. Just then, another voice called out, questioning why someone was in the area. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 looked up from his carried position and spotted his mentor across the street. Gran Torino approached them, scolding 𝖍𝖎𝖈 for not staying seated. He quickly joined their side, expressing relief that 𝖍𝖎𝖈 was safe. The elderly hero had been summoned unexpectedly and was glad to see them unharmed. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 apologized and Gran Torino merely tsked, a small smile appearing on his face. At that moment, a feminine voice echoed around the corner as a group of sidekicks arrived, having come at 𝖍𝖎𝖈's orders. They quickly noticed the hero killer in their grasp and began calling the police for his capture. Just then, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 appeared from behind the three, bowing deeply and expressing his remorse for their injuries. His voice cracked as he admitted that his anger had clouded his judgment, tears welling in his eyes. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 empathized, acknowledging that he had not realized the burden 𝖍𝖎𝖈 was carrying, despite their friendship. 𝖍𝖎𝖈's tears fell onto the pavement, and Todoroki offered a rare moment of comfort, reminding him to stay strong as their class representative. YN watched the interaction with a soft expression, feeling the weight of the moment. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 wiped his tears, finding comfort and confidence in his friends. Just as they began to feel at ease, a sudden threat approached. Gran Torino sensed danger and warned them to take cover. A Nomu swooped down, causing chaos as it targeted 𝖍𝖎𝖈. In a flurry of wings and wind, the Nomu crashed to the ground, screeching as it lost control. Stain, with bloodshot eyes, broke free from his restraints and charged at the Nomu, declaring his disdain for a society filled with fake heroes and reckless criminals. He struck the Nomu, causing it to collapse, and proclaimed his mission to purge the false heroes. With a fierce determination, he declared that everything he did was for a righteous society. As he withdrew his blade from the Nomu, the group watched in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Stain staggered to his feet, locking eyes with them, and expressed how much they had inspired him, making a tribute to YN. Suddenly he captured 𝖍𝖎𝖈, pinning him to the ground just as heavy footsteps approached. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 had arrived, drawing Stain's attention. The fiery hero prepared to unleash his flames, but Gran Torino intervened, urging him to stop as he released 𝖍𝖎𝖈 and turned to face 𝖍𝖎𝖈. In a flash, YN rushed to 𝖍𝖎𝖈, pulling him away from the fallen Nomu and back to the group. Stain's mask was blown off, revealing his face, and the group looked on in fear as he declared that the fake heroes must be corrected. He advanced slowly, his footsteps heavy, proclaiming that someone must be covered in blood. The group backed away in horror as Stain continued, demanding that the real heroes be brought back. He challenged anyone to confront him, stating that only the true heroes had the right to kill him. Another intense moment passed between YN and Stain, leaving her slightly alarmed. Then suddenly he froze, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed, leaving the group in shock. They felt a heavy pressure in the air, and many fell to the ground, bewildered by what had just transpired. Cold sweat trickled down their brows as they stared at Stain, now unconscious. Standing outside a hospital ward, YN listened to the conversation happening inside. Unlike the three boys, she was unscathed and did not need to be checked. Her mentor, who lay in the hospital bed, had reprimanded her for her recklessness during her visit, warning her that such actions could lead to serious trouble. However, she also praised YN for her bravery in helping her classmates when they needed it most and for following her orders to save those in danger. After learning that her classmates were in the same hospital as her mentor, YN made her way to their room. Upon arrival, she overheard a higher-up, a police chief with a canine-like appearance, reprimanding them. He stated that even if they faced the hero killer, their actions were a complete violation of the rules. He informed them that alongside the pro-heroes, they would face strict punishment. Todoroki, clearly angry, argued that if 𝖍𝖎 hadn't intervened, 𝖍𝖎 would have been killed, and if 𝖍𝖎 hadn't acted, both he and 𝖍𝖎 would have perished as well. He questioned whether they should have simply followed the rules and left their classmates to die. Footsteps approached, and 𝖍𝖍 heard 𝖍𝖎 trying to calm Todoroki down. Todoroki insisted that if the outcome was positive, the rules should not matter. He expressed that it was a hero's duty to save others. The police chief countered that this was precisely why they were still in training, despite their studies at UA and the guidance of 𝖍𝖎. As Todoroki's frustration peaked, 𝖍𝖍 stifled a laugh at his boldness. She could hear him approaching the police chief, his footsteps heavy with anger. Gran Torino stepped forward, advising Todoroki to let the chief finish. The chief explained that if the incident became public, the public would praise them, but punishment would still follow. If it remained undisclosed, the burn marks would be attributed to 𝖍𝖎, and the identity of the one who defeated the hero killer would remain confidential. 𝖍𝖍's identity. Earlier, the chief had discussed this with her. With her hero license, he had an excuse to let her off the hook and present her as the one who defeated the hero killer. She had requested to keep her identity hidden, believing it would be a hassle to be known. The chief agreed to her wishes, at least until she established her own reputation. Fortunately, there were few witnesses, so the violation could remain between them. However, the chief noted that no one would know of their courageous actions. He expressed his reluctance to criticize young individuals with promising futures for a single mistake. The three boys began to apologize to their mentor and the officer, but Todoroki remained stubborn, his reluctance evident. The officer acknowledged their bravery that night, expressing gratitude for their presence. As the three adults exited the room, 𝖍𝖍 seized the opportunity to enter and check on the injured boys. Their surprised expressions greeted her as they stood wide-eyed. She casually shrugged, explaining that she had come to see her mentor but decided to stop by after hearing they were there. Dressed in casual clothes, she felt no need to wear her hero costume. Todoroki, realizing she had overheard everything, turned slightly pink with embarrassment. 𝖍𝖍 confirmed that she had been waiting outside the entire time. She then checked on them, noting they seemed to be doing well. With a casual farewell, she turned to leave, sliding the door open and saluting them as she said, "Take care." The rest of the week followed a familiar routine for 𝖍𝖍. It took her mentor another day to recover, and they were finally ready to return to the agency. Once back, they resumed their schedule of training, patrolling, training, and resting. During this time, 𝖍𝖍 was growing both physically and mentally. Her experiences with Ryukyu and Stain had allowed her to further hone her skills, and she had even picked up some new tricks along the way. As she reflected on her encounter with Stain, she couldn't shake the anger that bubbled within her. He was a well-known figure in the villain society, notorious for his ideology and past actions. The thought infuriated her. She was no villain. All she wanted was to cleanse society of evil. On the final day of her internship, 𝖍𝖍 stood on the platform waiting for the train back to her district, her bags and sword held tightly in her grip. She faced her mentor and her assistant, the former wearing a proud smile. Ryukyu approached her and gently patted her shoulder, expressing her pride in 𝖍𝖍's growth over such a short time. 𝖍𝖍 bowed deeply, sincerely thanking Ryukyu for her guidance. "The train to Shizuoka Prefecture will arrive in a minute," Ryukyu announced. "Stand up straight, young one. Your train is about to arrive." 𝖍𝖍 complied, and just as she did, the train pulled into the station. Passengers hurriedly disembarked, and 𝖍𝖍 and the others rushed in, eager to find a seat. As she settled inside, she glanced back at Ryukyu. Before the doors closed, she bowed once more, a soft smile gracing her face as she expressed her gratitude again. Upon arriving home, 𝖍𝖍 stepped inside and removed her shoes. The train ride had been tiring and uneventful, and all she wanted was to sleep. However, she halted in her tracks when she spotted Aizawa at the kitchen counter, sipping from his cup. He noticed her and sighed, setting his drink down to face her. "You defeated him, did you?" he asked, referring to the hero killer. 𝖍𝖍 nodded in response. A long silence followed, and just as she turned to head to her room, Aizawa spoke again, halting her. "Keeping your identity a mystery might be wise, but you can't hide forever." His stern gaze bore into her. She sighed, knowing he was right. Yet, maintaining her secret identity felt like the only way to keep her life together, even if the foundation she had built was shaky. "I'll let the future decide that for me, Aizawa-san," she replied. As the days passed, 𝖍𝖍 returned to school, where her classmates were buzzing with excitement about their internships. Bakugo was particularly irked, his hair having taken on an unusual appearance. He snapped at his classmates, demanding they stop laughing at him. YN couldn't help but smirk as she passed by, teasing him about his new look. His frustration only intensified, but she found it amusing. As she settled into her chair, the conversations around her turned to their experiences during the internships, with tales of battling minor villains and patrols filling the air. When the topic of the hero killer arose, YN turned her attention to the 3 boys who had been with her during that encounter. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 began to speak, crediting YN for their survival, but quickly fell silent when he caught her glare. She had made it clear that she wanted to keep her involvement a secret, and he understood the unspoken warning. The class shifted their focus to the heroes who had come to their aid, with murmurs of admiration for 𝖍𝖎𝖈. Todoroki's voice carried a hint of hesitation as he spoke about the rescue, and YN could sense the internal conflict he faced regarding his father. The conversation soon turned to the mysterious pro-hero who had assisted them, leaving everyone curious about their identity. Ida confirmed their confusion, and the discussion shifted to Stain's connections with the League, prompting YN to reflect deeply. She rested her head on the table, contemplating the implications of their encounter. Was this truly the end, or the beginning of something far more sinister? 𝖍𝖈 announced that they would be participating in a fun rescue training race for today's class. The students stood outside an outdoor gym, all dressed in their hero costumes. The hero explained that this activity would be a great way to assess the progress they had made during their time training with other heroes. Ida raised his hand, confused about why the rescue training was taking place in a different location. 𝖍𝖈 clarified that the USJ was designated for disaster training. With a smirk, he added that it was a race, explaining the location and mechanics of the activity. He informed them that they would be divided into 4 groups of 5, with one group training at a time. Once he sent a distress signal, they would start from the edge of the area, racing to see who could rescue him first. He also reminded them to limit any building damage. As the class entered the outdoor gym and awaited their groupings, some students expressed concern about Ida's readiness. They noted that the strongest members of the class were grouped together, and one girl observed that 𝖍𝖎𝖈 might be at a disadvantage. Others agreed, pointing out that he often injured himself when using his quirk. YN tuned out the chatter around her, preferring to meditate instead of engaging in trivial discussions. When someone asked her who she thought would win, she opened her eyes and glanced at the giant screen. She mentioned that 𝖍𝖎 had a good chance of winning due to his versatile quirk, but acknowledged that everyone had improved and had a fair shot. As the race began, all attention shifted to the screen. YN heard gasps from her classmates as they watched 𝖍𝖎𝖈's impressive progress. He navigated the course with newfound skill, avoiding injuries this time. However, as he stepped onto one of the pipes, he lost his balance and fell, which made YN cringe slightly. In the end, 𝖍𝖎 won the race while 𝖍𝖎𝖈 placed last. 𝖍𝖈 congratulated the first group and encouraged them to keep improving as they prepared for the finals. YN stood up and made her way to the playing ground, receiving encouragement from 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, which prompted her to smile and give a thumbs up. As she took her position, boredom was evident on her face. She was racing alongside 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, Bakugo, Sato, and Shoji. The layout of ground Gamma, with its numerous pipes, posed no challenge for her. She felt confident in her ability to navigate it effectively. When the horn sounded, she activated her quirk and propelled herself forward, leaping from pipe to pipe with remarkable speed and stealth. She could hear explosions behind her and recognized them as Bakugo's doing. Determined to get ahead, she pushed herself further, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. Bakugo shouted in frustration, accusing her of copying his moves. YN retorted that the moves weren't exclusive to him, which only fueled his irritation. As she neared 𝖍𝖈, Bakugo leaped over her with a triumphant smirk, clearly feeling confident in his lead. Rolling her eyes at his antics, YN chose to slow down to avoid his explosions, knowing she could easily surpass him if she wanted to. Ultimately, Bakugo won the round, with YN following closely behind in second place. He taunted her about his victory, but she simply shrugged, unfazed by his words, which only seemed to frustrate him further. Bakugo threatened her, but 𝖍𝖈 held him back, allowing YN to yawn in response, finding his efforts amusing. Little did he know, she had intentionally held back to let him win, which would have only added to his irritation if he had realized. The training had already ended, and the class was currently in the changing rooms, putting on their uniforms for the next class. The girls around YN chatted among themselves, discussing how much they had all grown. YN listened to their conversations but did not join in. As she began to put on her polo blouse, she heard distant murmurs from the other side of the wall. One voice mentioned how hard the previous students must have worked to create the space. This piqued 𝖍𝖎's interest. Another voice chimed in, revealing that they were near the girls' locker room. 𝖍𝖎, noticing the commotion, plugged her earphone jack into the wall to listen more closely. She admonished 𝖍𝖎 for his behavior, reminding him that peeping was a serious offense. The two girls shuddered in disgust as they listened to the male voices listing inappropriate things they wanted to see. Irritated, 𝖍𝖎 quickly used her quirk to zap whatever was on the other side of the wall. 𝖍𝖎, curious, followed suit and earned a pained cry from the male as she accidentally hit his eye. The other girls in the room quickly thanked the two for their actions and decided to cover the hole immediately. 𝖍𝖎 thought to herself about how disgusting it was to encounter such behavior. If she had met him earlier, she would have dealt with him differently. Time passed and the class faced a new dilemma: their upcoming exams. Kaminari expressed his horror at not having studied at all, especially since he was struggling academically. Tokoyami noted how many events had occurred recently, which had distracted them all. Sato reassured them that the midterm exams had not been too difficult, but the finals would be a different challenge. 𝖍𝖎, feeling smug about his midterm ranking, teased the others, which only frustrated Kaminari and Ishido, who were at the bottom of the class. Midoriya, who had performed well in the midterms, encouraged everyone to work hard, reminding them of the upcoming forest training camp. Ida, the class representative, urged everyone to improve, while Todoroki pointed out that they wouldn't be struggling if they had paid attention in class. Yaoyorozu offered to help anyone who needed assistance, though she expressed her own doubts about the practical exams. Standing by her desk, 𝖍𝖎 overheard Yaoyorozu muttering to herself. With a sigh, she placed a hand on Yaoyorozu's shoulder, offering to train together. Yaoyorozu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the suggestion, and she clasped 𝖍𝖎's hands in gratitude. 𝖍𝖎 approached the two girls, asking for help with quadratic functions, while Shiro joined in, requesting assistance with classical literature. 𝖍𝖎 glanced at Yaoyorozu, who was clearly thrilled by the attention and requests for help. The three classmates eagerly agreed to have a study session at Yaoyorozu's house that weekend. Turning to 𝖍𝖎, Yaoyorozu invited her to join, but 𝖍𝖎 politely declined, explaining that she was busy that weekend. She offered a small smile and a pat on Yaoyorozu's shoulder before returning to her seat, feeling a bit drained from the social interaction. Resting her arms on her table, she laid her head down, feeling tired after the day's events. Currently standing on the rooftop of a building, 𝖍𝖎 and Aizawa were on their patrol routine that night, vigilant for any potential danger. The girl wore a simple sleeveless turtleneck with a hoodie jacket and cargo pants, complemented by heavy combat boots. She could have used this night to study, but Aizawa had insisted on the patrol. With a sigh, she rubbed the bridge of her nose in annoyance, reminding him that she had exams next week. Aizawa, focused on the street below and wearing his yellow goggles, replied that she could have brought her notes along if she wanted to study. This only irked her further, and she felt a glare directed at the back of his head. Though she considered kicking him off the ledge, she quickly remembered that he was the one covering her expenses, which were considerable. Frustrated, she muttered under her breath while scanning the street. Her attention was drawn to a suspicious scene unfolding on the sidewalk. A woman in office attire appeared uncomfortable as a man in a baseball cap spoke to her, his posture smug and overconfident. As the man moved closer, placing his hand on the woman's waist, she flinched and attempted to subtly pry his hand away, but he didn't take the hint. Not wanting to observe any longer, 𝖍𝖎 leaped from the rooftop, skillfully jumping from wall to wall before landing safely in an alleyway. She casually walked out, spotting the pair just a few meters ahead. The man's hand began to wander, prompting her to intervene. With a bright smile, she approached them, exclaiming that she thought they were supposed to hang out that night. The two turned to her in confusion, and she waved at the woman, who quickly took the cue and apologized for forgetting. As the woman moved toward her, the man's bewildered expression shifted to a scowl, but he forced a smile upon noticing 𝖍𝖎. She introduced herself as the woman's best friend, assuring the man that she was there to ensure the lady arrived home safely. Observing the woman's trembling arm, 𝖍𝖎 took hold of it, smirking at the man, who was clearly irritated by her presence. Turning to the woman, she suggested they leave, and the woman nodded in agreement. As they walked past the man, he clenched his fists, furious that his intended victim was slipping away. However, he decided to follow them, unaware that this was a grave mistake. The woman whispered her gratitude, and 𝖍𝖎 assured her that she would keep her safe, pointing out that the man was still tailing them. To distract him, 𝖍𝖎 suddenly exclaimed about a sale at hand M, encouraging the woman to join her in excitement. They faked laughter, making it sound genuine, while the man continued to follow them stealthily. Realizing she needed to lead him into a trap, 𝖍𝖍 spotted a dark alley and gestured toward it. She knew 𝖍𝖍 was watching from above, so she subtly signaled to him while pretending to tell a story. She suggested they take a shortcut through the alley, and despite the woman's hesitation, 𝖍𝖍 insisted and pulled her into the dimly lit space. The man followed, smirking to himself, thinking they were walking into danger. However, upon entering the alley, he found only emptiness, confused by the absence of the two women. Suddenly he felt a thud on the back of his head and fell to the ground. 𝖍𝖍 emerged from the shadows, confirming that the man would not be causing any more trouble for a while, as he would be serving time in prison. The woman, startled, asked who he was, but 𝖍𝖍 quickly reassured her that he was an ally. 𝖍𝖍 used his capturing weapon to secure the man's hands and ankles, lifting him effortlessly. He instructed them to accompany him to the police, explaining that they needed the woman's cooperation to ensure the man faced justice for his actions. Chapter: Another unexpected encounter. A familiar voice called out from behind, their footsteps growing louder as they approached. 𝖍𝖍 turned to see Kirishima, who had a hand on his neck. It seemed they were destined to keep running into each other. It was Saturday, and 𝖍𝖍 was casually walking around the neighborhood, trying to clear her mind after a week filled with studying and training. During the school week, she and 𝖍𝖍 had managed to rent out the gym for 2 days, giving them space to hone their quirks. From those training sessions, 𝖍𝖍 had noticed that her friend struggled with self-esteem, often doubting her abilities. This lack of confidence hindered her potential, and 𝖍𝖍 had done her best to help her realize her worth, but it felt like an uphill battle. Kirishima approached her with his usual cheerful smile and asked where she was headed. When she replied that she was going to the park, he nodded in understanding and then shared his own plans. He was on his way to the station, excitedly explaining that he had convinced Bakugo to join him for a study session at a cafe. 𝖍𝖍 was surprised to hear that Bakugo had agreed to this. Kirishima's expression shifted as he looked at her with hopeful eyes, inviting her to join them. Despite her hesitation, 𝖍𝖍 could see how eager he was to hang out, even if it was just for studying. She felt a twinge of reluctance about disturbing their dynamic, especially given the rivalry she had with Bakugo. However, Kirishima was persistent, and after a sigh she agreed, hoping for the best. Upon entering the cozy cafe, a chime rang as they opened the door. Kirishima scanned the room until he spotted Bakugo's distinctive spiky blonde hair in a booth. He took 𝖍𝖍's wrist, pulling her along. As they approached, Bakugo's rough voice greeted them, expressing his annoyance at their tardiness. Kirishima explained that he had met someone along the way, and to 𝖍𝖍's surprise, he introduced her as someone who would be studying with them. Bakugo's irritation was palpable as he confronted 𝖍𝖍, questioning her presence. She responded with a casual greeting, trying to maintain her composure. Kirishima, ever the peacemaker, enthusiastically affirmed that she would be joining them, which only seemed to irritate Bakugo further. Their bickering escalated, drawing the attention of other customers and the cafe staff. A woman approached their table, timidly asking them to quiet down as they were disturbing others. The two boys continued their argument, prompting 𝖍𝖍 to intervene by playfully hitting them both on the back of their heads. After a moment of realization, Kirishima quickly apologized for the noise, while Bakugo merely scoffed. Fortunately, the staff member was understanding and allowed them to stay, provided they kept their voices down. With Kirishima off to order, 𝖍𝖍 settled into her seat, trying to ignore Bakugo's piercing gaze. She focused on her phone, attempting to tune him out. Bakugo eventually broke the silence, demanding that she be useful during their study session. She responded with a nonchalant hum, suggesting he pretend she wasn't there. Soon, Kirishima returned with their drinks and food, marking the beginning of their study session. "It's whose, not whom," 𝖍𝖍 pointed out as she corrected the mistake in Kirishima's notes. She read aloud, "Whose phone is that? It certainly isn't mine." She explained the difference between possessive and object pronouns, turning to Kirishima, who wore a sheepish smile as he scratched his cheek. He admitted, kinda?" With a sigh, 𝖍𝖍 placed a hand on her head, feeling a headache coming on. She thought to herself that she shouldn't have agreed to this, as she genuinely didn't know how to teach. Thankfully, Bakugo unexpectedly came to the rescue, aggressively explaining the topic to Kirishima. "Oh, I get it now. Thanks, Baku bro," Kirishima exclaimed. Bakugo shot back, "Don't call me that. And whatever." He returned to his notes, a serious expression on his face. "By the way, you're a terrible teacher, right?" he teased, noticing 𝖍𝖍 rubbing her temples but unable to hide his smirk. I'm fully aware of that, Bakugo-san, she replied with a glare, turning her attention back to the book in her hands. After a while, she grew bored with its contents, having already grasped the concept. She closed the book, set it aside, and took a sip of her FF milkshake. Their study session stretched on for 2 hours, possibly longer, with Bakugo giving Kirishima a few questions to answer. He playfully hit him with a rolled-up notebook when he got an answer wrong, while YN read another book for leisure, unfazed by the commotion beside her as she enjoyed her snacks. As darkness began to settle outside, YN remembered she had a patrol with 𝖍𝖎 later. She stood up, gathering her belongings, which caught the attention of the two boys. I need to get going. My guardian is probably looking for me now, she stated, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Kirishima glanced out the window and noticed it was getting dark, even though it was only 6 p.m. He sighed and stood up as well. I gotta go too. My mom's going to worry if I stay out too long. Bakugo said as he closed his book and packed it away. Fine. We're continuing this tomorrow, shitty hair, he said, grabbing his bag and standing up. He pointed at YN, who raised an eyebrow at him. And you better not come with. I don't plan on it anyway, so don't worry, Baku bro. I said don't call me that. Finals week had finally arrived, and everyone hoped their sleepless nights and study sessions would pay off. There were 3 days of written exams, which everyone worked hard to pass, followed by a practical exam rumored to involve another robot fight. That seemed unlikely, considering they had already fought those robots twice. Now they stood in their hero costumes outside the practical exam site, facing a few of their teachers. Now let's start the practical exam, 𝖍𝖎 had announced, hands in his pockets. It's possible to fail this, so if you want to go to training camp, don't fail. There are a lot of teachers here, 𝖍𝖎 pointed out. Yeah, I wonder why, YN added, flinching slightly. Geez, Rai, where did you come from? I was always here, what do you mean? She replied. All of you must have an idea of what will happen. After gathering info. The robots from the entrance exam, right? Kaminari and Mina interrupted, excited about the prospect of fighting the robots they had been anticipating. Well, too bad, a muffled voice chimed in, silencing them. Due to various reasons, we've changed things up a notch starting today. The small principal emerged from beneath 𝖍𝖎's scarf, a joyful expression on its face. Principal? What do you mean by change? From now on we'll be focusing on one-on-one combat and activities that are similar to real combat, it explained as it slid down to the ground with the help of 𝖍𝖎's scarf and 13. All of you will be grouped into pairs and engage in combat against one teacher. The students began to feel anxious at the thought of fighting their teachers, who were professionals and could easily defeat them. We've picked your partner and the teacher you'll be up against. Your patterns of movement, grades, closeness, and other factors were considered when I decided your groupings, 𝖍𝖎 had explained, announcing the pairings and the teachers they would face. YN sighed as she listened to the teams being called out, feeling a headache creeping in, reminiscent of the one she had during the sports festival. It quickly faded when she heard her last name announced alongside another. Rai and Shoji will be a team, and you two will be going against 𝖬𝖎. Shoji? Ah, my seatmate, YN thought, glancing toward her partner, who was already looking at her. She approached him and extended her hand, saying, I look forward to working with you, Shoji-san. He eyed her hand and shook it politely, replying, Likewise, Rai-san, with a smile. 𝖬𝖎, huh? She mused, quickly glancing at the teacher, who was busy cleaning his gun. This isn't the first time I've fought a gun wielder, but we'll see how this plays out. The two students stood behind a large pillar, trying to shield themselves from the barrage of bullets coming their way. Before all of this had started, YN quickly devised a plan for Shoji to look for the escape gate while she distracted their teacher, who had a disability. However, as soon as the exam began, it became difficult to execute the plan. They had been hiding behind the pillar for 5 minutes since the exam started, and only had 25 minutes left. This made YN sigh. She called out to Shoji, prompting him to turn and look at her. She insisted they would carry out the plan as usual. Shoji's eyes widened in surprise as if he thought she had lost her mind. He expressed his concerns, noting that their teacher's only disadvantage was the weights he wore, and that injuries were likely if they confronted him directly. YN asked if he trusted her, causing Shoji to flinch slightly before nodding, fully aware of her capabilities. She unsheathed her sword, preparing to face their gun-wielding teacher, and instructed him to find the exit, promising to follow if things got out of hand. With a quick glance, Shoji slipped away, ensuring he remained unseen by the teacher. Taking a deep breath, YN left her hiding spot, drawing the teacher's attention as he aimed his gun at her feet. With the help of her sword, she blocked the bullet, which fell harmlessly to the ground. 𝖉𝖍, momentarily shocked, quickly regained his composure and fired multiple bullets in her direction. Despite their speed, 𝖬𝖍 skillfully blocked them, flicking her wrist to redirect the projectiles. 𝖉𝖍 taunted her as he advanced, continuing to shoot. In the midst of the chaos, he pulled something from his belt, removed its pin and tossed it into the air. Smoke erupted, filling the area and obscuring her vision. 𝖬𝖍 heightened her senses, relying on her hearing as she closed her eyes, listening intently for the sound of bullets whizzing by. Activating her quirk, she allowed it to flow through her body, forming a protective shield. The rapid firing of gunshots echoed around her, but 𝖬𝖍 flicked her wrist again, blocking all incoming bullets. Amplifying her power, she leaped into the air, rising above the smoke. From her elevated position, she spotted 𝖉𝖍 as he began to aim his gun upward, preparing to shoot. His bullets flew toward her, but she swiftly deflected them with her scabbard. Still suspended in the air, she realized time was running out. She had only 15 minutes left, and 𝖍𝖎 had likely already found the exit. Yet 𝖬𝖍 was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Then she saw it. She opened the 𝖍𝖍𝖎𝖍 she had been holding and jumped down, landing directly behind 𝖉𝖍, who was busy changing magazines. Noticing the position of his elbows, she quickly evaded his incoming attack. Her steps were silent, but the smoke shifted direction as she landed. 𝖉𝖍 acknowledged her skill, complimenting her toughness as he pet his gun and fired in her direction. Time was slipping away, she had only 10 minutes left to end this. However, the match concluded when the announcement echoed through the room, declaring, Team Rai and 𝖍𝖎 passed. This caught 𝖉𝖍 off guard, and he looked down to see the 𝖍𝖍𝖎𝖎 now secured around his wrists. Realization dawned on him, and he chuckled, finding the situation amusing. He remarked on her quickness, turning to face 𝖬𝖍, who maintained a stoic expression. If she were honest, she noted, his movements became predictable once a pattern was established. Sighing, 𝖉𝖍 holstered his gun and acknowledged that there was still room for improvement. Suddenly they heard running footsteps, and both turned to see 𝖍𝖎 approaching with a shocked expression. He stopped beside 𝖬𝖍, who looked at him curiously. He began to question how they had passed, but then noticed her hand pointing toward their teacher, who was now cuffed. Oh, he said, realization washing over him. Exactly my reaction, 𝖬𝖍 replied. The sound of crying and sobbing greeted 𝖬𝖍 early in the morning as she slid the door open. 4 of her classmates wore disappointed expressions, feeling down after not passing the practical test. 𝖜𝖍𝖎, trying to remain optimistic, mentioned the possibility of a surprise ending, but 𝖍𝖎 quickly dismissed it, fearing he might jinx their chances. Their gloomy attitude made 𝖬𝖍 sigh as she walked toward her seat, placing her bag down and letting her sword hang from behind her. Suddenly, a throbbing headache struck, causing her to wince in pain while rubbing her temples. It was too early for this. For a while now, 𝖬𝖍 had been experiencing these headaches, ever since the sports festival incident. Although the pain subsided after a while, the lingering effects were troublesome. She often brought painkillers to help ease the discomfort, but as she rummaged through her bag, she realized she had left them in her room while cleaning out her bag. A quiet groan escaped her as she pressed her palm against her head, feeling the pain intensify. A voice from beside her asked if she was all right. She turned her head slightly to peek at the speaker and waved them off, insisting she was fine. Vulnerability was something she despised. Just then the door slammed open, revealing their teacher, who instructed them to sit down and be quiet. The class immediately fell silent, behaving well in contrast to the earlier noise. 𝖍𝖍 announced that some students had unfortunately failed the final exams, and 𝖬𝖍 could sense the disheartenment among her classmates. However, he continued, revealing that everyone would still attend the forest training camp, wearing an uncanny smile. This announcement brought relief to those who had felt discouraged, happy at the prospect of still going to training camp. 𝖍𝖍 explained that while no one had failed the written test, several students, including Kirishima, Ashido, Sato, Siro, and Kaminari, had failed the practical test. He clarified that the exam was designed to create opportunities for students to succeed while observing how they tackled each task. If they hadn't done so, many would have felt defeated. He added that the training camp would serve as a strengthening opportunity for those who had failed, referring to it as a reasonable falsehood. 𝖬𝖍 deadpanned at this. Ida then stood up, raising his hands and expressing concern about losing trust due to 𝖍𝖍's approach. 𝖬𝖍 thought it was amusing that Ida still trusted him after all this time. 𝖍𝖍 reassured them that not everything was a lie. Those who had failed would attend a special cram class, which would be more challenging than if they had stayed behind, dampening their spirits further. Later, her female classmates approached her with smiles, asking if she wanted to join them. 𝖍𝖍 was packing her things and was ready to leave, not fully engaged in their conversation. When she asked where they were going, they excitedly replied that they were heading to the mall to buy supplies for training camp and hang out afterward. Seeing their hopeful faces, she sighed, realizing they wanted her to come along, especially since others were eager to get to know her better. Deciding it would be fun to go out for a change, 𝖍𝖍 agreed and asked them to text her the details before waving them goodbye, looking forward to a relaxing evening at home. The day of the outing arrived and 𝖍𝖍 stood outside the shopping center, waiting for her classmates. Being early, she scrolled through her phone to pass the time until she heard someone call her name. Looking up, she saw 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 approaching with a cheerful smile. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 greeted her warmly and 𝖍𝖍 returned the gesture. She noticed 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍's gaze lingering on her figure and raised an eyebrow, asking if something was wrong. Flustered, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 quickly shook her head and complimented 𝖍𝖍 on her appearance, causing 𝖍𝖍 to blink in surprise before regaining her composure and returning the compliment. Dressed in baggy jeans secured with a belt and a fitted polo shirt, 𝖍𝖍 felt comfortable yet stylish. She also carried a canvas bag and wore comfortable sneakers, accessorizing her outfit with a few simple pieces. The moment felt awkward as 𝖍𝖍 struggled to find something to say, but thankfully her classmates began to arrive one by one, relieving the tension. 𝖍𝖎 wrapped an arm around 𝖍𝖍's shoulders, making her slouch slightly at the contact. Apologizing for forgetting their plans, 𝖍𝖍 felt 𝖍𝖎's warm smile as she pulled her closer. With everyone gathered, they were ready to head inside. With a large plastic bag in one hand, 𝖍𝖍 had finished buying everything she needed for the training camp. Bug spray, sunscreen, a lighter, first aid supplies and more. Thanks to the allowance 𝖍𝖎 had given her from their patrols together, she had no trouble paying for the necessities. Now she sat down on a bench at the shopping center, placing the plastic bag on her lap to rest from walking. As she looked around, hoping to spot one of her classmates, she noticed a troubling scene. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 appeared to be in distress, with a figure in a black hoodie gripping his neck. Although she couldn't see the hooded person's face, she sensed that 𝖍𝖎𝖈 was being harassed. Without hesitation, 𝖍𝖍 stood up and approached them casually to avoid drawing attention. She called out to 𝖍𝖎𝖈, who turned his head toward her. She then directed her gaze to the hooded male, her eyes narrowing in hostility as she recognized his familiar blue hair. Despite her unease, she maintained her composure to protect 𝖍𝖎𝖈. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 insisted he was fine, urging her not to come any closer, while the hooded male tightened his grip on him but kept one finger raised to prevent 𝖍𝖎𝖈 from using his quirk. After assessing 𝖍𝖍's stance, the hooded figure raised his arms in a gesture of surrender. The perpetrator smirked, revealing a chapped smile that felt insincere. 𝖍𝖍 glanced at 𝖍𝖎𝖈, who was coughing and struggling to catch his breath. Concerned, she looked back at the blue-haired male, who offered a half-hearted apology and claimed he was leaving. He muttered something to 𝖍𝖎𝖈 before standing up and roughly bumping shoulders with 𝖍𝖍 as he walked away. Turning to 𝖍𝖎𝖈, she asked if he was okay. Suddenly he called out, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 𝖍𝖎𝖈. Realization hit her hard. Hearing that name made the hooded figure pause, listening to 𝖍𝖎𝖈's question. What is all for one's purpose? As the name left 𝖍𝖎𝖈's lips, 𝖍𝖍's eyes widened in shock, her fists clenching subconsciously. She felt a connection to that name, one that stirred memories from her distant past. It was unsettling, especially since it seemed tied to her in some way. The hooded figure replied, I don't know. But you better be careful because the next time I see you. He took a few steps back, gradually walking away. It will probably be when I've decided to end you. A few weeks passed since the shopping center incident, and 𝖍𝖍 found herself lying on the floor with her arms stretched out, staring at the ceiling. Her boredom had reached new heights, and she had exhausted every activity she could think of: training, sleeping, cooking, painting, and more. If this continued, she feared she might go a little crazy. Suddenly, a notification pinged from her phone, which lay across the bedside table. Groaning, she reached for it, wondering what the alert was about. As she read the message, her eyes widened in realization of what day it was, thanks to the event she had organized. Quickly she sat up, then stood, preparing for the get-together the other girls had planned before summer break. She grabbed a tote bag and placed it on her chair. Opening her wardrobe, she searched for her school swimsuit, likely hidden at the back of the closet. Once she found it, she rummaged through the hangers for an outfit to wear afterward and something suitable for her journey. Satisfied with her choices, she packed the swimsuit and her change of clothes into the bag, along with her sunscreen and other essentials. As she zipped up the bag, her phone pinged again, prompting her to check the notification. Today, 𝖍𝖍 found herself sitting at the edge of the pool, an uncomfortable expression on her face as she watched her classmates play with a beach ball crafted by 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝖍. The girls had decided to take a break from everything that had happened and enjoy some time swimming. Although 𝖍𝖍 had agreed to join them, she wasn't fond of the cold water, so she kept her legs dangling in the chilly surface. Her pink-haired classmate encouraged her to join in on the fun, tossing the beach ball her way. 𝖍𝖍 returned the ball with a sigh, politely declining the invitation to play. 𝖍𝖍 pouted slightly but quickly came up with a new idea. Suddenly, 𝖍𝖍 felt something wrap around her waist, pulling her into the water. She gasped in surprise, instinctively holding her breath as she submerged. When she resurfaced, laughter filled the air as her classmates enjoyed their harmless prank. She shot them a glare, though it lacked any real malice. Wiping her hair from her face, she sighed again. 𝖍𝖍 apologized, flashing a peace sign and urging her to relax and have fun. Letting loose was a foreign concept for 𝖍𝖍, who had always been on guard in her life. But perhaps in this moment it wouldn't hurt to try. Just then the door swung open and the boys from Class 1A entered, all clad in their school swimsuits. They began stretching and discussing drills, catching 𝖍𝖍's attention. She raised an eyebrow, questioning the unexpected presence of the boys. 𝖍𝖍 shrugged, suggesting they were likely there to train. While the others continued their game, 𝖍𝖍 hesitated but eventually decided to join in, not wanting to be a party pooper. Out of nowhere, 𝖍𝖍 proposed a race among the boys to see who could swim the fastest, which piqued the interest of the girls. They climbed out of the pool and approached the boys, with 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝖍 offering to assist, which 𝖍𝖍 gratefully accepted. As the race began, 𝖍𝖍 expected the boys to dive into the water, but she was quickly surprised. 𝖍𝖍 launched himself into the air using his explosions, barely skimming the surface as he landed dry on the other side. 𝖍𝖍 muttered in disbelief, wondering how that counted as swimming. The next group followed suit, opting to use their quirks instead of actually swimming. Frustration washed over 𝖍𝖍 as she rubbed her temples, questioning the point of a swimming race when no one was swimming. As the final batch prepared to race, the whistle blew, and they dove in except for 𝖍𝖍, who balanced on the lane dividers and used his quirk to speed ahead. 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝖍 managed to catch up, employing a new technique to swim faster. The two were neck and neck, reaching for the wall, but 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝖍 ultimately won, earning applause from the spectators. 𝖍𝖍 watched as 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝖍 helped 𝖍𝖍 up, both praising each other for their efforts. She noticed Todoroki observing them with a glint in his eyes and approached him quietly. He flinched at her voice, having not noticed her approach. When she asked what was on his mind, he sighed, assuring her it was nothing to worry about. The three winners 𝖍𝖍, Todoroki, and 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝖍 were set to race for first place, with 𝖍𝖍 overseeing this round. Excitement buzzed in the air as everyone cheered for the competitors. However, just before the race could begin, the three boys unexpectedly fell into the pool with a splash, their quirks seemingly vanishing. Their teacher approached, his hair floating and eyes glowing red, announcing that their pool time had ended. "Go home now," he instructed. 𝖍𝖍 couldn't help but feel disappointed. Things had just started to get interesting. 𝖍𝖍 watched as the sun began to set, colors of orange and red painting the sky. She felt the wind brush against her skin, the tree leaves swaying gently as it blew. It was quiet, with only the sound of rustling leaves and the chirping of birds accompanying her as she walked downhill, clutching her bag and allowing herself a moment of relaxation. A familiar voice called out to her, prompting her to halt her steps and turn in its direction. It was Todoroki, and she acknowledged him with a nod. He approached her and stopped at a meter's distance, looking directly into her eyes. He expressed his desire to walk with her, a request that surprised her slightly. Although they were friends now, he often caught her off guard with his words. Nevertheless, she agreed, a small smile forming on her face as she turned back to the sidewalk and took a step forward. She encouraged him to join her, glancing at him from the corner of her eye as she felt his presence beside her. As they walked, she caught a glimpse of a beautiful sight. Todoroki wore a smile, and the golden rays of the sun illuminated him, making him appear almost ethereal. The wind tousled his hair, and she found herself momentarily captivated, stopping in her tracks to take in the beauty he radiated. Once he moved again, she quickly looked back at the road ahead, feeling her ears grow warm. He walked beside her calmly, and the atmosphere felt serene, providing them both a chance to breathe amidst the chaos of their lives. Stealing a glance at him, she realized how striking he truly was. Meanwhile, 𝖍𝖍 stood beside 𝖍𝖎𝖍 as their class listened to Aizawa's instructions, boredom evident on her face. She barely absorbed his words about plus ultra and other topics, her mind wandering as she yawned. She had not gotten enough sleep the previous night as Aizawa had been taking her out for patrols frequently, leaving her drained. Determined to catch up on rest, she decided she would sleep on the bus. However, a sudden pang of discomfort crept into her head. She retrieved the relaxing oil from her bag, applying it to her forehead and above her lip. Inhaling the soothing scent, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Excitement erupted in the group as 𝖍𝖎𝖍 began chanting about camping, her face flushed with enthusiasm. Ashido and Kaminari quickly joined in, their voices filling the air with energy. 𝖍𝖍 sighed at the commotion, resting her head on 𝖍𝖎𝖍's shoulder as her eyelids grew heavy. The black-haired girl flinched at first but relaxed upon realizing it was just her friend, who looked exhausted. Concerned, 𝖍𝖎𝖍 asked if she had been sleeping well, but 𝖍𝖍 shook her head, assuring her that she was fine and not wanting to burden her friend further. 𝖍𝖎𝖍 sighed, respecting her friend's wish to rest, no matter how brief. The peaceful moment was interrupted by a mocking voice, causing 𝖍𝖍 to open her eyes in irritation. The boy continued his taunts about Class A needing summer school, questioning how they could have failed the finals. His relentless chatter persisted until a girl from their class finally silenced him, equally annoyed by his teasing. As they were part of the hero course, Class B was also attending the same training camp, so it was inevitable that their paths would cross. Ida then called out, directing everyone to line up for the bus, capturing the attention of the group as they prepared for their upcoming adventure. In the end, everyone chose their seats without paying attention to Ida's seating plan. 𝖍𝖍 settled by the window with Todoroki beside her, who had invited her to sit next to him. Surprisingly, she slept throughout the journey, frequently applying relaxing oil to her forehead and under her nostrils, inhaling the sweet minty scent. Despite the noise around her, it was remarkable that she could find rest. Todoroki remained quiet, ensuring he didn't disturb her slumber. He noticed her heavy eyelids and the exhaustion etched on her face, so he allowed her the space and peace she needed. After a while, the bus came to a halt for a pit stop. The students quickly exited, eager to stretch and use the restroom. Todoroki called out to 𝖍𝖍, who responded with a hum. She acknowledged him, groggily sitting up and stretching her arms, producing a satisfying crack. Once they stood up, they made their way out of the bus. As 𝖍𝖍 stepped onto the rocky terrain, her eyes scanned the vast land filled with greenery and mountains. She raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. Todoroki paused, looking back at her in confusion. Their teacher, with his hands in his pockets, remarked that it would be pointless to take a break without reason. Just then, a sleek black car opened its doors and a voice called out to the man in black. Two women emerged from the vehicle, introducing themselves in a manner reminiscent of video game heroines transforming into their alter egos. They announced their names with enthusiasm, radiating positivity. The students watched in bewilderment, unsure how to react to the introduction. Their teacher explained that these were the pro-heroes they would be working with, known as the Pussycats, a 4-person team running a joint agency. Midoriya, excited, began to share details about the heroes, but was interrupted by one of the women, who playfully objected to her age being revealed. After the introductions, the women explained that the land before them was their property and that the class would be staying at the foot of the mountain. Confusion arose among the students, prompting them to rush back to the bus. 𝖍𝖍 had already figured out what was happening and stood by the bus door. As she stepped inside, she heard the Red Cat woman mention the time, indicating they needed to hurry. Despite 𝖍𝖍's attempts to escape her fate, it proved futile as Aizawa caught her and sent her off the cliff. As she fell, she expressed her frustration with a gesture. Adjusting her position, she prepared for impact, drawing her sword just before reaching the ground. She struck the earth to break her fall, flipping over and landing successfully. Taking a moment to gather herself, she faced the forest ahead. Her classmates had already entered, and it was clear the pro-heroes were not making things easy, having summoned various forest creatures to challenge them. Gripping her sword tightly, 𝖍𝖍 dashed in, using her quirk to leap from tree to tree, skillfully avoiding the beasts. When she encountered them, she swiftly used her scabbard to fend them off, dirt flying as she moved. Eventually, she caught up with her classmates who were battling the creatures. Tokoyami spotted her and called out, surprised to see her. She greeted him while continuing to skillfully slash at the beasts. Once the area was cleared, the two students pressed deeper into the forest. YN inquired about their plan, and Tokoyami explained they needed to find the shortest route to camp. Suddenly she stopped, placing her hand on the ground to activate her quirk, sending electricity to defeat the nearby monsters while ensuring her classmates remained unharmed. Determined, she urged them to finish their task quickly. In the end they all arrived at sundown ragged, dirty, and most importantly hungry. The class was obviously tired after overusing their quirks to defeat some minor beasts. YN was the only one left unscathed, still looking her best despite having carried the whole class on her back through the forest. An irritated expression crossed her face as the sun's rays hit her, frustrated at being deceived once again by her teacher and guardian. She thought to herself that she should never trust a man in black. 3 hours? Was that a joke? She couldn't believe it. One of her classmates apologized, suggesting they would have arrived earlier if they had been in charge. YN huffed in response, using her sword as a cane to support herself. She felt that they were messing with them and it was infuriating. The blue cat woman remarked on how quickly they had defeated her earth beasts, noting it had been easier than she expected. She glanced at YN with a scrutinizing look, which YN shrugged off, choosing to look away. The cat woman then cheerfully declared that the 5 of them were the MVPs of the mission, pointing at the 4 boys and YN. She asked if their lack of hesitation was a sign of experience and suddenly jumped at the boys, claiming dibs on them. Bewildered, YN watched as the 3 boys were playfully harassed by the older female. She wondered why no one was stopping her. 𝖍𝖎 then started to ask something about a biological clock, prompting the blue cat woman to cover his face with her paw, demanding to know what he was going to say in a menacing tone. His voice was muffled as he pointed to a small child watching them with an annoyed expression. The red cat woman introduced the child as her cousin's kid, Koda, and encouraged him to say hello to the group. 𝖍𝖎 approached the boy with a smile, introducing himself, but then unexpectedly received a punch. YN winced, thinking that must have hurt. The boy walked away as if nothing had happened, while Ida rushed to 𝖍𝖎's side, scolding the child for his actions. The boy simply stated he had no interest in hanging out with wannabe heroes. Amused, YN raised an eyebrow at the scene unfolding before her. She found the boy funny and was starting to like him already. Bakugo commented on the child's precociousness, and YN nodded in agreement. She was caught off guard when Todoroki added that the boy was kind of like her, which irked Bakugo. The scene shifted to the hot springs, where Ishido exclaimed about the relaxing experience as she opened her arms and settled into the steaming water. The other girls agreed, feeling their muscles loosen up. YN also began to relax, but the lewd comments from a certain classmate on the other side of the bath disrupted her peace. She submerged deeper into the water, blowing bubbles as she tried to calm her thoughts, mentally plotting how to deal with her annoying classmate without getting caught. Her silence and intense gaze began to draw concern from the others. Uraraka's voice broke through her thoughts, asking if she was okay. YN reassured them, but their worried expressions lingered. Suddenly, a loud thump on the partition wall caught their attention, indicating someone was trying to climb it. The girls instinctively covered themselves, bracing for whatever might happen next. The thumping stopped and a child's voice rang out, chastising the pervert on the other side. A slap followed and the purple-haired boy cursed in response. Ishido remarked on Minata's behavior, and the others nodded in agreement, wishing for his downfall. YN muttered her own wish for him to fall, which Azui overheard, and she silently agreed. When Koda heard his name called, he turned toward the girls' section, but that was a mistake. His cheeks flushed as he accidentally looked at them, losing his balance and screaming in fear as he began to fall. YN quickly dashed forward, catching him just in time before he hit the ground. The others sighed in relief, grateful for her timely intervention. Looking down at the boy in her arms, who had fainted from the heat, she sighed and announced that she would take him to Mandalay. Wrapping herself in a towel, she left the onsen, ready to help the young boy. Mandalay observed the boy who lay asleep on the couch, having fainted from fear. She expressed her gratitude to Rai for his assistance. Turning to YN, she held a wet towel in her hand and explained that she had asked Eraser to keep an eye on the class due to reports of a troublesome boy. Gently she placed the towel on the boy's forehead. Concern creased her brow as she asked if the boy had caused any trouble for the girls. YN shook her head, assuring Mandalay that he hadn't managed to peek at all, thanks to Rai. Mandalay smiled, relieved that everything was all right. Realizing she had been in just a towel for too long, YN decided to excuse herself. She informed Mandalay that she needed to change and bowed respectfully before leaving the room. As she walked away, questions about the boy lingered in her mind, but she chose not to pry further. Arriving in the girl's room, 𝖍𝖍 found herself the first to arrive. She changed into a comfortable oversized sweater and sleep pants, wrapping her hair in a towel to soak up the water. Once she felt ready, she removed the towel and hung it to dry, taking her time to brush out the knots in her hair. While waiting for the others, she mindlessly scrolled through her phone and listened to music, eventually drifting off to sleep. As dawn approached, 𝖍𝖍 felt the weight of exhaustion as she sluggishly made her way to the training area where 𝖍𝖍 had called them. He announced that the real training camp was about to begin, aiming to enhance everyone's abilities and help them obtain their provisional licenses. 𝖍𝖍 mentally groaned, questioning the necessity of this training camp since she already had her license. 𝖍𝖍 called out to her, tossing her a baseball. She caught it effortlessly and inquired if they were repeating the test. He reminded her of her previous record of 16,517.6 meters and encouraged her to see how much she had improved. Stretching her arms, she prepared to throw the ball, feeling another yawn threatening to escape. As she took her pitching stance, she inhaled deeply, activating her quirk to infuse the ball with purple electricity. When she threw it, a thunderous sound echoed through the area, causing her classmates to flinch. Standing tall, she awaited the ball's landing to see her new record. 𝖍𝖍 announced her impressive distance of 57,853.9 meters, surpassing his expectations and leaving the class in shock. Her power was clearly growing rapidly, making them wonder how far she could go if she were fully energized. Bakugo, frustrated, stormed over to 𝖍𝖍, determined not to let her outdo him again. She tossed him the ball and returned to her spot among the class. He smirked at her, confident in his abilities and prepared to throw. Despite his efforts, he only managed to improve his previous record by a small margin, landing at 709.6 meters. 𝖍𝖍 addressed the class, noting that while some had improved mentally and technically, others had not seen significant growth in their quirks. He warned them that the training would be challenging but emphasized the importance of safety. A voice from behind 𝖍𝖍 exclaimed as onlookers watched her break a towering mountain into bits, leaving only a few rock fragments scattered around. The girl turned to see Kota standing behind a tree, his eyes wide with astonishment. She raised an eyebrow and asked what he was doing there. 𝖍𝖍 had decided to isolate herself from the rest of the class to test the strength of her quirk without risking anyone's safety. However, her plans were interrupted by the presence of the young boy watching her from a distance. Kota pointed an accusing finger at her and exclaimed that she had broken 5 mountains that day. Amused by his antics, she chuckled and placed her hands on her hips, looking at him from where she stood. Cautiously, she approached him and stopped at a safe distance. She squatted down to meet his gaze and repeated her question. Kota turned away, mumbling something under his breath. When she asked if he had said something, he flinched and denied it, stating he was leaving as he walked away into the forest. 𝖍𝖍 sighed at his behavior and stood up, turning back to the empty space where the mountain had been. She contemplated testing her abilities but decided against it for the day. Instead, she summoned a 5-petal purple flower into her hands, watching it float in the air. Clutching the illusion, she felt her body warp as she traveled through the fabric of her space. The sensation stopped and she found herself face to face with 𝖍𝖍, who looked surprised by her sudden appearance. Looking around, she noticed most of her classmates working hard to improve their quirk usage. She remarked that her plan had worked as she let the illusionary flower dissipate into thin air. When she asked 𝖍𝖍 if he was also improving his quirk, he received her response with a casual hum and a shrug, noting that it was only fair since she was still a student in the hero course. She then suggested they spar, but 𝖍𝖍 quickly declined, not wanting to face her formidable skills again after their last encounter had left him with reopened wounds. 𝖍𝖍 sighed and summoned the flower once more, planning to return to her isolated training space. As she prepared to leave, 𝖍𝖍 advised her to hold herself back, reminding her of the loud lightning strikes and ground tremors that had occurred earlier, clearly indicating her involvement. She glanced at him with a reassuring smile, though 𝖍𝖍 felt more worried than comforted. With no other option, 𝖍𝖍 decided to create illusionary images of herself using her quirk, engaging in combat against them to alleviate her boredom. Having mastered her quirk, she focused on improving her techniques and skills, standing in the hollow area while facing 5 of her illusions. With her sword in hand, she made her move, charging at the illusions as they rushed toward her. She swung her scabbard, slicing through the human-like figures as they dissipated into thin air. Keeping the illusions going, she let electricity flow from her feet into the ground, creating more to challenge her. When one of them attempted to sweep her off her feet, she executed a tornado kick, landing gracefully on the ground. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes watched her every move from behind a rock, irritation evident on his face as his hands clenched into fists. Suddenly, a voice shouted, causing her to stop and let the illusions dissolve. She turned to see Mandalay's nephew glaring at her, clearly frustrated. She recognized him and emotionlessly remarked on his presence, putting her scabbard back at her side. He demanded to know why she kept returning to his spot. Realizing she had unknowingly taken his safe place, 𝖍𝖍 sighed, explaining that it was the only area far from the others. The boy grumbled under his breath, muttering curses before informing her that the adults were rounding everyone up as it was getting dark. She nodded, picking up a 𝖍𝖍 jacket that had been lying on the ground. Slipping it on her shoulders, she walked back towards him, gently patting his head, which made him flinch. She thanked him for the information and squatted down to his height, adding that she might return to the spot again, hoping he wouldn't mind. With a warm smile, she patted his head once more before standing up and walking away, leaving him with his head down and fist relaxing. Don't forget. We told you all yesterday that today was the only day we would do things for you. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 announced as the ingredients were scattered across the tables. Ragdoll, the green and yellow cat woman, excitedly exclaimed that they would be making curry, prompting a lackluster cheer from the group, fatigue evident in their expressions. Ragdoll chuckled at their tired demeanor, reminding them that it didn't excuse them from preparing a proper meal. 𝖍𝖎, however, was the only one enthusiastic about cooking, declaring it a rescue mission to fill the stomachs of their classmates. He encouraged everyone to make the best curry ever, though 𝖍𝖍 silently wished he would read the room. Before starting, everyone took a moment to clean up, hoping to embrace the vibe and deliciousness of the curry they were about to create. 𝖍𝖍 settled on a bench, picking up a knife and peeler to remove the skins from the potatoes and carrots in the bowls provided. After living with 𝖍𝖍 for a year, she had developed a knack for cooking, especially since he struggled in the kitchen. Once the vegetables were peeled, she washed them and cut them into cubes ready for cooking. 𝖍𝖎 thanked her as she took the bowl of freshly cut veggies to the cooking stations. With some time left, 𝖍𝖍 decided to rest, feeling exhaustion wash over her. She noticed someone sit beside her rather abruptly but didn't bother to look up as long as they remained quiet. Soon, the meal was placed on the table, and the hero students eagerly anticipated their food. After expressing their gratitude, they dove into the curry, leaving a considerable mess behind. It may not be restaurant quality, but considering the circumstances, it tastes amazing, one student remarked. 𝖍𝖎 noticed 𝖍𝖎 eating a lot and commented on it. 𝖍𝖎 explained that her quirk allowed her to turn lipids into various elements, meaning the more she ate, the more she could create. 𝖍𝖎, trying to lighten the mood, made a comment that earned him a playful slap from Jairu when she saw the disheartened look on 𝖍𝖎's face. Hey, apologize, she insisted. Watching the commotion with a small smile, 𝖍𝖍 took her time enjoying the curry in front of her. Suddenly, she felt someone place a spoonful of the dish into her bowl, prompting her to raise an eyebrow and turn to see who it was. It was her classmate, Todoroki, who smiled as he offered her the food. Surprised by his kindness, 𝖍𝖍 responded, "Oh, thank you, Todoroki. You really didn't have to." She waved her hands slightly, unsure how to react. "I insist," he replied, adding another spoonful to her bowl. 𝖍𝖍 felt a bit flustered but thanked him for his generosity nonetheless. Unbeknownst to them, a few pairs of eyes were watching them with annoyance. As the training camp continued, 𝖍𝖍 shouted to motivate the class, urging them to push harder during their relentless training. It was the third day and the intensity remained high. 𝖍 stayed close to her classmates, suspecting 𝖍𝖍 thought she might be slacking off, a temptation she had to resist. While 𝖍𝖍 lectured about remembering their roots for improvement, 𝖍𝖍 tuned him out, focusing instead on the flower she had created. She gazed at it absent-mindedly before looking back at the field, memorizing the landscape around her. Using this moment to enhance her spatial awareness, she practiced her new technique. With her eyes closed, she touched the purple flower, allowing herself to travel from one spot to another. Training dummies helped guide her attacks, and she swiftly moved from one to the next, striking them down with precision. Feeling satisfied with her progress, she sheathed her weapon. However, a sudden throbbing headache struck her, causing her to stumble. "What is happening?" she murmured, her consciousness slipping away. Struggling to walk back to camp, she swayed unsteadily before fainting, her eyes closing as she drifted into unconsciousness. There she was, drifting into space with her eyes closed. This domain was all too new to her, yet at the same time, it felt familiar in her soul. The feminine figure floated aimlessly, unaware of her destination, allowing the force of the cosmos to guide her. It was cold, yet she did not freeze. Her soft breathing echoed throughout the vastness, amplifying the silence that surrounded her. The absence of sound could drive a person to madness. The floating body was awake but couldn't bring itself to open its eyes. She felt everything around her, yet she couldn't witness it. Fear surged through her as she remained frozen, her limbs unresponsive. Her mind urged her to wake up and see the beauty of this domain, but her body screamed otherwise, urging her to flee and never look back. Then she heard something, a sound that drew her attention. She tried to shift her frozen body toward it, floating for what felt like an eternity until the sound became clearer. Yet, something felt off. It wasn't a comforting sound but rather the echo of nothingness. Confusion filled her mind as she pondered how nothingness could produce a sound. Despite her doubts, she drifted closer, her eyes still closed as she wandered aimlessly. The sound grew louder, pressing against her ears with an increasing weight. She ignored the discomfort, driven by curiosity that consumed her from within. As she ventured deeper, she felt something halt her progress. The heaviness in her eyes began to lift, and she slowly opened them, catching a glimpse of what lay before her. A voice in the back of her mind warned her to stop, finally aligning with her body's instinct. But it was too late. Her eyes fully opened, revealing the creature before her. She felt a wave of suffocation wash over her, words trapped in her throat. She gazed at the enormous black hole, which sat silently, devouring light and particles around it. She dared not move, knowing that any action might draw her into its depths. In that moment she felt incredibly small, fear and shock enveloping her as she floated before it. Suddenly she sensed a gaze upon her, a chill racing up her spine. The all-consuming black hole seemed to be watching her every move. Her instinct kicked in, and she began to float away, seeking escape as the black hole continued to observe her. Then she heard something, or rather, nothing emanating from the entity as if it were trying to communicate. Yet she could not comprehend it, and she continued to drift into the abyss. The entity responded negatively to her retreat, expanding its force field and drawing in everything nearby. The small figure found herself unable to escape as the black hole's pull intensified. She felt helpless and defenseless, reaching out in desperation, hoping to grasp something in the void. As she was drawn closer, her breath became unsteady and her vision blurred. Was this the end? She accepted her fate, falling into the darkness of the all-devouring black hole. Her final sight was the flickering stars above, leaving her uncertain if they were mocking or pitying her unfortunate circumstance. A gasp escaped 𝖍𝖎𝖈 lips as she sat up, her heart racing. Sweat dripped from her forehead as she examined her palms, checking if she was still alive. In a moment of desperation, she even punched herself in the face, hoping it was all just a dream. She looked around the room, taking in the grayish-blue walls that surrounded her as she sat on a navy-blue couch. A wet towel rested on her lap, likely fallen from her forehead. With a sigh of relief, she realized she was in the manager's office, her heartbeat gradually slowing as she felt safe from the dangerous encounter she had just experienced. However, that sense of safety was abruptly shattered by the sound of explosions outside. A chill ran down her spine as a voice echoed in her mind, warning her of the impending danger. 𝖍𝖎𝖈's voice was filled with urgency as she informed everyone to return to camp immediately if they could. Instinctively, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 stood up, her focus shifting to finding her cherished sword. Spotting it on the coffee table, she quickly grabbed it and rushed outside, only to be confronted by two villains. One of them wielded a pillar that loomed threateningly over 𝖍𝖎𝖈's head, while the two pussycat heroes prepared to fight. 𝖍𝖎𝖈, noticing 𝖍𝖎𝖈 at the entrance, used her telepathy to instruct her to find Ragdoll and avoid engaging with the intruders. Despite the warning, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 gripped her sword tightly, unwilling to back down. Her heart sank as she realized the child was missing, panic setting in as she sensed his absence. Summoning a purple flower in her hand, she touched it and teleported to the secluded spot the child often occupied. She appeared beside the boy, who wore an expression of fear, tears brimming in his eyes as chaos unfolded nearby. There she saw 𝖍𝖎𝖈 lying on the ground, battered and bruised from the relentless assault of a muscular villain. Just as the villain prepared to deliver a final blow, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 felt the boy clutch her clothes tightly, his silent plea for help clear in his terrified gaze. With determination, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 sprang into action, moving quietly as she leaped toward the villain, striking him on the head with her scabbard. However, the blow seemed ineffective, and he turned to face her, irritation etched on his features, which soon morphed into recognition. "Wait. You're the kid the boss said to avoid. he sneered, licking his lips maliciously as he advanced toward her. I hope he doesn't mind me killing you. His words were abruptly interrupted as something sharp slashed across his abdomen, causing him to stagger back. Kota. Look away, all right? 𝖍𝖍 urged, her voice steady despite the chaos. The villain stared at her, his expression shifting as her hair turned gray and her aura radiated a menacing crimson. Her sword glistened under the moonlight, stained with his blood, while her piercing red eyes struck fear into him. In that moment he understood why they were warned to avoid her at all costs. So, who's killing who again? She challenged, her resolve unwavering. He didn't know how it had come to this. One moment he was winning against a green-haired kid, and now he was the one bloodied and bruised, feeling the weight of defeat pressing down on him. He realized he had picked the wrong person to fight with that night. 𝖍𝖎 called out to 𝖍𝖍, finally getting back on his feet as he rushed toward the weakened villain, activating his technique as green sparks flickered around him. He let out a battle cry and threw a power-enhanced punch, sending a gust of wind in its direction. 𝖍𝖍 seized the opportunity to leap up, infusing her sword with lightning and slashing it toward the muscular antagonist, a purple strike racing toward him. The ground shook as rock debris tumbled down from the cliffs, the impact sending tremors through the area. 𝖍𝖍 shouted for 𝖍𝖎 to get away, quickly taking the frightened boy into her arms and moving away from the impending avalanche. 𝖍𝖎 hesitated, glancing back at the villain who lay still beneath the rubble. She urged him to hurry, her voice rising in urgency. Slowly he began to run back, just in time as the area became piled high with rocks, leaving no sign of life in sight. They stood there, panting, unsure if the villain was truly defeated. 𝖍𝖎 breathed heavily, questioning if they had succeeded. 𝖍𝖍 nodded, her expression serious as she sheathed her sword, returning to her original form. She couldn't reveal that the villain was likely dead, not from the avalanche but from her last attack, which had been a decisive blow. They needed to return first. 𝖍𝖍 called out to 𝖍𝖎, who looked at her, still shaken from the fight. She noticed something was troubling him. He hesitated but eventually shared what had been weighing on his mind. They were after Kakin and they needed to inform the others. As he rushed to relay the news, pain from the muscular villain's attacks caught up with him. 𝖍𝖍 summoned her purple flower, instructing 𝖍𝖎 to hold on tightly. He was reluctant at first, wary of her reaction, but her stern gaze compelled him to comply. She sighed, urging him to trust her. Somehow, 𝖍𝖍 teleported them a few feet away from their homeroom teacher, who was taken aback by their sudden appearance. He was about to scold her when he noticed 𝖍𝖎's injuries and Kota in her arms, alarm bells ringing in his mind. What happened? The teacher asked, his voice cold as he observed 𝖍𝖎 approaching, 𝖍𝖍 lagging behind. 𝖍𝖎, in distress, insisted they had much to tell. He began to ramble about the situation, but the teacher struggled to grasp what he was saying. Suddenly 𝖍𝖎 tried to run off, but 𝖍𝖍 grabbed his torn shirt to stop him. Calm down. Explain properly, she said, her words bringing him back to focus despite their dire circumstances. The teacher sighed, feeling a headache coming on as he noticed 𝖍𝖎's injuries. It dawned on him that the boy had broken another rule in the hero's handbook. Oi, sensei, 𝖍𝖎 turned to 𝖍𝖍, who gave him a look that conveyed she had been with him the whole time, urging the teacher to ease up on him. The man sighed again. Go tell Mandalay that. 𝖍𝖎 sighed in relief, exchanging a knowing look with 𝖍𝖍. Receiving the signal, she gently placed Kota down and faced her guardian. We'll leave Kota to you then. Summoning another purple flower, she took 𝖍𝖎's wrist, clutching the flower as they teleported once more in search of the red cat woman. 𝖍𝖍 urged Bakugu to listen as she held onto his wrist, trying to prevent him from rushing into a fight that could endanger him. The villains were specifically targeting him, and she felt a sense of urgency to protect him. Earlier, she had used her teleportation ability to search for 𝖍𝖎 but instead found Bakugu and Todoroki, who were both on the defensive against a villain with razor-sharp teeth and a disturbing obsession with flesh. She thought to herself about how many villains she would have to face that day, realizing she had once again taken on the responsibility of protecting her classmates in battle. Thankfully, 𝖍𝖎 and Shoji arrived just in time, with 𝖍𝖎 directing Dark Shadow to confront the villain. With the combined efforts of Todoroki and Bakugu, they managed to subdue the threat, and Tokoyami apologized for the chaos that ensued. However, the situation was far from resolved. As they made their way back to camp, they kept a protective formation around Bakugu, who was struggling with his vulnerability and throwing a tantrum. 𝖍𝖍 sighed, knowing she could teleport them all to safety but chose not to since they hadn't asked for her help. Bakugo glared at her before pulling his wrist free and walking at the center of their protective formation. 𝖍𝖍 followed behind alongside 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝍍. Suddenly, they halted as they spotted two of their classmates engaged in a struggle with a blonde girl who had a wild look in her eyes. Before she could move closer, 𝖍𝖍 sensed a dark presence behind her and quickly jumped to dodge an incoming attack. She summoned a flower and teleported to a nearby tree branch, hiding to observe the unfolding chaos. It became clear that three of their classmates were missing, and then a villain appeared, holding a blue marble. Midoriya shouted for Bakugo's return, but the villain only mocked him, claiming Bakugo belonged to no one and was his own person. 𝖍𝖍 glared at the villain from her hiding spot, frustrated by his reasoning. She thought that if Bakugo was indeed his own person, he should be able to choose his own side. Todoroki stepped forward, creating an ice path toward the villain, who quickly evaded the attack by leaping off the branch. The villain taunted them, claiming he was merely offering an alternative way of thinking. He perched atop a tree looking down at the group of teenagers. Shoji then realized that not only Bakugo was missing but also 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝍍 and Rai. Todoroki felt a sense of urgency, knowing that Rai was strong and likely hadn't been captured easily, but he couldn't spot her anywhere. The villain continued to boast, revealing that he had taken 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝍍 and was planning to use him as an asset. Todoroki felt a surge of anger and ordered Uraraka to take care of an injured classmate while he prepared a large-scale ice attack. Unfortunately, the villain dodged and began to escape, taunting them as he pocketed the marbles. 𝖍𝖍 decided to follow the villain quietly, jumping from branch to branch. She was determined to save 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝍍 and Rai, realizing how much she cared about their safety. It was unusual for her to feel this way, and she couldn't help but reflect on her own emotions. As she listened to her classmates below devising a plan to slow the villain down, she prepared to intervene if their lives were in danger. The three Shoji, Midoriya, and Todoroki were engaged in a fierce battle against the villains, narrowly avoiding serious harm. 𝖍𝖍 observed carefully, noting how close they came to disaster. The yellow-coated villain approached the one with burn marks, searching for the marbles but coming up empty. Shoji revealed the marbles he had pickpocketed from the villain, earning praise for his skill. With their objective accomplished, the three of them made their escape, finally securing what they needed. As they ran, they encountered a Nomu, forcing them to change direction. Unfortunately, they found themselves face to face with the warping villain. The villain announced that it was time to leave, summoning warping gates in front of the scattered villains. The schoolgirl and the one with a volatile temperament had already moved ahead, leaving the villain in the yellow coat and burn marks behind. One of the villains expressed concern about the target still being present, but the warping villain dismissed it, claiming he had decided to give them a little surprise. In that moment, the three realized that the marbles they possessed did not contain Bakugo or 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝍍. They rushed back to the villains who were entering the warp gate, as the compressing villain taunted them with the marbles in his mouth. With a slight bow, he concluded his performance, but then a laser beam struck him directly on his mask, shattering it and causing the marbles to spill out. Shoji and Todoroki lunged forward to grab the two marbles. Shoji successfully retrieved one classmate, but Todoroki was not as fortunate. The scarred villain quickly snatched the other marble for himself. The villain mocked Todoroki, using his name as if it were an insult, looking down at him as he rolled on the ground, reaching for the blue marble. He demanded its release for confirmation. With a snap of his fingers, the people inside the marbles were freed, returning to their original forms. Shoji had 𝖍𝖍𝖈𝍍, which meant the villain had. In a moment of urgency, 𝖍𝖍 leaped from the tree, zapping her way toward Bakugo before he could be consumed by the warp gate. She extended her arm, hoping to reach him in time, thinking that just one touch would be enough. As her fingertips grazed his skin, a soft purple light glowed briefly at their contact before vanishing. She noticed the fear and horror on his face until he disappeared from view. Then, like Todoroki, she rolled to the ground, regaining control of her body before backflipping to land safely. When the portal closed, she reached out toward the spot where it had been, only to clench her fists in frustration. She reminded herself that it wasn't over yet, determined to do everything she could to bring the explosive blonde back. 𝖍𝖍 expressed a hint of mischief as they found themselves teleporting mid-air, plummeting towards the ground. Midoriya's voice filled the air with fear as he noticed the ground approaching rapidly. Amidst his panic, he spotted two members of the Pussycats engaged in battle with villains, desperately trying to protect the weakened blue cat woman. His attention shifted to Mandalay, who was nearly attacked by a lizard-like villain wielding a weapon made of blades. Reacting swiftly, he activated his quirk and descended faster, directing himself towards the blades and kicking them apart, shattering them into pieces. He called out to 𝖼𝖍, assuring her that Kota was safe, just as he landed a few meters away with a heavy thud. 𝖍𝖍 landed safely behind the lizard villain, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a tree. With determination, 𝖍𝖍 relayed Aizawa-sensei's message to everyone in Class A and B, granting them permission to engage in combat. The pro-hero nodded in understanding and activated her quirk to communicate the message to all nearby students. As 𝖍𝖍 observed the immobilized lizard villain struggling, she felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight of his injuries. Drawing her scabbard, she approached him, ready to knock him unconscious. However, he quickly regained his footing and prepared to counter her attack. Summoning another flower, she vanished from sight, leaving the lizard villain on high alert. In a swift motion, she teleported behind him, her gaze fierce and determined. She remarked on his stubbornness, causing him to shiver in response. He attempted to evade her strike but was too late. Her blow struck his neck, damaging his nerves and weakening him significantly. Noticing 𝖍𝖍 rushing towards the forest, she saw the villain battling tiger shift focus, charging towards the injured boy with malicious intent. 𝖍𝖍 quickly intervened, striking the villain with her lightning-infused scabbard, forcing them to recoil in pain. Before the villain could react, she deftly hit their pressure points, rendering them unconscious. After neutralizing the threats, she glanced back at the pro-heroes, who watched her in astonishment. With a knowing look exchanged with 𝖍𝖍, she disappeared into the forest, determined to find the green-haired boy and ensure he was safe. In her mind, she thought about how inefficient heroes could be, feeling as though she was merely babysitting in the midst of chaos. Days later, 𝖍𝖍 burst into the hospital room after overhearing a conversation about Bakugu's situation. It had been 2 days since the villains had taken him, and everyone had returned home to prepare for potential attacks. The teachers were doing their best to reassure everyone that they would rescue Bakugu soon. As she entered, the atmosphere shifted. Her glare was intense, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Kirishima nervously stuttered, asking if she had heard everything. She confirmed that she had caught the part where he expressed his desire to save Bakugu, her tone icy and unforgiving. She approached Kirishima, making it clear that while she understood his feelings, he needed to think rationally. She pressed her finger against his chest, emphasizing her point. Kirishima realized he had been letting his emotions cloud his judgment, willing to risk everything for his friend. He hesitated, voicing his concern about who would save Bakugu if the pro-heroes couldn't. 𝖍𝖍 noticed his voice tremble, tears threatening to spill, and sighed softly. She clarified that she wasn't suggesting he rely solely on the pro-heroes but rather to think clearly. Hoping he would take her words to heart, she crossed her arms and glanced at 𝖍𝖍, who sat on the hospital bed, his expression cold yet revealing hidden emotions. With a huff, she turned and exited the room, leaving the others to exhale in relief, having held their breath during her intense presence. The night had arrived, yet the city lights shone brightly, casting an unnatural glow across the sky. 𝖍𝖍, dressed in civilian clothing, wandered the streets of Kamino. Laughter and joy filled the air as people enjoyed time with friends and family, blissfully unaware of the impending danger that would soon disrupt their happiness. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the large screens lining the street, capturing her attention. A man, looking disheveled yet attempting to present himself well for the press, spoke about the injuries sustained by 27 students from the hero course due to a lack of preparedness. He expressed regret for the unease caused to society by their negligence in ensuring safety for those training to become heroes. Having heard enough of the public apology, 𝖍𝖍 turned away, her hands tucked into her pockets and her expression neutral. She retrieved a black mask adorned with red patterns from her belongings and placed it over her face as she made her way to a specific destination, her instincts alerting her as she approached the location. From a distance, she spotted several heroes alongside the police force entering a suspicious building, and among them was a familiar muscular figure. 𝖍𝖍 trailed behind, careful to remain unnoticed as she observed their movements, waiting for the right moment to act. However, a sudden pain gripped her chest, causing her to wince and clutch the area instinctively. Something felt wrong on the other side of the operation, and her heartbeat quickened as fear washed over her. She wondered what was happening out there. Shaking off the unsettling feeling, she refocused on the heroes infiltrating the building. A loud explosion echoed in the distance, signaling that they had made their move. She searched for a safe spot to teleport closer without being detected but found none. Instead, she concealed herself in a dark alleyway and waited. Time passed, and the earlier sensation of fear returned, stronger this time, tightening around her chest. She felt a deep sense of dread, fearing for the lives of those involved. She muttered to herself about how 𝖍𝖎𝖈 would scold her if anyone got hurt, and summoned an illusionary purple flower that hovered above her hands. Closing her eyes, she concentrated and felt herself being warped to another location. Upon her arrival, a shocked voice broke the silence, followed by soft gasps from others nearby. Her sudden appearance nearly revealed their hiding spot to the villain they were evading, but she quickly silenced them with a finger pressed to her lips. The group was concealed behind a large pile of debris after a blast had destroyed the warehouse they were observing. A barista-looking male, whom 𝖍𝖎 recognized as 𝖍𝖍 in disguise, asked her how she had arrived. She showed them the purple flower floating in the air as a response. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted in frustration, coughing as he found himself in an unfamiliar place with an unknown villain. Midoriya's eyes widened at the sound. 𝖍𝖎's instincts flared again, indicating that Bakugo Katsuki was nearby. But how had he ended up here? She thought to herself how irresponsible it was for the heroes to lose control of the situation. Apologetically, a muffled voice spoke, and the sound of liquid splattering filled the air as the villains coughed, expelling a strange substance from their mouths. A mysterious figure approached the group of villains, addressing Tamura with disappointment yet offering encouragement. He assured Tamura that he had brought back his associates and the blue-haired boy, whom Tamura considered an important asset. The figure extended a hand toward the boy, promising support for their continued efforts. 𝖍𝖎 turned her focus back to the scene unfolding before her, noticing the gears turning in Midoriya's mind despite the fear gripping him. He almost made a move, but 𝖍𝖎 held him back tightly. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful presence rushing toward them at high speed. Looking up, she saw 𝖍𝖎 soaring through the sky, preparing to confront the mysterious villain. In a defensive stance, he attempted to strike the suited figure, who effortlessly blocked the attack, creating a powerful gust of wind. "I will reclaim everything, all for one. All for one." It was the second time she had heard that name, a name that felt familiar yet distant. She couldn't pinpoint why it resonated with her, but she knew he was the mastermind behind everything, and she was determined to put an end to his schemes. 𝖍𝖎 stood her ground, shielding her eyes with her arm as a powerful blast sent debris flying around her. When the energy dissipated, dust enveloped the blasted warehouse, and the villain spoke, noting the time it took for 𝖍𝖎 to arrive. He commented on the distance from the bar, mocking the hero for being slow. 𝖍𝖎, rising from his kneeling position, retorted about the villain's industrial mask and questioned whether he was overexerting himself. He vowed to rescue young Bakugo and ensure that all for one and the entire villain league were locked up this time. With determination etched on his face, he clenched his muscles and charged forward, ready to strike. However, the villain countered with a powerful gust of wind, sending 𝖍𝖎 crashing into a wall blocks away. With a hint of amusement, all for one described his abilities, mentioning enhancements that made his powers even more fun. 𝖍𝖎 raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his technical jargon. Bakugo, witnessing 𝖍𝖎's struggle, called out in concern for his favorite hero. He urged Tamura, his blue-haired companion, to take Bakugo and escape. As all for one's fingers transformed and connected to the warp gate, confusion spread among the villains. One of them expressed disbelief at the situation, questioning how they could escape if their ally was still unconscious. All for one clarified that his warp ability was still new and limited to short distances. As 𝖍𝖎 listened, more questions filled her mind, trying to piece together the mystery surrounding the villain. Suddenly, the warp gate activated even while its user was unconscious. All for one ordered his group to leave quickly, shifting the focus back to Tamura, urging him to keep thinking and growing. 𝖍𝖎, recovering from the previous attack, leaped into the air, his expression fierce as he charged at all for one once more, vowing he wouldn't let the villain escape. Their clash created another gust of wind. Meanwhile, Bakugo, determined to fight back, resisted being taken by the villains, while 𝖍𝖎 struggled to protect him. 𝖍𝖎 glanced at her classmates who were paralyzed with fear and uncertainty, unsure how to help their blonde friend. Clenching her fist, she grabbed Midoriya's arm, causing him to flinch and look at her in surprise. The others shared similar expressions of shock. She asked if they trusted her, catching them off guard. After a moment of hesitation, they agreed to put their faith in her. Turning to Midoriya, she lowered her mask and spoke with determination, indicating she would be waiting on the other side. It all unfolded rapidly. One moment, Bakugo was battling the villains, and the next he was soaring through the air, having been thrown high. As he began to descend, he spotted familiar faces reaching out to him, one hand beckoning him to join them. Using his explosions, Bakugo propelled himself upward, aiming for the outstretched hand as they attempted to escape while avoiding confrontation with the villains. In the chaos, no one noticed the figure trailing behind Bakugo. Just as Magna prepared to activate her quirk, she was struck hard on the head, collapsing to the ground unconscious. The group turned to see who had interrupted their plans and were met with a masked woman wielding a long sword. The blue-haired villain's eyes widened in recognition as he clutched his wrist, where his hand had once been, glaring at her with hostility. "Hello again, Shigaraki Tamura." As soon as the girl teleported to a safer location, she was greeted by someone hugging her tightly, the person quietly sobbing in her arms. The girl, known as YN, reassured her friend Yaoyorozu by saying she was fine. Yaoyorozu released her hold, wiping away her tears and expressing her relief that YN was unharmed. She had been genuinely worried when YN rushed into battle. With a small smile, YN comforted Yaoyorozu, patting her soft black hair, which made Yaoyorozu blush slightly. YN insisted there was no need to worry about her. Todoroki observed the reunion, feeling a slight ache in his chest, but he brushed it aside until YN turned to him, nodding her head in relief, acknowledging that he had done well and was safe. Once they calmed down, the trio joined the movement of the crowd toward a safer area to regroup with others. As they walked, YN noticed the large screen broadcasting the fight between All Might and All for One. The scene showed All Might, bruised and battered, while the villain appeared relatively unscathed. Smoke began to rise from All Might's body, and his expression shifted from determination to anger and sadness as he was thrown into the air by a powerful gust from the villain. Gran Torino swooped in to rescue All Might, bringing him down with a loud crash. The reporter announced the destruction of half of Kamino Ward, emphasizing the villain's lone presence in the fight. YN found it hard to focus on the broadcast, her thoughts consumed by the identity of the villain facing All Might. There was something familiar about him, a connection that stirred feelings of anger and annoyance rather than fear. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd, including her classmates who stared in shock at the screen. YN followed their gaze, seeing All Might's true form revealed a frail, bony figure whose costume hung loosely on him. She had known about this secret after stumbling upon a moment in the school halls, recognizing All Might in his weakened state. The revelation of All Might's true form sent waves of concern through the crowd, and whispers of doubt filled the air. YN felt a surge of frustration toward society, realizing how people depended on heroes while blaming them for their misfortunes. Her hands clenched into fists as she tried to drown out the noise, feeling the cheers for All Might only added to her irritation. She thought about how humans could be so helpless. As other pro-heroes joined the fight, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd watched in anticipation, cheering for the heroes despite the dire situation. All for One, growing impatient, unleashed a powerful wind blast toward All Might, who stood his ground. The force of their clash created a shockwave that shook the area, pushing All Might back but not breaking his resolve. Blood trickled from his arm, yet he powered through, determined to fight back against the villain. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, wishing and hoping that All Might would defeat the monstrous villain once and for all. All for One attempted to counter by powering up his other arm, but All Might was much quicker. With his broken arm magically empowered, he delivered the final blow, his fist connecting with the villain's head and sending him crashing to the ground. An explosion erupted in the arena, eventually forming a massive tornado. Silence fell over the crowd as they watched with hope, desperate to see who had won the battle, praying it was All Might. Slowly, the screen revealed the blonde-haired hero raising an arm, curling his hand into a fist, signaling his victory over All for One. Cheers erupted around him as tears of joy streamed down the faces of the spectators, celebrating their number one hero's triumph. The announcer declared that the villain was not moving and that the winner was All Might. In a lighter moment, YN thought the reporter sounded like an enthusiastic announcer at an entertaining boxing tournament, despite the seriousness of the situation. Shigaraki Tamura felt a surge of irritation as he scratched his neck, surprised by the unexpected presence of a girl. Her arrival threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of the situation. The schoolgirl beside him watched in curiosity as he muttered curses under his breath. She eagerly asked if she could take her down, but Shigaraki quickly ordered her to fall back. Before he could react further, the girl moved with remarkable speed, incapacitating their opponents one by one. Shigaraki watched in horror as she dealt significant damage to his allies, scratching his neck harder in distress. All for One noticed the chaos and extended his fingers toward the girl, but All Might intervened, launching a powerful punch that sent the villain flying back, creating a shockwave. With All for One temporarily down, All Might turned to the masked girl who stood watchfully behind him. He urged her to retreat, concerned for her safety. She assessed his bruised condition and replied that they had more pressing matters to address. Just then All for One rose, mocking All Might for his apparent weakness, but the hero remained focused on the battle ahead. Seizing the moment, the masked girl dashed toward the two villains near the portal, sword ready. However, All for One intervened, pulling the blue-haired male back toward the portal. She quickly realized that All for One was using his quirk to manipulate the unconscious villains, sending them flying toward her. To avoid being overwhelmed, she leaped high into the air, narrowly dodging the incoming bodies. As they approached the warp gate, she gritted her teeth, determined not to let them escape. With a swift swing of her lightning-infused sword, she struck, successfully electrocuting the group and buying herself some time. Concerned for his master's safety, the younger Shigaraki entered the fray, but the masked girl saw her chance to strike. Just as she prepared to attack, she noticed the dark figures of All for One's fingers coming toward her. Using her scabbard, she blocked the incoming attack, frustrated by All Might's inaction. After a fierce struggle, she managed to push the attack away, but Shigaraki had already slipped through the portal, disappearing from sight. The purple mist faded, leaving All for One's minions out of the picture. Finally, All Might made his move, readying another punch for the mastermind. But before he could connect, the masked girl was suddenly engulfed by a strange gray liquid, warping her to an unknown location. She narrowly avoided All Might's fist, her eyes widening in shock as she escaped the gooey substance. "Too close," he exclaimed as she quickly summoned her flower, teleporting away from the chaotic scene. Her mission was complete, and she felt it best to leave, not wanting to hinder the fight any further. As the sun began to rise, its rays illuminated the cracks in the buildings. The trio navigated through the bustling crowd, eager to reunite with the rest of their group. The masked girl glanced at her companions. One looked worried, while the other appeared lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air, capturing their attention. The hero on the screen, with a hopeful message, pointed toward the camera and declared that it would be their turn next time. The words filled them with optimism for the future. The girl stood in front of the animal hybrid, who was sipping tea, positioned between the heavily injured All Might and 𝖍𝖎, who maintained a slightly clean appearance. Her life had returned to normal after the Kamino Ward incident, and she was taking a break in 𝖍𝖎's apartment. However, she had to accompany her guardian to a small meeting organized by 𝖍𝖎, along with some of the other teachers. Everything had unfolded rapidly, from the kidnapping to All Might's battle with All for One, revealing his true form. With All Might no longer able to serve as a hero, his title had been passed to 𝖍𝖎, the second most powerful hero. All Might turned to her and offered a small bow, expressing his gratitude. He acknowledged her as the girl with the mask, thanking her sincerely for her assistance during the crisis. 𝖍𝖎 had called upon her to support the heroes in secret, especially since she had a tracker placed on Bakugo. With her and Yaoyorozu's help, the police and heroes managed to locate and raid the two hideouts. She settled onto the couch in the office, sipping the chamomile tea offered by the hybrid. As she listened to the teachers discuss All Might's situation and the safety of the students, 𝖍𝖎 outlined a plan he had been considering for some time. He slid a piece of paper toward the three men, stating he was counting on them to visit the families of the students. Now, sitting in the passenger seat of a black car, All Might, 𝖍𝖎, and the girl were on their way to meet her classmates' families one by one to gain their consent for 𝖍𝖎's plan. She felt uncertain about why she was accompanying them, as she could have been more productive elsewhere. However, since 𝖍𝖎 was her guardian and needed to keep an eye on her, she had no choice but to go along. Each time they arrived at a home, she waited in the car until they finished. Boredom began to set in, and although she had her phone, scrolling through an app introduced by Mina quickly lost its appeal. Eventually, she found herself staring out the window, sighing in annoyance. She could have used this time to clean the messy apartment instead of waiting in the car. The day everyone moved into their dorms had finally arrived, and most of the class was excited. Thankfully, all the parents had agreed to the dormitory system, ensuring their children's safety while pursuing their dreams of becoming professional heroes. The girl stood beside 𝖍𝖎 in the UA main building, observing the buildings with a blank expression. 𝖍𝖎, wearing a serious look, explained that the dorm system was designed not only for student safety but also to identify a potential threat within their ranks, a mole. 𝖍𝖎 revealed that there was a possibility of a traitor among them, which was how the League had obtained the school's schedules. The girl had been secretly investigating but had made little progress due to a lack of clues. 𝖍𝖎 emphasized the need for discretion, urging her to continue working behind the scenes. He asked if she had made any progress, to which she admitted she had not. 𝖍𝖎 reminded her that everyone was a suspect and to leave no room for error in her investigation. With 𝖍𝖈𝍍's retirement, there was a chance the villains might strike again. Although the battle had ended, the war was far from over. She nodded in understanding despite 𝖍𝖎 not being able to see her. 𝖍𝖎 expressed regret for involving her, acknowledging that she was just a teenager. The girl shrugged, indifferent to her involvement, as she was determined to uncover the truth. Before the events that had transpired, she had many questions about herself and life, but those questions had remained unanswered due to her past struggles. Now that she had more freedom than a year ago, many of her questions had been answered, yet new ones began to surface, all somehow connected to her previous inquiries. Accepting the deal had not been in vain after all. As soon as 𝖍𝖍 entered the dorm building, she was greeted by 𝖍𝖎, who placed her hands on the girl's shoulders. 𝖍𝖎 expressed her relief, thinking that 𝖍𝖍's parents might not have given her permission to come. 𝖍𝖍 chuckled softly and subtly slid 𝖍𝖎's hands off her shoulders, shaking her head in response. The two then walked toward the common room, where 𝖍𝖎 gave 𝖍𝖍 a brief tour of the building while sharing recent events. From what 𝖍𝖍 gathered, the five who had gone to rescue Bakugo received a stern talking to from 𝖍𝖎, along with others who were aware of their plan. Most of the class, except for Bakugo and 𝖍𝖎, faced expulsion if it weren't for 𝖍𝖈𝍍's retirement. However, they were also focusing on obtaining their provisional licenses, and it was clear that 𝖍𝖎 was excited about this prospect. She exclaimed that they were one step closer to becoming heroes, pumping her fists in enthusiasm. Watching her friend, 𝖍𝖍 could only smile slightly. She already had her license, so retaking it wasn't necessary for her. Suddenly, 𝖍𝖎's face lit up with realization as she turned to 𝖍𝖍 with a beaming smile. She almost forgot to invite her to dinner, suggesting they go for barbecue that night. 𝖍𝖍 raised an eyebrow, curious about where 𝖍𝖎 had gotten the money. 𝖍𝖎 explained that Bakugo had given Kirishima money to repay him for something. Considering the recent events, 𝖍𝖍 thought barbecue sounded appealing and agreed to join, asking 𝖍𝖎 to text her the details. As they passed through the common area, they noticed everyone settling in and enjoying their new surroundings. Ashido exclaimed how cool the place was, sprawled comfortably on the couch, while Uraraka chimed in, expressing appreciation for the thoughtful arrangements made for the students. The atmosphere was calm, and it was evident that everyone was finally relaxing after the recent turmoil. 𝖍𝖎 chuckled and took 𝖍𝖍's wrist, drawing her attention. With excitement, she announced that she would show 𝖍𝖍 her room, revealing that they were on the same floor and thus became roomies. She led 𝖍𝖍 to the elevator, pressing the buttons to make it work. When the elevator doors opened with a ding, they were surprised to find Bakugo inside, his expression gruff. Upon making eye contact, Bakugo looked away, muttering under his breath as he exited the elevator, bumping shoulders with 𝖍𝖍 in the process. Curious about Bakugo's mood, 𝖍𝖍 asked 𝖍𝖎 what was bothering him once he was out of earshot. 𝖍𝖎 shrugged, equally puzzled as they entered the elevator. She pressed the button for the third floor, and the elevator began its ascent, jazzy music playing softly in the background. Another ding signaled their arrival at the correct floor. The doors slid open and the two girls stepped out casually. 𝖍𝖍 heard her name called and turned to see Ito waving enthusiastically, his arms moving in all directions. She greeted him with a nod and asked how he had been lately. He replied that he was doing better these days, thanking her for asking. 𝖍𝖎 interrupted their conversation, pointing out that their rooms were on the right. She led the way and 𝖍𝖍 followed closely, excusing herself from the small talk with the class representative. They stopped in front of a blue-green door, and 𝖍𝖎 turned to 𝖍𝖍, tossing her something that she caught easily. 𝖍𝖎 smiled and informed her that this was her room, just 2 doors down from hers, assuring 𝖍𝖍 that she would know where to find her if she needed anything. 𝖍𝖎 then made a playful gesture, prompting a small laugh from 𝖍𝖍. Curious, 𝖍𝖍 asked if that was a reference to a TV show. 𝖍𝖎 playfully responded that it might be or it might not. 𝖍𝖍 made herself comfortable, taking her time to unpack and decorate her new space. All her belongings from 𝖍𝖎's apartment were inside cardboard boxes, scattered across the floor. With a cutter in hand, she opened each box, revealing her items one by one. She turned her attention to a large black suitcase near the bathroom, opening it to find her clothes. After retrieving a few hangers from one of the boxes, she hung up the clothes that needed to be displayed and folded the rest neatly. Once that task was complete, she focused on her bed, which still needed to be dressed. She rummaged through one of the boxes and pulled out a cream-colored bedsheet along with a light purple duvet. Carefully, she secured the bedsheet at each corner and spread the duvet over it, folding a quarter back. She then retrieved her pillows from the box and arranged them at the head of the bed. Next, she assembled a hanger rack, placing it by her closet and organizing the rest of her hung clothes along with a few shoes at the bottom. A clean white carpet covered the floor, complemented by a small white table and a cozy couch positioned near the bed. Noticing a small cabinet by the wall near her desk that clashed with her room's aesthetic, she made a mental note to paint it white later. She placed a small storage compartment at the edge of her bed and swapped her wooden desk for a vanity desk, along with a matching chair. A small trash bin was positioned beside the desk. She also set her nightstand next to her pillows and drilled shelves into the wall beside her bed, along with a mount for her sword. With the essential furniture in place, it was time to decorate her new room. The curtains, with their unappealing colors, were replaced with cream curtains and purple ones on the sides. Above the small cabinet, she hung a few posters and organized her folded clothes inside it, along with her bedsheets. On her vanity desk, she arranged a few figurines and books, neatly folding her headphones into a small space. A small cactus plant found its place by the mirror, accompanied by her closed laptop and a lamp beside it. The side drawers held her pens and papers, while the central drawer contained her makeup essentials, most of which remained untouched. Next to her vanity desk stood her base, resting on the floor with a keyboard hidden behind her headrest. The nightstand featured a compact lampshade and an alarm clock, along with a small houseplant beside them. Her compartment storage housed her books and a few pairs of shoes, while fabric bins contained bath products. Feeling satisfied with her setup, she plopped onto her bed, fatigue washing over her as she began to drift off to sleep. The girl with 𝖍𝖎 woke up, feeling hungry as her stomach rumbled loudly. Realizing her situation, she sighed deeply, rubbed her eyes with a yawn, and fixed her bed hair before making her way to the common area in search of food. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she noticed her classmates gathered in the living room, their excited voices filling the space. Mindful of her own business, she headed to the kitchen to find something quick yet decent to eat. Spotting a cup of ramen on the shelves, she took one out along with an electric kettle, filled it with fresh water and turned it on, waiting for it to heat up. She opened the cup and the packets, pouring the contents over the noodles. Another yawn escaped her lips until a cheerful voice called out to her. Turning, she saw 𝖍𝖎 with a bright smile, raising her brows in curiosity. The pinkette asked if she needed anything and excitedly invited her to join a room show-off event, hoping to see one of their mysterious classmates' rooms. Rubbing the nape of her neck, 𝖍𝖎 wore a look of slight doubt, clearly inclined to decline the invitation. She politely expressed her hesitation, and the atmosphere grew a bit gloomy at her words. Her classmates had hoped to learn more about her through her room, a place where they could express themselves freely, but they respected her wishes and moved on to check the other rooms. Once the commotion settled, 𝖍𝖎 found herself alone again just as she preferred. The electric kettle reached its boiling point, and she turned it off, pouring the hot water into the cup until it reached the designated line. Closing it up, she waited for the noodles to cook, placing her chopsticks on top of the cup. When the timer went off, she opened the lid and stirred, the delightful aroma making her stomach rumble even louder. Thankfully she was alone, so no one heard the embarrassing sound. As she slurped her ramen, a low voice called her name, prompting her to look up and see Todoroki. She offered him some of her noodles, but he respectfully declined. She shrugged and continued to enjoy her meal, glancing at him occasionally to see what he wanted. He paused, searching for the right words. He wanted to apologize for everything that had happened in Kamino, acknowledging that despite her efforts to stop them from acting recklessly, they had gone ahead anyway, dragging her into their plans. What mattered, she interjected, was that they were all alive. There was no use dwelling on the past, and she urged him to stop apologizing, noting it was the second time he had done so. Todoroki, taken aback by her response, felt a mix of relief and guilt. He had hoped to ease the heavy feeling in his heart, but he understood her perspective. He let out a sigh that turned into a small chuckle. Once again he called her name and she hummed in response, curious about what he would say next. He asked if she had plans for Friday, and she raised an eyebrow, placing her empty cup down and wiping her mouth with a tissue. She replied that she didn't think she had any plans and turned her back to him, searching for a glass cup. Once she found one, she poured cold water into it and drank, hoping to wash down the remnants of her ramen. Todoroki expressed his desire to hang out with her, just the two of them. His sudden request caught her off guard and she choked on the water, coughing as she tried to regain her composure. Noticing her distress, Todoroki moved to help, but she held up her hand to stop him. She managed to ask if he was asking her out on a date, and he looked confused, tilting his head as he processed her words. When he realized what she meant, he felt heat rise to his face and looked away, trying to hide his embarrassment. He clarified that he hadn't meant it like that. She tried to suppress her laughter, amused by how shy and flustered he had become. Teasing him, she agreed to hang out on Friday and patted his shoulder to reassure him before walking away as if nothing had happened. She waved goodbye, telling him she would see him around. Chapter end. Skill enhancement. As the elevator door opened, 𝖍𝖍 yawned and made her way to the dining area. There, she was greeted by a few classmates who were carrying their food and settling into their chairs. She returned their tired greetings and headed straight for the coffee dispenser, eager to start her day with a cup of coffee. After brewing her drink, she inhaled its sweet aroma and took a sip, feeling the warmth spread down her throat. She then gathered her food, placing it on a tray alongside her coffee. Yaoyorozu, sitting nearby, asked how her sleep had been. 𝖍𝖍 replied that it had never been better, grateful for the meal as she took her time enjoying it. Last night had been the first time she had managed a full 8 to 10 hours of sleep, a welcome change from the usual 4 to 5 hours she got during her nightly patrols with Aizawa. With him hopefully not waking her up in the middle of the night, she finally felt like she could relax and rest like a typical teenager. Once she finished her meal, 𝖍𝖍 headed to the baths for a refreshing cold shower, bringing her uniform with her. After rinsing off, she dried herself with a towel and quickly changed in the bathroom before returning to her room to grab her school bag and put on her shoes. Feeling ready for the day, she locked her door behind her and noticed Jiraiya waiting by her own door, scrolling through her phone. When she heard 𝖍𝖍's south door close, Jiraiya turned and smiled, walking over to her friend. Together they set off hand in hand, leaving their dorm building and heading toward the school. The late bell rang, signaling the start of classes. Their teacher arrived a few minutes late, but his presence quickly silenced the room. Standing at the front of the class, he announced that they would be focusing on obtaining their provisional licenses. He explained that a hero license carried significant responsibility for human life, and the test to obtain one was challenging, with only a 50% pass rate each year. Aizawa's gaze swept over the students, intimidating them as he continued. He informed them that they would each need to come up with at least 2 ultimate moves. Just then the door slid open, revealing 3 pro heroes who would assist with the new activity. The mention of ultimate moves energized the class, sparking excitement as they listened to their teacher's instructions. The teachers explained that an ultimate move was a signature technique that ensured victory, one that was deeply ingrained in a hero's fighting style. They emphasized that a pro hero without an ultimate move was rare. They would provide more details as they transitioned to practice, instructing everyone to change into their uniforms and meet in the Gamma Gym. In the spacious gym, 𝖍𝖍 stood with her classmates in their hero costumes, feeling a bit bored and wishing for her bed. She perked up when Ida questioned the necessity of ultimate moves for the provisional license, nodding in agreement. She glanced at Aizawa, who caught her gaze and rolled his eyes, leaving her slightly puzzled. Aizawa began explaining the role of a hero in saving people from various dangers, including crimes and disasters. He outlined that the exam would test their skills in information gathering, decision-making, speed, combat, communication, charisma, and leadership qualities. Midnight added that fighting skills were crucial for their future as heroes, and being prepared would alleviate worries about the test. Cementos elaborated that the ability to remain composed in challenging situations would showcase their true fighting skills, while Ectoplasm noted that an ultimate move didn't necessarily have to be an attack. All this talk about ultimate moves began to overwhelm 𝖍𝖍. During her exam, she had relied solely on her quirk and sword, managing to pass without any of this new knowledge. She wondered if it truly made a difference in their scores. Aizawa then informed the class that, although they had to cancel camp, the previous efforts to enhance their quirks were part of the process to develop their ultimate moves. Until the next semester, they would need to create an ultimate move while continuing to improve their quirks and consider how to enhance their costumes based on their developing abilities. He asked if they were ready, and the class responded enthusiastically. 𝖍𝖍 faced one of Ectoplasm's clones, a heavy sigh escaping her lips as she stood still, holding her sword with a hint of boredom. She had always wanted to try out a new move, but it was too risky with her classmates nearby. Instead, she decided to practice against the teacher's clone until she could think of a safer technique. She charged head-on toward the teacher, readying her scabbard as she summoned her illusionary flower. Just as she was a few inches away from him, he attempted to dodge her attack. When he realized she had vanished, he quickly turned around, expecting a sneak attack. Suddenly he felt a sharp impact on his back, causing him to stumble forward. He quickly regained his balance and tried to kick the girl but found only air. Again he felt a force hit him from behind, and when he turned to retaliate he was met with the same empty space. Cautiously scanning the area, he tried to anticipate her next move. But she was too quick, appearing right in front of him and striking again. Her sudden presence caught him off guard, leaving him to wonder how she had hidden so effectively. Then came the final blow. 𝖍𝖍 stood a few meters away with her sword slightly unsheathed. As she sheathed it, ectoplasm's body began to tingle, feeling a surge of energy drain from him, weakening his clone significantly. The teacher fell to his knees, bruised and scratched. Looking down at him, 𝖍𝖍 sighed, realizing she might have gone too far. She approached the fallen man and offered her hand. He chuckled and accepted it gratefully. Impressive. That's a powerful move, especially for surprising your opponents. It could easily take them down, he commented, slightly out of breath. 𝖍𝖍 shrugged at his praise, explaining that it wasn't her ultimate move but she appreciated his feedback. The teacher looked at her with curiosity, wondering what she considered her true ultimate move. After a moment of hesitation, she revealed that it was too dangerous to use in a real fight. I'll only use it when I'm in dire straits, she added, thinking it unlikely she would ever be in such a situation. Ectoplasm nodded in understanding, advising her to explore other methods for developing a less catastrophic ultimate move. Taking his advice to heart, she resumed her fighting stance, determined to keep training until she found a suitable technique. As she prepared to fight again, she sensed an angry gaze fixed on her back, filled with jealousy at her progress, a stark contrast to his own struggles. In the common area, the majority of the class nodded in agreement with Kirishima's observation about 𝖍𝖍. They were all resting after a day of training, their focus shifting when they heard loud explosions from the gym. They turned to see 𝖍𝖍 battling their mathematics teacher's clone, powerful shocks and blasts echoing throughout the space. I felt my body shiver just watching her, 𝖍𝖎 remarked. With each blast from the girl with HC hair, the thunderous roars resonated, leaving everyone in awe. They watched in disbelief as their teacher struggled to keep up, noticing his dirted and slightly bruised state while she remained unscathed. As they continued discussing the girl with the lightning quirk, they failed to notice the elevator pinging and the doors sliding open, revealing two newcomers. Thank goodness she's on our side. Who's on what side exactly? The sudden voice startled the students, causing them to turn. 𝖍𝖎. How long have you been there? One of them asked. Not long, 𝖍𝖎 replied casually as she made her way to the couch, settling comfortably between Ishido and Kaminari. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, searching for a way to change the subject. Our ultimate moves. Ishido blurted out, with Uraraka nodding in agreement. 𝖍𝖎 raised an eyebrow at their suspicious behavior but shrugged it off as Kirishima began sharing his experiences with his ultimate move. This led to everyone discussing their own progress, successfully shifting the topic before 𝖍𝖎 could inquire further. 𝖍𝖍 felt indifferent about her ultimate moves training. After the day ended, she quickly took a hot shower, changed into something comfortable, and lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Boredom settled in. Everyone else had been busy making adjustments to their hero costumes just the day before. All she had done was clean and polish her sword scabbard, which felt like minimal progress. She sat up and walked over to her collection of books, selecting one to continue reading. Just as she was about to get comfortable on the floor, a loud knock echoed through the room, followed by even louder yelling. Open up. I know you're in there. It was her hot-headed classmate, clearly intent on getting her attention. With a heavy sigh, she stood up, leaving the book on the ground as she made her way to the door. She opened it abruptly, wearing a slightly annoyed expression. What do you want, Bakugo? He demanded a fight, his determination evident as he stood there with a clenched fist and a smug grin. 𝖍𝖍 remained unamused by his antics. I'm too tired for this, Bakugo. Can't it wait until tomorrow? She replied, rubbing the bridge of her nose as she began to close the door. But he quickly wedged his hand in, forcing it open. You have no choice, 𝖍𝖎. We're sparring. She stared at him, watching as he struggled to keep the door open. With a quick flick of her hand, she managed to push him back, knowing that accepting his challenge would turn their spar into a fierce battle, one that would only lead to bruised egos and pride. What about? No. She slammed the door in his face and returned to her reading, tuning out the loud bangs and shouts that quickly subsided. Thank the heavens, she thought, finally able to relax and enjoy her solitude. Days passed swiftly, and the day of the licensure exams arrived. The class was filled with mixed emotions. Some were nervous, some were excited, and others seemed indifferent. YN stood beside 𝖍𝖎, observing the venue filled with students from other schools. I'm getting nervous, 𝖍𝖎 said shakily, feeling the rush of emotions. YN placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. It'll all be just fine. Having already obtained her license, YN had planned to stay in the dorms for the day, as attending the exam wouldn't benefit her. However, 𝖍𝖎 had other plans and insisted she join them. It's to avoid raising suspicion, he explained, though she sensed there was more to it. If you all pass the test and get your provisional license, 𝖍𝖎 began, capturing YN's attention, then you hero eggs will become chicks, hatching into semi-pros. There he goes again with his bird analogy, she thought. Do your best. After his so-called motivational speech, her classmates rallied themselves to dispel the tension. Ready. Plus. Ultra. An unfamiliar voice suddenly interrupted, causing everyone to turn in confusion. YN glanced over to see a tall, muscular boy, his face lit up with excitement as he raised his fist in the air, clearly thrilled to be there. It's not good to barge in on other people's business, 𝖍𝖎, another voice chimed in from behind him. Realizing his mistake, the boy quickly apologized with enthusiasm. I am truly very sorry, he exclaimed, bowing so deeply that his forehead hit the ground, leaving the class in shock. What's with this guy? How passionate, YN thought, watching as a small trickle of blood ran down his forehead. Wait a minute, those uniforms? 𝖍𝖎 pointed out, prompting YN to raise her brows as she took a closer look at their attire. What about them? She asked, only to see her friend look at her incredulously. Don't you know? There's an elite hero school in the West that rivals 𝖍𝖎𝖎 High School. Understanding dawned on YN. Oh, I see. The passionate boy spoke again, his fiery spirit evident. I wanted to say plus ultra at least once. I love 𝖍𝖎 High School. YN observed as the blood continued to flow down his forehead while he expressed his honor at competing with them. You should be more concerned about the blood on your head than us. 𝖍𝖎𝖎, their teacher announced, catching her attention. You know him, sensei? That guy's strong. 𝖍𝖎's words left everyone astonished, as it was rare for him to openly compliment a high schooler's abilities. Last year, the same year you kids enrolled, 𝖍𝖎 achieved high scores on the entrance test. But for some reason he turned down the offer. The Shiketsu students confidently entered the venue, leaving the class to ponder. Siro spoke up, voicing his confusion. I don't understand. He says he loves 𝖍𝖎 but decides not to enroll. Yeah, that is weird. He's unusual, but he's the real deal. Best keep an eye on him. The familiar voice caused the erasure hero to tense up, prompting YN to raise her brows in confusion and curiosity. It was unusual for his demeanor to shift so dramatically just from hearing a woman's voice. She observed as his expression twisted into one of horror and disgust when a woman with a bright-colored motif approached them, smiling widely. She introduced herself, expressing excitement about having seen him on television and at the sports festival, but it had been a while since they had met in person. Once face-to-face, she boldly proposed marriage, making YN chuckle softly. However, her guardian shot her a glare that clearly communicated a warning. The hero declined the proposal, and the woman burst into laughter, treating his response as a joke. He sighed, clearly exasperated, remarking on how difficult it was to communicate with her. Nearby, YN heard gleeful sounds and turned to see 𝖍𝖎𝖎 back in his fanboy mode, excitedly identifying the woman as the smile hero 𝖍𝖎𝖎, whose quirk was called Outburst. He went on to explain how her quirk worked, causing YN to shudder slightly at the thought. 𝖍𝖎𝖎 continued to express her enthusiasm, claiming that if they married, their lives would be filled with happiness and laughter. The erasure hero quickly rebutted that it wouldn't be a happy life, to which YN silently agreed. 𝖍𝖎𝖎 pointed out how close they seemed, to which 𝖍𝖎𝖎 explained that their offices were near each other, and with a blush she added that they had helped each other, leading to a mutual love that had bloomed. The erasure hero flatly denied her claim. YN watched their playful banter until 𝖍𝖎𝖎 called out to a group of students approaching from a distance. One boy with unruly black hair exclaimed that they were the real deal, while a girl with blonde hair chimed in, hitting him playfully from behind and expressing her excitement about seeing them on television. 𝖍𝖎𝖎 introduced these students as her own from 𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖈𝖍 Academy, who were just a year older than YN and her classmates, and asked them to be kind to them. The black-haired boy approached Midoriya, clasping his hands in greeting. He introduced himself as Shindo and acknowledged the challenging year UA had faced, expressing empathy for their struggles. He then moved to Kaminari, repeating the handshake gesture. Suddenly he clasped Y in his hands, but she instinctively pulled away, causing him to pause in surprise before smiling at her once he realized what had happened. He stepped back, stating that a strong heart was essential for heroes in difficult times, and YN could have sworn she saw sparkles around him. She thought to herself that he fit the stereotype of a handsome cool boy. Turning to Bakugo, Shindo referred to him as the heart of the Kamino incident, which made YN tense up slightly as she glanced at Bakugo, who concealed his discomfort well. Shindo declared that he would do his best while learning from Bakugo, extending his hand for a handshake, but her classmate pushed it away, unimpressed by the gesture. Bakugo retorted that Shindo's face didn't match his words, and YN noticed a flicker of annoyance cross Shindo's features, raising her guard slightly as she assessed his demeanor. She felt a nagging suspicion that he might not be trustworthy. The other Ketsubutsu students mingled with her classmates, one even asking Todoroki for an autograph, though he seemed confused by the attention. YN mused that Todoroki was indeed popular wherever he went. Suddenly, a voice called out to the students, instructing them to change into their costumes and head to the briefing without wasting time. They quickly complied, and YN followed them into the venue until she felt a heavy hand settle on her shoulder. "Rai, you're coming with me. Have you all seen where Rai is?" "The briefing is about to start," Yaoyorozu asked the class, scanning the crowded venue filled with hero students preparing for their provisional licenses. One of their classmates was missing, separated from the group. "Now that you mention it, she's nowhere to be seen." "Maybe she got scared and ran off," Bakugo shrugged, a smirk on his face. Azui quickly countered, mentioning that she had seen Rai called upon by Aizawa before they entered. "Did you hear why?" Uraraka asked, her concern growing over their classmate's absence. "He didn't say," Azui replied. Yaoyorozu sighed, noting that it had been almost 30 minutes since they entered, and Rai had vanished once again. "I just hope she gets back here on time." Worry was evident in her voice, but her attention shifted as the man at the front began to speak, signaling the start of the briefing for their licenses. "I'm Mera from the Hero Public Safety Commission," he began, exhaustion evident in his demeanor. "My favorite kind of sleep is non-REM. Nice to meet you." He then rambled on about his lack of sleep due to the demands of his job. Regarding the provisional license process, all candidates here will compete in a free-for-all elimination tournament. Our society is currently said to be saturated with heroes, and since Stain's arrest, many have expressed doubts about the state of heroes. As a simple citizen, the motive behind telling someone risking their lives for others not to seek any reward is quite an inhumane story in these modern times. However, whether it's for compensation or glory, many heroes work hard to help people and defeat villains. Acquiring your provisional licenses will enable you to finally dive into those rapid currents. For those who can't keep up, it will be challenging. Therefore, what you'll be tested on: speed. The first 100 of you to meet the requirement will pass. This announcement caused a wave of chatter among the candidates. With the current size of the group, the passing grade had dropped significantly, making their chances of obtaining licenses much slimmer. "Well, a lot has happened, you know. Think about that and do your best." The officer then revealed 2 objects, explaining that one was a target, which candidates would attach to exposed areas of their bodies. The other was 6 balls used to hit the targets. If all 3 targets were hit, that candidate would be out. The one who lights up your third target is the one who officially defeated you. You advance by defeating 2 people. That's it for the rules. Nervousness spread through the crowd as they realized they were not fighting against robots this time. They were competing against each other. "After we open, we'll distribute the targets and ball. We'll start 1 minute after everyone has them." "Open?" someone asked, and as if on cue, the venue began to shake. The ceiling opened up, allowing sunlight to pour in. Once the walls collapsed, everyone understood what was happening. The area was transformed into various terrains, from rocky mountains to pipe-filled zones, catering to everyone's strengths and weaknesses. "Use your quirks wisely and do your best." Miss Joke called out, "Eraser, your fly is unzipped," trying to stifle her laughter. Aizawa, visibly annoyed, thought to himself, "Why am I always surrounded by loud people?" She stopped laughing and pointed out how remarkable it was that he still had 20 students intact. "It's rare that you haven't expelled anyone," she noted, momentarily setting aside the jokes. "You like your class this time, don't you?" she teased. "Not particularly," he replied, eliciting another round of laughter from her. Don't be so coy. That's just lame. Let's get together. She quickly changed her tone, but 𝖍𝖎 rejected her advances once again, prompting her to laugh even louder. Anyway, something feels off if that's the case. There's no way you wouldn't know about that thing. 𝖍𝖎 merely chuckled at her words, observing the students running around the terrains below with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Let's just say they don't know what's coming for them. Not just for 𝖬𝖎 but for everyone down there. The moment the alarm buzzed, everyone rushed to catch the students of 𝖬𝖎 for their heads. Using their knowledge to their advantage, the group found themselves immediately surrounded, with students from other schools locking their targets on them. It was a survival of the fittest, a crushing moment for 𝖬𝖎. Shindo, with a ball in hand, prepared to throw it at the targets. He exclaimed that he had seen a power so strong it could even destroy the body. Another student chimed in, asserting that if a nail sticks out, it must be hammered down. The battlefield was tense as the students of Class 1A fought, dodging every obstacle in their way. 𝖜𝖍𝖎 unleashed a fragment of his power, leaping into the air and readying his leg for a kick attack. He struck a ball, sending it flying back with a powerful kick, successfully redirecting it toward the other candidates. As the ball continued to soar toward Class 1A, they worked together to ensure none of their teammates were hit, unleashing their quirks both individually and as a cohesive unit. In a dimly lit room, a feminine voice commented on the unfolding battle, observing the students through multiple screens. Another figure approached her, questioning her perspective on the situation. The girl sighed, acknowledging the truth in the loud voice's words but expressing her belief that the strategy would ultimately fail. She explained that while the opponents had knowledge of their quirks from the sports festival months ago, they were unaware of how much the 𝖬𝖎 students had grown since then. The figure considered her point and asked what she would have done in their position. The girl remained silent, analyzing the opponent's movements displayed on the screen. After a moment, she spoke up, suggesting that instead of purely offensive or defensive tactics, a combination of both could be more effective. She emphasized that waiting might seem tedious, but it allowed for calculation, observation, and the perfect moment to strike. Her insights were met with silence as they all focused intently on the screen, eager to see how the 𝖬𝖎 students would navigate their current disadvantage. Shindo unleashed a powerful ground vibration attack, causing the earth to tremble and break apart. The force of the tremor separated Class 1A, dust and dirt swirling in the air and temporarily blinding their vision. Ashido called out in confusion, trying to locate her teammates amidst the chaos, hoping to regroup against opponents with unknown strengths. On the other side of the battlefield, 𝖜𝖍𝖎 used his quirk to create a tornado, sking up ball from others. With enthusiasm, he declared his desire to join the passionate fight, throwing his hand down as the turbulent wind carried the ball, which then rained down toward his intended targets. The announcer, astonished by the results, reported that 120 people had been taken out in a single sweep, expressing surprise at the overwhelming outcome and urging everyone to do their best to finish quickly. After everything that had happened and all the hardships everyone faced during the first half of the test, the 100th candidate had finally come through. Everyone from 𝖬𝖎 had passed the first test, despite being split up and facing challenges from other teams. They celebrated their small victory, relieved that everyone had managed to pass just in time. Now they were in the waiting area listening to the rules and mechanics for the next test. A realization struck the class when one of them wondered about 𝖬𝖎, their classmate, who was nowhere to be seen. With the candidates reduced to 100, it was easy to notice the absence of their familiar lightning-quirked friend. The atmosphere turned gloomy as they pondered the possibilities of her absence. The announcer then began explaining the next test, cutting through the tension. This would be the last test, involving a rescue exercise at a disaster site. The candidates were to assume they had acquired their licenses and would be evaluated on their rescue procedures. Upon closer inspection of the site, they noticed people of all ages, from children to the elderly, who were actually trained professionals disguised as injured victims. The Help Us Company, or HUC, had set up this scenario for the candidates to navigate. The announcer continued, explaining that each candidate would carry out rescues, and their performance would be scored. A passing score would be determined based on their effectiveness in the rescue operations. They had 10 minutes to prepare before the exercise began. As the alarms blared, signaling the start of the second phase, candidates from various schools began their large-scale investigations, eager to find victims to rescue. The 𝖬𝖎 students quickly located one victim but were met with criticism for their hasty approach, which resulted in a warning about their scoring. While other schools operated smoothly, setting up first aid stations and clearing debris, they remained unaware of the challenges that lay ahead, a storm brewing that would test their resolve and determination. A loud bang echoed across the field, alerting the candidates to a large explosion. The announcer informed them of a significant terrorist attack, raising their guard. 𝖍𝖎𝖈 quickly recognized the situation as part of the exercise scenario, but his attention was diverted when someone shouted to look in another direction. He shifted his gaze and felt a surge of shock and fear upon seeing 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍. Taking a step back, he realized the hero had turned villain. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 looked down at them, commanding his lackeys to attack, who rushed to follow his orders. Unbeknownst to the candidates, another figure stood behind 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, observing the chaos unfold from behind a mask. As the villain approached, the masked figure remained still, watching the scene with keen interest. The candidates were too focused on rescuing civilians and planning a counterattack to notice her presence until one of them shouted in surprise at the sight of her. The announcer then revealed that there were two boss villains, wishing the candidates luck as chaos erupted further. The masked villain was unfamiliar to them, not appearing on any charts. Even 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, a dedicated hero enthusiast, could not identify her. They knew they could handle 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 if they worked together, as they understood his capabilities and weaknesses as a top hero. However, the masked figure was a complete unknown, likely aware of each candidate's strengths and weaknesses. Suddenly she made her move, leaping down from her high vantage point and swiftly following 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, who charged toward a nearby first aid station. The tension was palpable. They had to rescue civilians while fending off the villains and their lackeys. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 prepared to charge in to protect the injured, but Shindo rushed past him, urging everyone to get to safety. Shindo planned to hold the villains back while the others moved to safety. He unleashed a tremor, causing the lackeys to lose their footing as the ground shook. However, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 was quicker, confronting Shindo directly and unleashing a powerful echo vibration that knocked him down, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 taunted Shindo, underestimating him. As he advanced toward the victims and fleeing hero students, his instincts kicked in. He turned just in time to deflect an incoming attack, a streak of purple energy that shattered the ice aimed at him. One swift movement from the masked figure sent the source of the ice crashing into nearby debris. The villain huffed, asserting that he could have deflected the attack himself, but the masked female merely acknowledged him with a slight turn of her head. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 called out to Todoroki, urging him to retreat as he struggled to regain his footing. Todoroki unleashed another wave of ice to contain the lackeys. A group of classmates rushed to their aid, helping to move the victims away from danger. Ajaru explained that they had gone where others were not and had come to assist upon seeing the villains attacking. Another wave of ice was directed at the villain duo, but 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 quickly deflected it with his echo vibration. He assured the masked figure that he had the situation under control. She remained grounded, releasing a strong electric field that crackled ominously. Anyone nearby would be jolted by the static, making it difficult to approach. The hero students fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the pain, but she was careful not to harm the professionals in need. As the students writhed in discomfort, the masked female seized the opportunity to close in on them. With a light tap on their foreheads, a flower briefly appeared before vanishing. Once her plan was executed, the electric field dissipated, and she stood behind 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, watching as the teenagers struggled to recover. Suddenly, a powerful wind swept through, shattering Todoroki's ice barrier and sending 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍's lackeys tumbling. Urashi, propelled by his wind vortex, soared into the air, excited by the unfolding chaos. The villain duo observed as the previously incapacitated group regained their footing, retreating while carrying the injured. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 glanced back at the battlefield, intrigued by the mysterious masked villain. It was not every day one encountered such an enigmatic figure. However, he realized that focusing on her could be a strategic error. As he met her gaze, a menacing aura radiated from her, sending chills down his spine. She looked back at them, like a predator waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Quickly he turned his attention back to the path ahead, fear coursing through him. Yet, a part of him sensed that this would not be their last encounter. The villain duo could only observe as Todoroki and Urashi engaged in a heated argument, particularly after their failed attack. Todoroki had attempted to use his flames to strike directly at 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, but the latter had countered with his wind abilities. Unfortunately, both their quirks backfired as their attacks never even reached the villains. Todoroki accused Urashi, claiming his flames were blown away by the wind, while Urashi retorted that Todoroki had acted deliberately to claim all the credit. Their banter continued until a sudden blast of lightning reverberated through the air, capturing their attention. They braced themselves, but their reflexes were too slow as they felt a sharp jab from behind, even 𝖍𝖎𝖈, who was still airborne. Both of them coughed, struggling to catch their breath. A muffled voice, stern and filled with disdain, remarked that if this had been a real terrorist attack, they would have been dead by now. Once they regained their composure, Todoroki's gaze locked onto the target, a mysterious female standing several meters away. He unleashed fiery flames toward her, but she vanished from sight before he could connect. Too slow, her voice echoed from behind him. Seizing the moment, he shot ice fragments in her direction, but again she was too quick, demonstrating that she was always 3 steps ahead of them and operating on a whole different level. In an instant she reappeared, standing behind the bulky hero, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍. Todoroki, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, questioned her true capabilities. She responded calmly, unwavering in her demeanor, which elicited a chuckle from 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍. He then addressed the arguing teens, his voice booming, pointing out the absurdity of their quarrel in such a dire situation. Soon after, another wave of attacks came from the villains. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍's lackeys wielded a cement gun, aiming it at the arguing duo, who remained oblivious to the incoming threat. The cement attack struck Todoroki, who was too distracted to focus, but he quickly acted an ice barrier to shield himself from further harm. In the midst of their heated exchange, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 attempted to launch another wind attack, only for it to be blocked by Todoroki's flames, sending their efforts in different directions and missing their target entirely. They failed to notice Shindo, still paralyzed from 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍's earlier attack, unable to move from where he lay. As the flames approached him, both Todoroki and 𝖍𝖎𝖈 widened their eyes in realization. Just in time, Midoriya rushed to Shindo's side, his expression radiating frustration at his classmates' reckless behavior and the precarious situation. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 and the masked villain shifted their attention to the green-haired hero as he carried Shindo away to safety, clearly exasperated by the unfolding chaos. Midoriya's voice rang out, filled with urgency, demanding to know what the two were thinking. After the rescue of Shindo, who had narrowly escaped a fiery fate, the masked female had reached her limit with the ongoing bickering between the 2 other males, each possessing quirks as distinct as their personalities. With the hilt of her sword firmly in her dominant hand, she charged at them, her speed unmatched. The boy on the ground, lost in his thoughts, felt a sudden sharp strike from behind, knocking the wind out of him once more. After the exams he would definitely need to check on his lungs. While his partner engaged with Todoroki, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 seized the moment to unleash a shockwave directed at 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, who was still caught in his trance and unable to evade. He cursed as he felt the vibrations coursing through his body, immobilizing him and causing him to plummet from the sky, losing control of his wind powers. Todoroki noticed his fellow hero student in distress and called out, but he was quickly occupied as the masked hero now villain aimed her sword at him. He retaliated with a fire attack, but she effortlessly cut through the flames, redirecting the force back toward him. The impact was significant, yet he stood his ground, cornered as she relentlessly struck at him with the scabbard of her sword, not allowing him a moment to breathe. It was enough to stagger him but not to defeat him. Meanwhile, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 faced 𝖍𝖎𝖈 alone. His lackeys had retreated from the battlefield, intent on causing chaos at the evacuation center established by the students taking the licensure exam. Despite being knocked down, 𝖍𝖎𝖈 still commanded the winds around him, which began to shift dramatically. The lackeys remained immobilized, thanks to Shindo's ground vibration attack and Midoriya's efforts to reduce the number of villains. Suddenly, an ominous figure approached Shindo from behind, prompting him to dodge quickly. He found himself facing a purple holographic version of the masked hero now villain, who was busy battling Todoroki. The hologram crackled with energy and Shindo, determined, targeted his vibrations at it. However, the hologram merely glitched from his attack, unfazed. It rushed at him, knocking his hands off the ground and sending him flying into the air. He barely had time to comprehend what had happened before he was struck again. Meanwhile, the physical source of the hologram continued to press her attack on Todoroki, who was desperately parrying her strikes, searching for an opening. Unfortunately for him, the masked villain maintained her guard, her blind spots almost non-existent. It appeared that the bickering duo had finally set aside their differences to work together, albeit silently. Todoroki unleashed a torrent of flames, forcing the masked female to leap back, while 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 directed his winds in perfect harmony with the fire. Together, they trapped the 2 hero now villains in a swirling vortex of flames. The masked female observed the scene, her voice muffled beneath her mask as she noted how the flames danced with the winds. Despite their struggles, the two heroes had managed to resolve their conflict before it was too late. Before they knew it, an alarm blared, signaling the conclusion of the second and final phase of the exam. It was an anticlimactic end to the intense battle they had just endured. The announcer informed everyone that all deployed personnel had been rescued from the danger zone and that the provisional license exam process was complete. Relief washed over the arena as the students realized their battle was over, though the war was far from won. The results of their efforts still awaited them. The announcer continued, stating that scores would be tallied and results announced shortly, while the injured were directed to the infirmary and others were asked to change and wait. The masked female turned to 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, who was somewhat battered but still standing. She noted his condition, and one of his lackeys apologized for their limited effectiveness, citing the restrictive nature of their suits. 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 acknowledged the challenge, noting that the vortex of flames had been impressive. He then turned to his partner, who stood unscathed, and inquired about her condition and thoughts on the battle. She sighed, admitting that she hadn't contributed much. He chuckled at her honesty. While her restraints remained intact, 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍's suit was beginning to crack, a result of 𝖜𝖍𝖎𝖈's sneak attack aimed at preventing him from harming his fellow students. 𝖜𝖍𝖎𝖈 had deliberately avoided engaging the masked female, uncertain of her true capabilities, and chose to focus on 𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍 instead, just before the alarm sounded. And so this marked the end of the provisional licensure exam. The students gathered at the end of the arena, where a large LED screen displayed the same man from the briefing sitting behind a podium. The field was littered with debris from the last phase, and everyone stood at the flatter side of it all. Mara began by thanking everyone for their prolonged efforts. She explained that before announcing the results, it was important to understand the scoring system, which included a twofold minus-point system to evaluate mistakes made during an emergency setting. A few students realized they were in for a rude awakening. The names of those who passed were listed in alphabetical order, and soon the list flashed on the screen. Everyone squinted, scanning up and down to see if their names were included. Relief filled the arena as some exclaimed joyfully upon seeing their names. However, not everyone had passed. Disappointment, regret, and anger were evident on Todoroki, Urashi, and Bakugo, whose names were absent from the screen. Their mistakes had led to this outcome, a painful wake-up call for those who were among the strongest. A loud voice called out to Todoroki, and he turned to see Urashi approaching. The two engaged in a silent staring contest, with Todoroki having to look up due to Urashi's taller stature. Shock crossed Todoroki's face as Urashi bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the ground. He expressed his apologies, taking responsibility for Todoroki's failure. Todoroki calmly reassured him, acknowledging his own role in the situation and noting that he had realized important lessons from the encounter. The majority of the class grew concerned as they learned that their top two students had failed, while another had gone missing. They were the only ones in the class who did not pass the licensure exam. The man announced that they would now distribute printouts of the results. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays on the students exiting the venue, they felt a rush of accomplishment and relief at having received their provisional licenses. With their costume bags in hand, they made their way to the bus, only to find a surprise waiting for them. "Rai-san?" the class exclaimed upon seeing her standing near the bus, casually munching on an apple. When she heard her name, she turned and waved, acknowledging their presence. A few students rushed toward her, bombarding her with questions about her whereabouts. They expressed their worry, asking where she had been and if she had missed the exam. Yaoyorozu shook her shoulders, seeking answers. With a sigh, Rai gently removed Yaoyorozu's hands, calming her down. Just then Aizawa approached, observing the scene. He explained that Rai had been absent due to an errand he had assigned her, which elicited baffled reactions from the students, who scolded him for allowing her to miss such an important part of her hero career. Aizawa exchanged a knowing look with Rai, who nodded slightly in response. However, one student noticed their interaction, raising an eyebrow in suspicion as he carefully analyzed his classmate, whose scabbard showed signs of wear despite being in perfect condition when they arrived. What a pain, Yen thought to herself as she sat on one of the couches in the common room, her feet crossed on the soft sofa with a cup of hot lavender tea in her hands. She quietly sipped it while watching everyone interact energetically, despite having faced an exam that could change their lives just a few hours ago. The thought of returning to regular lessons the next day soured her mood, especially after everything the class had been through. She sighed softly and took another sip of her tea, her attention shifting to 𝖜𝖍𝖎𝖈𝖍, who stood a few meters away with a small smile on his face. Watching him made her wonder what was going on in his mind. His determination to become a hero was remarkable. From his injuries to his current state, it was incredible how he had grown from being so vulnerable to one of the highest performing students in their class. 𝖍𝖍 admired his perseverance. He never wavered in his journey to become the hero he dreamed of, all might. At that moment, 𝖍𝖎 felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing someone watching him intently. He turned to see 𝖍𝖍 staring at him, and her gaze made him feel a bit weak. It reminded him of the intensity he had felt during the exam with the masked opponent they had faced. 𝖍𝖍 noticed that he had caught her gaze and nodded at him with a small smile. With a hum escaping her lips, she turned her head back to the others, taking another quiet sip of her tea. However, the peaceful atmosphere of the common room was soon interrupted. Bakugo called out to 𝖍𝖎, his voice loud as usual, causing the freckled boy to shudder. Bakugo instructed him to meet outside later, his tone surprisingly soft as he bumped into 𝖍𝖎. This made 𝖍𝖍 perk up her ears, curious about what Bakugo wanted to discuss with 𝖍𝖎 outside at such a late hour. "It's about your quirk," Bakugo added, and 𝖍𝖍 raised her brows slightly, though she concealed her concern well, continuing to sip her tea as she settled deeper into the comfort of the couch. As the night transitioned from loud chatter to a tranquil state, the dormitory fell silent, with everyone fast asleep, eagerly awaiting the dawn of a new day. The students were nestled under their cozy sheets, lost in the vivid realms of their dreams. However, this was not the case for 𝖍𝖍. The girl, deprived of the sleep she desperately needed, tossed and turned as time ticked away, unable to find rest despite the fatigue weighing heavily on her. Finally, she sat up in bed, her hair tousled as she slipped on her slippers and made her way to the door, stepping out of her room. In search of a glass of water to help her sleep, a remedy that had proven effective in recent nights, she realized she had forgotten to refill her water bottle sitting on her nightstand. Now, she found herself in the dormitory kitchen, downing a glass of water in one swift gulp. She sighed, placing the empty glass in the sink when she heard the front door click open, causing her to tense. Her ears perked up, alert for any signs of an intruder. But there was no intruder. Instead, she realized someone had slipped out of the building after curfew, the sound of soft footsteps echoing across the concrete pavement outside. Curiosity piqued, she moved to the window, pulling aside the curtains to catch a glimpse of the figures leaving the dormitory at such a late hour. To her surprise, there were two individuals walking along the sidewalk, one with an annoyed expression and the other looking concerned. It suddenly clicked in her mind, recalling the conversation she had overheard a few hours earlier amidst the lively interactions in class. Driven by an inexplicable urge, she quietly followed them, careful to keep her distance while still able to hear their exchange. The conversation was uneventful, but something inside her urged her to continue. She sensed that something significant was about to unfold. As she trailed behind them, the blonde student stopped in front of one of UA's gyms, ground beta. The green-haired boy followed closely, his mind racing with questions about what was happening. The blonde recalled their first combat training session, mentioning how he had lost to the green-haired boy. 𝖍𝖍 remembered that day as well, the moment when All Might had introduced himself to the class, though the details were hazy. The blonde continued, expressing his confusion about how someone quirkless had managed to enter UA and eventually gain a quirk. 𝖍𝖍 noticed the darkness in his eyes with each word, but what struck her was the revelation that 𝖍𝖎 had once been quirkless, and this power he possessed was not originally his. The blonde's frustration was palpable as he spoke about 𝖍𝖎's rise to success, contrasting it with his own struggles. 𝖍𝖍 perceived this as a clash of egos, but she sensed deeper emotions at play, especially with the newfound information about 𝖍𝖎, who always seemed to be on top. Just as 𝖍𝖎 attempted to explain himself, the blonde interrupted, demanding he listen. He expressed his long-standing irritation, revealing that an incident had helped him understand 𝖍𝖎's situation better. He questioned the nature of the power 𝖍𝖎 had acquired, suggesting that All Might had given it to him. Having overheard enough, 𝖍𝖍 felt a pang of guilt for intruding on such a personal conversation. Realizing she was not close to either of them, she decided to retreat. With her brows furrowed in contemplation, she returned to her room, a purple flower blooming briefly on the floor before vanishing into thin air. She clenched her hands tightly, regretting her decision to eavesdrop. If she had simply minded her own business, she wouldn't feel the weight of guilt pressing down on her now. The sun's rays peeked through the window curtains, hitting 𝖍𝖍's eyes and prompting her to squint against the brightness. She sat up in her bed, which was a chaotic mess from her restless night. Her hair was frizzed and tangled and dark circles surrounded her eyes. In short, she had not slept well. Swishing aside the blanket, 𝖍𝖍 stood up, stretching and yawning as her feet touched the floor. She glanced at her alarm clock, which read 5:02, far too early for her liking. Deciding to make the most of the peaceful atmosphere, she began her morning routine. After completing her tasks, she returned to her room, drying her hair with a towel while seated comfortably in her chair. However, her moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted by a knock on the door. Annoyed at being disturbed from her brief rest, she glanced at the clock again, which now read 7. Rising from her chair, she walked toward the door, remembering to grab her bag. Before she could reach the doorknob, another knock echoed, accompanied by a voice calling out to her. Her friend, with purple hair and a small smile, urged her to hurry, reminding her that they would miss assembly. 𝖍𝖍 opened the door and her friend took her hand, leading her to the elevator and pressing the button to go down. They shared a comfortable silence as they rode down. Upon arriving at the common area, they filled their plates with breakfast from the kitchen. Just as they were about to leave the building, their teacher called out to 𝖍𝖍. Recognizing his voice, she turned to see him standing with arms crossed, an unreadable expression on his face. He ordered her to follow him and she complied, knowing where this conversation would lead. She glanced back at 𝖍𝖎, who waved and smiled, wishing her good luck. Once inside the faculty room, 𝖍𝖍 made herself comfortable on the leather seats and asked about the non-disclosure agreement. 𝖍𝖍 looked at her with a deadpan expression, as if she had done something wrong. She shrugged, acknowledging that he likely had evidence against her regarding the incident. The room fell silent, the only sounds being the quiet sipping of tea and the hum of the air conditioner. No one contradicted her. They all knew she was right. 𝖍𝖍 sighed, running his hands through his messy hair, clearly exasperated. 𝖍𝖍 chuckled, placing his cup down and looking at 𝖍𝖍 with his usual smile. He remarked that her inquiry about the NDA indicated something significant. All Might then spoke up, catching her attention. She nodded slowly, prompting a distressed sigh from the retired hero. 𝖍𝖍 stood, brushing off imaginary dust from his suit. He assured 𝖍𝖍 that there would be no agreement to sign and that she wouldn't be in trouble. As he made his way to the door, 𝖍𝖍 followed, opening it for him. However, 𝖍𝖍 paused at the doorway, turning to face 𝖍𝖍. He advised her to keep whatever she had learned that night to herself and reminded her that the assembly was about to begin. The assembly was as dull as ever, and 𝖍𝖍 found herself dozing off midway through the announcements. When it was finally time to return to their classrooms, she had to force her feet to move, dragging them along the ground. She wished she could teleport. 𝖍𝖎 appeared behind her, placing an arm over 𝖍𝖍's slouched shoulders and asking if she had gotten any sleep the night before. With a sigh, she rubbed her eyes and yawned, admitting it was obvious she hadn't rested. Typically, 𝖍𝖍 was accustomed to her chaotic sleep schedule, feeling fine even after long nights. That was back when she lived with 𝖍𝖍 in his cramped apartment, where late-night patrols and early mornings were the norm. Now that her body clock was slowly stabilizing, the lack of sleep was taking a toll on her energy and mental well-being. She suspected she would end up sleeping in class that day, even though she sat at the front. And that's exactly what happened. The first subject was English, which meant facing present Mick's loud and boisterous voice so early in the morning. It was a miracle that 𝖍𝖍 managed to sleep through the class without being caught. Eventually, the day passed in a blur, and it was time for the students to return to their dorm building to prepare for the night. However, some of them couldn't resist teasing a classmate who was on house arrest for not cleaning the common area properly. That was when 𝖍𝖍 observed with tired eyes, her in-class naps doing little to alleviate her fatigue. She let out another yawn and made her way to the kitchen for a glass of water to refresh herself. Returning to the common room with her drink in hand, she plopped down on the sofa and glanced at her classmates, who were lamenting how exhausted they felt from the lessons. The semester had just begun, yet they were already facing academic challenges not that 𝖍𝖍 would know, since she had slept through most of it. Her gaze shifted to the freckled boy, who watched the conversation with a sense of longing. She thought to herself how studious he seemed as she stared blankly at her glass until she heard the doors close softly. Standing up, 𝖍𝖍 headed back to the kitchen to clean her glass and return it to its place. Shortly after, she quietly followed her green-haired classmate, who was doing his part of the chores. Approaching him, she called out to 𝖜𝖍𝖎 as he made his way toward the dumpsters with trash bags in hand. He turned to face her, feeling a bit intimidated by her stoic expression. 𝖍𝖍, do you need anything? He asked, setting the bags down to give her his full attention. It wasn't every day she approached him to talk, and he found himself captivated whenever she did. With her hand in her skirt pocket, she looked him directly in the eye, making him feel a shiver run down his spine as he wondered if he had done something wrong. However, she broke the silence, offering to share her notes with him since they were on house arrest. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, relieved that her reason for talking was benign. Yet he felt he had to decline her offer. No, it's all right. Plus, we aren't allowed to anyway, he said sheepishly, looking away as he remembered they would miss a lot of lessons during house arrest. Sighing, 𝖍𝖍 crossed her arms and furrowed her brows at him. You seriously believe that? Aizawa-sensei doesn't need to know. She shrugged her shoulders. Anyway, if you want the notes, just come to my room once the lights are off. Bye. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving 𝖍𝖎 slightly stunned as he watched her retreat into the distance.